Book 1. The Frequency of Becoming. Preface. The pulse beneath the noise. I didn't embark on this journey to compose a book. I set out to rediscover my essence. For years I inhabited a realm that resembled a labyrinth, structured, predictable, and curiously vacuous. I adhered to societal conventions, pursued aspirations, and donned the façades I believed were requisite. Yet something within me resonated more profoundly than the cacophony surrounding me. A question. A whisper. A frequency. This book chronicles the transformation that occurred when I ceased resisting that inner pulse. It is not a doctrine. It is not a manual. It is an odyssey, my odyssey, and perhaps yours as well. A voyage into the essence of reality, the architecture of belief, and the transformative power of joy as a guiding compass. The concepts herein are both timeless and avant-garde, simple yet profound. They unfolded to me not through scholarly pursuit, but through surrender, through attentive listening, through the act of living. I have chosen to convey these teachings devoid of names or attribution, not to obliterate their origins, but to revere their essence. Truth is not the possession of any individual, it belongs to all of humanity. If you have ever felt an inkling that life encompasses more than the narratives you have been fed, if you have ever sensed that your enthusiasm is beckoning you toward a greater purpose, you are not alone. This book is crafted for you. Let us embark on this journey together. Chapter 1. The Invitation. I was unaware of what I sought, only that the existence I inhabited resembled a façade meticulously crafted from another's aspirations. The pivotal moment was devoid of theatrics. It was understated. A fleeting pause, a breath, a query. What if I ceased my resistance? That inquiry transformed into an entryway. I began to observe nuances. Not merely with my eyes, but with a deeper awareness, a kind of inner compass. I would enter a space and perceive the energy before I registered the furnishings. I would encounter an individual and intuit their narrative before they uttered a word. I was at a loss for terminology, yet it felt akin to recollection. The world surrounding me remained unchanged. Yet my perception of it had evolved. I commenced pursuing my enthusiasm, not the ephemeral variety, but the profound resonance that coursed through my very being. It directed me toward unconventional notions, that reality was not a rigid construct, that my convictions were shaping my universe, that joy was not merely a reward but a guiding star. I began to attune myself, not to the clamor of the world, but to the subtle frequency beneath it. And everything commenced to transform. The cracks in the illusion. It commenced with a sense of unease. Not pain, precisely, more akin to a persistent ache. An awareness that something was amiss, even when everything appeared fine. I possessed the job, the apartment, the routine. Yet I felt like an apparition in my own existence. I recall sitting at my desk one afternoon, gazing at a spreadsheet that resonated with me not at all. The figures merged into an indistinct haze. My chest constricted. And then, a thought emerged. This isn't mine. Not the spreadsheet. Not the job. Not the life. It was as though I had been enacting someone else's narrative, and the ink was finally beginning to fade. That evening, I wandered aimlessly. The city lights flickered like stars yearning to convey a message. I sensed an attraction, not toward a location, but toward a potentiality. Something was beckoning me inward. The first frequency. I was oblivious to the true meaning of frequency in those early days. Yet I could sense it. It manifested as a sensation, like a resonance pulsating within my chest when certain thoughts crossed my mind. A conversation. A melody. A cherished memory. Some thoughts enveloped me in heaviness, while others buoyed me with lightness. I began to discern a pattern. The thoughts that lifted my spirits were the very ones I had consistently dismissed. The aspirations I had relegated to the sidelines. The ideas I had deemed unrealistic. What if those thoughts were, in fact, more authentic than the ones I had been conditioned to pursue? Thus, I embarked on a journey of experimentation. Each morning, I would pose the question to myself, what ignites excitement within me today? Not what is deemed productive. Not what is expected. Simply, what feels vibrant. At times, it was the act of writing. At other moments, it was wandering through nature. Occasionally, it was the art of doing nothing at all. And each time I heeded that feeling, something remarkable unfolded. A serendipitous conversation. A fortuitous coincidence. A moment of profound clarity. It was as though life itself was attuned to my frequency. The resistance. Of course, it wasn't all seamless. The moment I began to attune to my inner voice, resistance manifested. Doubt. Fear. Guilt. The internal monologues that whispered, "You're being irresponsible. You're squandering time. You're destined to fail." I came to understand that those voices were not authentically mine. They were reverberations of educators, guardians, society at large. Perhaps well-intentioned, but misaligned with the essence of who I was evolving into. I started to perceive resistance not as an adversary, but as a signal. A poignant indication that I was nearing the precipice of my outdated belief system. Rather than combating it, I began to breathe through it. The invitation deepens. One morning, I awoke with an unusual sense of tranquility. No agenda. No urgency. Just a serene awareness. I am entitled to be my true self. That day, I followed my enthusiasm to a bookstore. I wasn't in search of anything specific. Yet a book tumbled from the shelf, quite literally. I picked it up. The title alluded to the concept of reality creation. I opened it at random and read, "Your excitement is your compass. Follow it, and you pursue your authentic self." I chuckled. Not because it was humorous, but because it felt like a playful acknowledgement from the universe. That was the moment I embraced the invitation. Not from the book. Not from an individual. But from life itself. An invitation to explore. To evolve. To remember. How do you articulate to someone that you're endeavoring to live in accordance with the feeling? That your daily choices are not dictated by logic or obligation, but rather by a subtle inner spark? It sounded absurd, even to me. Yet it resonated deeply. Thus, I embarked on a quiet experiment. Each morning, I would pose to myself a singular question: what feels most exhilarating in this moment? At times, the answer was unambiguous. A stroll through the woods. A serene cup of coffee. Composing a page in my journal. Other times, it was nebulous, merely a tug towards something ineffable. I pursued it nonetheless. And something peculiar began to unfold. The more I heeded my excitement, the more life responded. I encountered individuals who articulated precisely what I needed to hear. I chanced upon a book that addressed a question I had yet to formulate. I conceived ideas that paved the way for new opportunities. It was as if the universe was conspiring in my favor. Not because I was exceptional, but because I was finally attuned to the whispers of my existence. The collapse of the old. Of course, not everything was enchanting. As I embraced this novel way of being, the old structures began to disintegrate. My job increasingly felt discordant. Interactions with friends became fraught. My routines appeared devoid of life. It was disquieting. Yet I comprehended the rationale. I was evolving, and the world around me was mirroring that transformation. I began to perceive my life as a reflection. Every situation, every individual, every challenge, it was all revealing something about myself. My beliefs, my fears, my desires. It wasn't always easy to confront, but it was invariably illuminating. One day, while meditating, I inquired, "Why does this feel so arduous?" The answer emerged, not in words, but in a profound sensation. A deep knowing, you're shedding what is not authentically you. And with that realization I wept. Not from sorrow, but from profound relief. The language of energy. I began to grasp that everything is energy. Thoughts, emotions, actions, even tangible objects, they all embody a frequency. And I was learning to decipher that frequency. I recognized how certain spaces left me feeling drained, while others invigorated me. I discerned how some individuals' words felt burdensome, whereas others resonated like music. I observed how my own thoughts could elevate or diminish me, depending on their tone. It was akin to uncovering a new language, one that had always existed, just beneath the surface. And the more fluent I became, the more empowered I felt. I was no longer a victim of circumstance. I was an active participant in the act of creation. The first real shift. The first significant shift occurred when I ceased my attempts to rectify my life. I had spent years striving to enhance various aspects, my career, my relationships, my health. Always pursuing. Always chasing. But now, I was engaging in something revolutionary. I was allowing. I was permitting life to unfold. I was trusting that my excitement would guide me to where I needed to go. I was relinquishing the urge to control. And in that space of surrender, things began to flow effortlessly. I was offered a freelance project that harmonized perfectly with my passions. I rekindled a connection with an old friend who had also embarked on a spiritual journey. I discovered a community of individuals who conversed in the language of energy and vibration. It wasn't flawless, but it was genuine. And for the first time, I felt as though I was truly living my life, not someone else's. The invitation accepted. Reflecting upon it, I realized that the invitation was not a singular event. It was a continuous process, a daily choice, a moment-to-moment practice. To listen, to trust, to follow the frequency. It beckoned me to be honest with myself, to release what no longer served me, to embrace the uncertainty. And in doing so, it bestowed upon me something I had never anticipated: freedom. Not the kind you battle for, the kind you remember, the kind that has always been intrinsically yours. This morning, I awoke with an unusual clarity. I didn't wish to go to work. Not because I was fatigued. Not because I was apathetic. But because the mere thought of sitting in that office, fixating on spreadsheets, felt like an act of betrayal. Not to the company. To myself. I perched on the edge of my bed, heart racing. The responsible part of me admonished, "You can't simply forego work." Yet another part murmured, "What if you did?" I chose not to go. Instead, I spent the day ambling through the city, allowing my feet to follow my curiosity. I stumbled upon a park I had never visited, observing the sunlight filtering through the trees. I experienced a sensation I hadn't felt in years: tranquility. That day didn't alter my career, but it transformed my relationship with myself. I had listened, and life had responded. The myth of obligation. One of the most challenging notions to relinquish was the belief that I had to earn joy. I was nurtured to believe that life revolved around responsibility, sacrifice, and diligent effort. That pleasure was to be savored only after fulfilling duty. That excitement was an indulgence. But what if that perspective is inverted? What if excitement is the pathway, not merely the reward? I began to interrogate my assumptions. I posed questions to myself. What if I entrusted my excitement more than my trepidation? What if I allowed joy to chart my course? It felt radical. Yet it also felt right. Micro choices, macro shifts. I didn't resign from my job overnight. I didn't relocate to a mountaintop or commence chanting in Sanskrit. I simply made incremental choices. Minuscule shifts. I curated music that uplifted my spirit. I reorganized my environment to reflect my energy. I surrounded myself with individuals who ignited my passion. I declined commitments that felt burdensome. And those micro choices engendered macro shifts. My mood elevated. My creativity flourished. My relationships deepened. Opportunities emerged. It was as if the universe was proclaiming, "Finally, you're listening." The science of vibration. I began to grasp the mechanics underpinning the magic. Everything is energy. Everything vibrates. And your personal vibration, your emotional frequency, functions as a magnet. When you reside in a state of joy, curiosity, or passion, you emit a frequency that attracts experiences harmonious with that state. Conversely, when you dwell in fear, doubt, or resentment, you magnetize more of the same. Excitement represents a high-frequency state. It signals that you are in alignment with your authentic self. Thus, pursuing excitement is not merely spiritual, it's pragmatic. It is how you tune your reality. The fear filter. Naturally, fear did not vanish. It merely transformed. At times, excitement would propel me toward a choice that instilled fear. Leaving a job. Speaking my truth. Embracing risk. I recognize that fear frequently surfaces just before a breakthrough. It is the mind's mechanism for safeguarding the status quo. However, the status quo isn't always safe, it's merely familiar. Consequently, I commenced utilizing fear as a filter. If something excited me and frightened me simultaneously, I understood I was on the brink of expansion, and I learned to lean in. The compass in action. One day, I felt an unmistakable urge to visit a nearby town I had never explored. No reason. No plan. Just an instinct. I followed it. I wandered into a cafe, engaged in conversation with a stranger, and ultimately learned about a retreat center that aligned perfectly with my interests. This led to a weekend workshop, which fostered a new friendship, culminating in a creative collaboration that transformed my life. All because I heeded a whisper. That's how the compass operates. It doesn't provide a map. It offers a direction. And when you trust it, the path reveals itself. Living by the compass. I do not follow excitement flawlessly. I still find myself ensnared in habits, doubts, and distractions. Yet I continually return to the compass. Every day, I inquire, what feels most alive at this moment? And I pursue that thread. Sometimes it leads to rest. Sometimes to action. Sometimes to silence. Sometimes to expression. But it invariably leads to truth. And that is the journey I am undertaking. Just a moment to reflect. Take a breath. Let the ideas settle. When you're ready, we'll continue. Chapter 3: Swimming Upstream. There's a moment in every journey when the current turns against you. Not because you're wrong, but because you're growing. This isn't merely a philosophical musing, it's an undeniable, visceral truth woven into the fabric of every significant undertaking, be it personal, creative, professional, or spiritual. Initially, the path might feel clear, the winds at your back, pushing you forward with an exhilarating momentum. Ideas flow effortlessly, collaborations click, the vision shines with unblemished clarity. This period of graceful progress often lulls us into a comfortable rhythm, a deceptive ease that suggests the entire journey will be a smooth, downhill glide. We attribute this early success to our talent, our strategy, our sheer rightness. But then, almost imperceptibly at first, the current shifts. A gentle counterbreeze whispers against your face, a subtle eddy tugs at your heels. The effortless glide begins to demand a conscious push. What once felt intuitive now requires deliberate thought, sustained effort. The familiar landmarks seem to recede, or perhaps they appear distorted, casting long, unfamiliar shadows. Soon, the whispers grow into a roar. The gentle tug transforms into a powerful, relentless undertow that threatens to pull you backward, to capsize your vessel entirely. This is the moment the journey becomes a struggle, an upstream battle against an unseen, formidable force. Doubt, cold and sharp, begins to creep in. Your muscles ache, not just physically, but emotionally and psychologically. The burning enthusiasm that once fueled your every stroke gives way to a dull, persistent exhaustion. The clarity of your vision blurs, obscured by the spray of ceaseless effort and the fog of uncertainty. You question everything, your initial impulse, your capabilities, your very sanity. Why is this so hard? Why, after all this dedication and effort, does it feel like you're moving backwards? The temptation to abandon ship, to retreat to the familiar shores of complacency, becomes overwhelmingly strong. This isn't just about facing an obstacle, it's about feeling fundamentally misaligned, as if the universe itself has conspired to thwart your progress. There's a profound sense of injustice, a bewildered frustration that screams, "But I was doing everything right!" Yet, here lies the profound paradox, the crucial reframing. This harrowing resistance is not a sign of failure, but a powerful, unmistakable indicator of impending transformation. You are not facing opposition because you are wrong, but precisely because you are growing. Growth, by its very nature, is disruptive. It demands the breaking of old molds, the shedding of outdated skins, the dismantling of comfortable but restrictive structures. Imagine a seed pushing through hardened earth. The immense pressure and darkness are not designed to destroy it, but to strengthen its nascent stem, to teach it resilience before it ever reaches the light. When you grow, you outpace your old boundaries. Your intellect stretches beyond familiar paradigms, your heart expands to encompass new depths of empathy. Your spirit yearns for unexplored territories of purpose. This expansion creates friction, both internally and externally. Internally, your ego, clinging to the known and the secure, resists the discomfort of novelty. Old habits of thought, ingrained fears, and limiting beliefs rise up like ancient guardians, fiercely defending the status quo. It's the internal fight between who you were and who you are becoming. This inner turbulence manifests as self-doubt, anxiety, imposter syndrome, or a sudden, overwhelming paralysis. It's the psychological equivalent of trying to fit a larger, more complex being into a smaller, simpler container. Externally, your growth can cause ripples in your environment. Relationships that were once perfectly balanced may feel strained as you evolve beyond them. Environments that once nurtured you might now feel stifling. Your new perspectives may challenge old norms, creating misunderstanding or even opposition from those comfortable with your previous iteration. This external resistance, though often painful, is a confirmation that you are indeed moving into a new dimension of self. It confirms you are no longer content with the established order, that you are actively seeking a higher, more authentic equilibrium. The current turns against you because you are no longer meant to flow with it in its original direction. You are carving a new channel, forging a deeper, wider riverbed for your expanded being. This period of arduous struggle is where true strength is forged, where resilience is not just tested but actively built. It is in these moments of intense pressure that you discover capabilities you never knew you possessed, that you refine your purpose, and clarify your deepest values. Each stroke against the current, each push through the resistance, is an act of creation. You are quite literally building a stronger, more capable version of yourself, piece by painful piece. Embrace this turning point. Understand that the exhaustion is the effort of expansion, the doubt is the mind grappling with new truths, and the desire to quit is the ego's last desperate plea for the familiar. This is not the end of your journey, it is the crucible in which your next, more powerful iteration is being formed. Push through. Lean into the resistance. For on the other side of this arduous struggle lies not just relief, but a profound sense of accomplishment, a deeper understanding of your own power, and an unshakable confidence in your ability to navigate whatever currents the future may hold. The turning current is not a sign you are lost, it is the compass pointing towards your evolution. The initial impulse was a violent clarity, a sudden, blinding realization that the path I was on was not leading anywhere, but merely circulating around a drain of comfortable stagnation. Excitement led me to new choices. It was a visceral, exhilarating surge, the equivalent of breaking a heavy glass barrier that had encased my motivation for years. The choice wasn't merely a slight adjustment, a change of job or a minor hobby. It was a tectonic shift, a complete rupture from the assumed identity built on stability, predictability, and the dull worship of the known. I traded the muted tones of certainty for the screaming, chaotic palette of possibility. I shed the heavy, tailored cloak of corporate security and stepped naked into the brilliant, indifferent sunlight of self-direction. The exhilaration was pure, intoxicating, and initially deafening, drowning out any potential counter-argument. My new life felt like a jagged, thrilling coastline carved by a storm, unforgiving but absolutely real. But those choices stirred the waters. The metaphor of the water proved terrifyingly apparent. My inner world, previously a placid, if somewhat stagnant, pond reflecting only safe skies, instantly became a churning vortex of silt and debris. The action of the shift, the signing of the lease for the unconventional studio, the final defiant email to my former employer, the severing of financial safety nets, created an immediate, violent turbulence. The surface calm was shattered, and what had sunk to the bottom, safely buried beneath years of routine and emotional suppression, began to rise. This was not the quick, clean conflict I had anticipated. It was a muddy, slow resurrection of historical anxieties. Beneath the surface layers of optimism and drive, old beliefs surfaced. These were not intellectual opinions, easily dismissed or debated. They were the foundational, calcified doctrines of my childhood and previous life, heavy and cold as stones dragged up from the Mariana Trench. The most insidious of them was the belief in scarcity, the deeply ingrained conviction that any deviation from the established mold resulted inevitably in homelessness, financial ruin, and the public shame of failure. This belief, nurtured by generations that prioritized survival over self-actualization, returned with a chilling persistence. It manifested physically, a knot in my stomach that tightened every time I checked the dwindling savings account balance, a metallic taste of impending doom that coated my tongue in the quiet hours of midnight. Another belief that clawed its way back was the doctrine of deserved suffering, the idea that genuine, meaningful work must be grueling and joyless, and that finding pleasure in the effort was somehow cheating or frivolous. When the work finally felt aligned and the hours flew by with a sense of purpose, a cold, critical voice immediately accused me of laziness, of being unprofessional, of taking the easy road. This internal inquisitor, dressed in the heavy, judgmental robes of my ancestors, demanded penance for the crime of pursuing intrinsic satisfaction. Alongside these heavy, rising structures, doubts whispered. They were never loud. They never announced themselves with fanfare. Instead, they were the subtle erosion of confidence that occurs in the vulnerable solitude of 3 a.m., when the defenses are down and the bravado of the daylight world has evaporated. The doubts didn't question the possibility of success so much as they questioned my worthiness of it. Who do you think you are, breaking ranks? You don't have the pedigree. You lack the necessary genius. The whispers coiled around my professional identity, questioning the validity of my skills and the market value of my vision. They mocked the earnestness of the venture. They suggested that the excitement was merely a symptom of delusion, a fever dream from which I would soon awake, finding myself stranded and utterly unprepared. Every moment of genuine struggle was immediately magnified by the whispers into proof of imminent collapse. If I hit a bureaucratic snag, the voice immediately confirmed. See? The system is rejecting you. You are attempting the impossible. If a client delayed payment, the doubt hissed. This is the beginning of the end. You will crawl back, defeated, to beg for your old life. The psychological weight became immense. My focus fractured, shifting constantly between the frantic, creative momentum of the present and the paralyzing, reflective regret of the past. The internal turmoil left me profoundly isolated, even when surrounded by supportive individuals, because the true battlefield was hidden deep within the architecture of my own mind, a space where only the resurfaced beliefs and the insidious doubts held residence. And then came the tangible, reinforcing factor. The world around me began to push back. This resistance was not a single, unified assault, but a multitude of subtle pressures exerted by the gravitational pull of the status quo. The first line of defense was erected by the people who loved me most. Their pushback was cloaked in concern, heavy sighs, and the relentless questioning of logistics. The phone calls from family ceased to be casual updates and became veiled interrogations. Are you sure this is a sensible use of your education? How will you handle health insurance? What if the market shifts? The love was undeniable, but it was a fear-driven love, manifesting as a desire to pull me back to the known safety of the cage, perceiving my leap as a reckless disregard for stability rather than a vital necessity. Friends, too, offered resistance, though often through distance. My new life demanded different rhythms. Early mornings dedicated to creation, late nights consumed by strategy. The old, easy camaraderie faded. I became the oddity, the person who couldn't easily join the habitual, midweek drinks, the one whose conversation had deviated into territory they found abstract or pretentious. Their withdrawal wasn't malicious. It was simply the natural consequence of divergent paths. I felt the slow chill of social exclusion, the subtle signal that I no longer fit comfortably within the established geometry of our shared life. Beyond the personal sphere, institutions and the marketplace presented resistance that was starkly impersonal and brutally efficient. Starting something novel meant navigating outdated systems, confronting gatekeepers resistant to change, and repeatedly having to justify a vision that didn't fit neatly into existing spreadsheets. I faced the cold indifference of banks, the skepticism of necessary partners, and the inertia of a world designed to reward conformity. Every application that was denied, every grand proposal rejected, every scornful look from someone adhering to conventional success metrics, all served as external validation for the whispers of doubt that plagued me at night. The ultimate pushback, however, came from the sheer, mountainous weight of responsibility. In my old life, failure was contained. In this new one, failure meant absolute collapse. The choices were mine alone, and so, too, was the burden of outcome. I found myself in a state of perpetual hyper-awareness, a high-tension wire stretched taut between the euphoria that fueled the work and the crushing anxiety that threatened to snap it. The excitement that initiated the journey had been a burst of pure energy, sharp and instantaneous, like a lightning strike. But the resulting situation was a sustained thunderstorm. I was now standing in the middle of a landscape that was simultaneously fertile and terrifying, surrounded by the ghosts of my past demanding my return, and facing a future that required an endurance I wasn't sure I possessed. The waters were still stirred, murky and unpredictable, and the act of choice had transformed from an ecstatic liberation into a lifelong confrontation with myself and the world that had tried to define me. The fight was no longer about making the choice, but about surviving the profound, necessary, and agonizing consequences of having made it at all. I wasn't just following joy anymore. I was confronting everything that had kept me from it. The previous phase of my life had been characterized by a frantic, often performative, chase. I had mistaken the pursuit of novelty for genuine fulfillment, treating joy as a fugitive entity that needed to be cornered through successful external acquisitions, the perfect career opportunity, the exhilarating overseas trip, the temporary rush of a new, intense connection. This following was predicated on the belief that happiness existed out there, separated from me by distance or achievement, a glittering object to be snatched up and held tight before it escaped again. It was emotional tourism, a constant packing and unpacking of expectations, an exhausting race where the finish line perpetually receded. I was painting the exterior of a crumbling house with the most vibrant colors I could find, determined to convince the world, and more crucially, myself, that the structure was sound. But that edifice of forced optimism eventually buckled under its own weight. The pivot point arrived not in a dramatic flash of insight, but in the sterile exhaustion that followed yet another fleeting peak of induced happiness. I realized that reaching for these high notes was unsustainable because the low notes, the bedrock of fear, shame, and unexamined history, were still vibrating powerfully underneath. The joy I found on the surface was merely thin ice over a fathomless, turbulent reservoir of old pain. The transformation, therefore, demanded a radical shift in methodology. I stopped looking at the horizon and started looking down, realizing the fight wasn't against external resistance, but against the elaborate, sophisticated defense system I had built within my own psyche. Confrontation became the new mission, a slow, meticulous, and often brutal psychological excavation. The first layer to be peeled back was the heavy, suffocating armor of external expectation. This was the phantom audience that governed my choices, the internalized voices of parents, mentors, and societal norms that dictated what a successful or happy life should entail. I had to confront the fear of disappointing this invisible jury, the terror of becoming invisible myself if I stepped outside the lines of conventional achievement. Dismantling this required facing the deep-seated cultural programming that equated my inherent value with my measurable output. This confrontation sounded like the deafening silence that follows the deliberate burning of 100 meticulously crafted life plans. It felt like shedding heavy, ornate robes that had provided status but had restricted all genuine movement, leaving me exposed to the cold honesty of my authentic, messy desires. Deeper still was the confrontation with the committee of internal critics. This was the relentless, vicious parliament housed just behind my forehead, always ready to gavel down any flicker of genuine self-acceptance. The leading voice was shame, a cold, damp, pervasive sensation that convinced me I was fundamentally flawed, unlovable, and destined for failure. Confronting shame meant refusing to acquiesce to its cold logic. It required sitting deliberately in the crucible of discomfort, allowing the heat of self-loathing to rise, not to consume me, but to burn away the protective shell of denial. This wasn't a gentle dialogue. It was an emotional wrestling match where I had to hold the gaze of my darkest self, recognizing that the most potent lies were the ones I told myself in the quiet, fearful hours between midnight and dawn. The weight of this confrontation was compounded by the monumental task of addressing the sedimentary layers of unexamined trauma. Joy cannot thrive atop a foundation of buried grief. I had to descend into the metaphorical cellar of my history, the locked rooms where the shadows of childhood slights, betrayals, and unprocessed losses resided. This wasn't the romanticized pain of a melancholic poem. It was dirty, gritty work. It involved scraping the rust off old wounds, not to reopen them, but to finally see their true shape and size. I had to confront the memory of being small, defenseless, and powerless, and allow the subsequent waves of grief, the anger I had suppressed, the sadness I had bypassed, to wash over me completely. This part of the confrontation felt like drowning and then resurfacing, lungs burning, having finally expelled the toxic water I had been holding for decades. Crucially, I discovered I wasn't just fighting the things that hurt me. I was fighting the things I had internalized to protect me, the intricate mechanisms of self-sabotage. This confrontation involved staring down the paradox of my own fear of success, the deep, quiet belief that if I finally attained true, sustainable happiness, I would either lose it catastrophically or be revealed as an imposter unworthy of it. It was the confrontation with the comfortable familiarity of mediocrity, the insidious lure of staying small because to rise meant becoming a larger target for life's inevitable pain. I had to actively argue against the internal programming that insisted vulnerability was weakness, replacing that narrative with the understanding that true strength lies in being fully present, even when present means exposed. The methodology of this confrontation was exhaustive and relentless. It required hours of agonizing stillness, distinguishing the voice of intuition from the hiss of anxiety. It demanded a commitment to brutal honesty, documented in ink and notebooks filled with messy, jagged insights. It manifested physically as well. The clenched jaw and sleepless nights that followed a major spiritual breakthrough, the physical tremor that accompanied the realization of a colossal lie I had been living. I stopped trying to fix the pain quickly, and started learning to stay with it, treating emotional resistance not as a failure, but as a roadmap revealing the deepest fractures that needed mending. This new path was less glamorous than the former chasing of joy. It lacked the glossy pictures and the exhilarating highs. Instead, it was characterized by a sober, profound dedication to truth, regardless of how unattractive that truth proved to be. The result of this confrontation isn't merely surface happiness, it is the acquisition of sturdy joy. This joy is not dependent on external circumstance, it is built into the newly reinforced foundation of my being. It emerges from the knowledge that I have faced my own shadows, named them in the light, and integrated them into the whole. I wasn't seeking a temporary salve anymore. I was engaged in the lifelong, necessary violence of self-creation, ensuring that every subsequent moment of lightness and pleasure would not be a fugitive visitor, but a welcomed, permanent resident of a soul finally, and genuinely, at peace. The resistance within. I used to think resistance was an undeniable sign to stop, an unequivocal red light flashing in the dimly lit corridors of my ambition. It felt like a fundamental barrier, a brick wall erected squarely across my path, signaling that I was either pursuing the wrong goal, venturing into dangerous territory, or simply not capable enough. In those earlier days, the moment that familiar knot of apprehension tightened in my stomach, or a torrent of self-doubt whispered its insidious warnings into my ear, I'd retreat. I'd rationalize, offering myself a litany of excuses. It's not the right time, I'm not ready yet, maybe it's just not meant to be. This surrender wasn't a conscious, strategic decision. It was an instinctive recall, a trained response cultivated over years of prioritizing comfort and avoiding conflict, both internal and external. The consequence was a life lived largely within the confines of my known limits, a stagnant pond where ripples of potential rarely broke the surface. Dreams remained gossamer threads, untouched by the harsh flight of reality, perpetually shelved in an ever-growing mental attic of someday. Now, however, I see it entirely differently. That same feeling of resistance, once a harbinger of cessation, has transformed into a profound invitation, a sign to look deeper, to lean in, to investigate the rich, complex terrain beneath the surface. It's no longer an adversary to be vanquished or avoided, but rather a wise, albeit sometimes stern, guide pointing towards the very edge of my comfort zone, indicating precisely where the most significant growth and transformation lie hidden. This paradigm shift didn't happen overnight. It was a slow, deliberate unfolding, prompted by repeated encounters with that same wall, and the dawning realization that perpetually turning back was leading me nowhere truly fulfilling. Resistance, I've come to understand, is fundamentally the mind's ingrained way of protecting its intricate patterns. These aren't just simple habits. They are deeply grooved neural pathways, established belief systems, and automatic thought processes that have been reinforced over years, even decades. The mind thrives on predictability, on the efficient execution of established routines, regardless of whether those routines serve our highest good. When confronted with novelty, with a new idea or a challenging aspiration that dares to deviate from these well-worn paths, the mind perceives it as a threat to its meticulously constructed order. It mobilizes its defenses, unleashing a barrage of familiar doubts. You're not smart enough, everyone will laugh, it's too risky. It conjures up worst-case scenarios with vivid, compelling detail, projecting fears of failure, judgment, or even success itself. It creates mental fog, procrastinatory urges, and a sudden, inexplicable overwhelming feeling of disinterest, all designed to subtly, or sometimes overtly, steer us back to the safety of the known, the comfortable, the predictable. This protective mechanism, while evolutionarily advantageous for basic survival, often becomes a cage for our potential, preventing us from exploring new intellectual landscapes or challenging long-held, limiting beliefs. Concurrently, resistance manifests as the body's primal way of clinging to familiarity. Our physical form, a marvel of biological engineering, is also a creature of habit and homeostasis. It seeks equilibrium, safety, and the steady rhythm of routine. When we contemplate stepping into the unknown, perhaps embarking on a physically demanding endeavor, altering our diet, or even engaging in a deeply vulnerable conversation, the body often registers this as a departure from its current, familiar state of being, interpreting it as a potential threat. It can respond with an array of sensations, a sudden, inexplicable fatigue that saps all energy, a tightening in the chest or a knot in the stomach that mirrors anxiety, a dull ache in the head, or even a sudden craving for comfort foods that offer fleeting solace. These are not mere psychosomatic reactions. They are often deeply rooted physiological responses, echoing ancient survival instincts. Our nervous system, wired for fight, flight, or freeze, can trigger these responses even when the threat is merely a perceived shift from comfortable routine to growth-inducing challenge. The body, in its wisdom and its limitations, tries to maintain the status quo, to keep us safe and sound within the parameters it has learned to associate with survival, even if those parameters are limiting our true vitality and expansion. And then there's the ego's way of maintaining control, perhaps the most cunning and pervasive form of resistance. The ego, in this context, is the story we tell ourselves about who we are, our identity, our self-image, the carefully curated persona we present to the world and, crucially, to ourselves. It is deeply invested in consistency, in appearing competent, knowledgeable, and in control. Any endeavor that threatens this established narrative, be it vulnerability, potential failure, or even overwhelming success that might shatter a self-perception of being unlucky or unworthy, triggers the ego's alarm bells. It fights tooth and nail to maintain its preeminence, constructing elaborate justifications for inaction, fueling imposter syndrome, and projecting fears of external judgment onto our purest intentions. The ego desperately fears losing face, losing status, or simply losing the comfortable, albeit often restrictive, narrative it has so painstakingly built. It whispers persuasive arguments against taking risks, not out of maliciousness, but out of a profound and often misguided desire to protect its perceived existence and the illusion of its unwavering control over our lives. When I started living by excitement, a philosophy that advocates for making decisions and taking action guided by the highest vibration of joy, curiosity, and inspiration available in any given moment, resistance showed up like clockwork, with a vengeance and a startling predictability. This wasn't a gentle nudge. It was often a roaring storm, a concerted effort from all three fronts: mind, body, and ego. For years, I had lived a life of quiet aspiration, occasionally dabbling in creative projects or entrepreneurial ideas, but always retreating at the first significant hurdle. Living by excitement meant actively choosing to pursue those tantalizing whispers of inspiration, to commit to them, and to follow where they led, even if the path was unclear or daunting. It meant saying yes to genuine passion, even when my logical mind screamed no. The moment I decided to seriously pursue writing, for instance, a project I had dreamed of for years but always sidelined, the resistance was immediate and overwhelming. My mind, accustomed to me working in a secure, stable profession, flooded me with hyper-analytical doubts. You don't have the discipline, your ideas aren't original enough, you'll never make a living. My body responded with an oppressive wave of lethargy, making it physically difficult to sit at my desk, my limbs feeling heavy, my eyelids droopy, even after a full night's sleep. The ego, horrified by the prospect of public scrutiny and potential failure, conjured vivid scenarios of scathing reviews and the humiliation of admitting I had pursued a frivolous dream. It reminded me of every past failure, every moment of criticism, every time I hadn't measured up. Every single time I sat down to write, those forces would conspire. The screen would blur, my thoughts would scatter, my hand would hover over the keyboard as a wave of anxiety washed over me. It felt like trying to push against a solid wall of concentrated inertia, not just once, but every single session. This wasn't an isolated incident. Whether it was contemplating a move to a new city, initiating a difficult but necessary conversation with a loved one, or pushing myself to learn a new skill that felt utterly daunting, the pattern was consistent. The more aligned the exciting opportunity felt with my truest self, the more visceral and potent the initial wave of resistance seemed to be. It was like an internal alarm system, triggered not by danger, but by the exhilarating sensation of truly stepping into my power and potential. But this time, armed with my new understanding, I didn't stop. Instead, I learned to pause. I learned to breathe. I learned to look deeper. When the mind presented its litany of fears, I began to ask, what is this fear truly protecting? What old story is it trying to maintain? When the body tightened and fatigue set in, I'd inquire, where is this tension held? What comfort is my body clinging to? When the ego screamed warnings of inadequacy, I'd challenge, whose approval am I truly seeking? What self-image am I desperately trying to preserve? This process of mindful inquiry, of sitting with the discomfort and dissecting its components, began to reveal the hidden truths. It showed me the limiting beliefs that had quietly dictated my choices, the deeply ingrained emotional wounds that had never fully healed, and the unspoken fears of judgment that had kept me playing small. Instead of seeing resistance as a verdict, I now recognize it as a compass point, directing me precisely to the areas within myself that yearn for healing, for integration, and for expansion. It's a powerful indicator of growth on the horizon, a vital signal that I'm on the cusp of breaking through to a new level of self-awareness and capability. The discomfort is not a deterrent, but an invitation to explore the rich inner landscape, to dismantle the old structures that no longer serve me, and to build a life not just of comfort, but of profound excitement and authentic fulfillment. It's in the embrace of this resistance, in the persistent act of looking deeper, that the genuine magic of transformation unfolds. Resistance is the mind's way of protecting its patterns. It's the body's way of clinging to familiarity. It's the ego's way of maintaining control. It is more than just inertia, it is a sophisticated, deeply embedded defense mechanism. The mind, an exquisite calculator devoted primarily to survival, establishes neural pathways that prioritize predictability over potential growth. It builds an internal architecture of belief, the walls, the floor plan, the very foundation of identity, and views any attempt to introduce a foreign, unpredictable element, like joy, spontaneous action, or radical change, as a structural threat. The familiarity the body craves is biochemical. It is the comfort of maintaining homeostasis, where deviation, even toward high vibrational excitement, registers as a biological stressor demanding immediate correction. The ego, that tireless internal manager, seeks not happiness, but competence and consistency within its self-defined parameters, terrified that a surrender to the unknown might shatter the carefully curated narrative of who I am. When I started living by excitement, a philosophy defined by prioritizing the high vibration, immediate pull of intuitive action over the laborious, logical planning of the conventional path, resistance showed up like clockwork. Not in dramatic ways, like a catastrophic failure or a sudden, explosive rejection of the new path. No, the resistance was far more insidious, showing up in subtle ones. It was the whisper, the detour, the administrative black hole that swallowed time and momentum whole. It didn't manifest as a giant, visible wall, but as an infinite plain of soft, comfortable mud designed to slow progress until it simply stopped. The resistance began the moment I made the commitment to the shift. The agreement was simple: if an idea or action generates genuine, high-frequency excitement, it must be acted upon immediately, without allowing the internal committee of doubt, logic, and planning to convene. This is where the subtlety became weaponized. Category 1: The administrative trap. The first subtle form of resistance was the sudden, overwhelming necessity of preparation, a sophisticated form of evasion disguised as responsibility. Before taking the exciting action, registering for the unexpected course, drafting the first chapter of the book, making the spontaneous call to pitch an ambitious project, my system would seize up, demanding order. I would find myself facing a sudden, critical backlog of tasks that had previously held no urgency. Resistance manifested as the compulsive need to organize my digital files, ensuring every document was perfectly named and filed before I could possibly create a new one. It was the unexpected and undeniable urgency of cleaning my office desk right now, scrubbing away every speck of physical distraction before sitting down to write. It was the sudden realization that I needed to read 3 more theoretical books on the subject before I could start doing the thing. This was not productivity, this was preemptive delay. It felt important, it looked like diligence, but it accomplished the mind's central goal, maintaining the status quo by postponing the disruptive action until its initial exciting energy had dissipated entirely. The resistance was not saying, "Don't do this," but rather, "Do this later, when you are perfectly prepared, which will be never." Category 2: The physical lull and cognitive fog. As I pushed past the administrative traps, the resistance shifted gears and attacked the body's energy reserves. Since excitement requires energy, the ego's best defense is to introduce profound, unexplained fatigue precisely when momentum is required. I would sit down, heart racing with the thrilling potential of the new endeavor, only for a heavy, leaden lethargy to descend. It wasn't standard tiredness. It was a specific, targeted depletion of the will. The body, accustomed to the familiar, low-demand routine, signaled distress, manufacturing symptoms that justified retreat. A sudden, pounding headache that only disappeared when I stood up to browse the internet. A persistent background hum of anxiety that made deep focus impossible. An overwhelming desire for carbohydrates and sugar, the comforting chemical anesthetic of the old patterns. Furthermore, the mind would introduce a cognitive fog. When confronting the excited task, my processing speed would decrease sharply. Simple concepts became complex, and the clarity I needed to execute the intuitive action would vanish, replaced by a dull confusion. The narrative became, "I am simply too tired/unwell/unfocused to proceed today. I must rest and return to this when I am strong enough." This carefully crafted narrative allowed the resistance to win without the user ever feeling guilty for procrastination. They were simply caring for themselves. Category 3: The icy whisper of imposter syndrome. Perhaps the most potent and subtle form of resistance was the way it weaponized my own internal dialogue, turning the greatest excitement into the greatest source of doubt. When an exciting idea first struck, it felt electric, undeniable. But as I began to act on it, resistance immediately activated the internal critic, often disguised as rational self-assessment. This voice didn't shout, "You're going to fail." That would be too obvious. Instead, it used conditional, subtle phrasing designed to undermine competence. "That concept is brilliant, but you don't have the expertise to execute it. This project is high vibration, but look at your track record. You never finish anything that exciting. This excitement is just a manic phase. Wait until the responsible, logical part of you wakes up, and you'll realize how foolish this is." This resistance manifested as obsessive self-comparison. I would suddenly feel compelled to study the work of others who had masterfully executed similar ideas. This wasn't genuine research. It was a deliberate act of seeking out superior examples for the sole purpose of generating the feeling of inadequacy. The resistance successfully convinced me that the excited action was only permissible if I could perform it perfectly, which, given the novelty of the path, was impossible. This perfectionism disguised as preparation became a self-fulfilling prophecy of inaction. Category 4: the loop of rewarding distraction. The modern world provides an inexhaustible supply of subtle resistance mechanisms designed to keep us orbiting our potential, never landing. If the body and mind fail to halt the excited action, the resistance pivots to offering immediate, small, dopamine-laced rewards that successfully crowd out the larger, delayed reward of the exciting path. I would be deep into a flow state, working on an entirely new artistic project that thrilled me, when the resistance would introduce a minor, attractive detour. Just one quick check of the news/social metrics/email inbox. The mind offered this as a brief, necessary break, but it was a carefully constructed trap. The act of checking a meaningless notification provided an instantaneous, though fleeting, sense of achievement or connection. It was the ego successfully substituting high-frequency, authentic success with low-frequency, artificial validation. The small hit of dopamine from a social media interaction was enough to derail the intense focus required by the excitement-driven task. Once derailed, the inertia of starting the exciting work over again became exponentially heavier, forcing a retreat back into the comfortable patterns of scrolling and low-stakes communication. The resistance, in its subtlety, never outright forbids the path of excitement. It merely slows the tempo, introduces noise, and makes the cost of staying on the path just slightly higher than the cost of retreating. It's like turning down the volume on the intuitive voice until it merges seamlessly with the background static of daily life, muffled by the relentless, demanding comfort of the familiar. To truly live by excitement, the battle is not against external forces, but against the profoundly quiet, persuasive, and persistent sabotage engineered by the self's own protective architecture. The work is not in overcoming visible obstacles, but in developing the hyper-awareness required to recognize the subtle difference between genuine self-care and ego-driven evasion. Procrastination, overthinking, fatigue, distraction. These weren't random occurrences, mere symptoms of a chaotic life or character flaws to be overcome with brute force. No, they were far more profound, intricate tapestries woven by the very fabric of my being. They were defense mechanisms. My system, in its ancient, primal wisdom, or perhaps its deep-seated fear, was trying to keep me safe, not from external threats, but from something far more destabilizing and yet ultimately sacred, from change. Delving into the esoteric depths, one realizes that this system is not merely the conscious mind or the ego. It is a multi-layered construct encompassing the subconscious archives, the ancestral lineage imprinted within our very DNA, the collective unconscious whispering its ancient tales, and the intricate energetic pathways of our auric field. Each of these layers, in its own way, holds a blueprint of perceived safety, a comfort zone built from past experiences, traumas, and inherited wisdom, or folly. Change, particularly the kind that necessitates a deeper alignment with one's soul blueprint, is inherently disruptive to this carefully constructed edifice. Procrastination, for instance, is not simply laziness. It is a sophisticated energetic maneuver, a temporal displacement of discomfort. On a metaphysical level, it's the soul's inertia, a resistance to the energetic surge required to move from the known into the unknown. We delay beginning because the act of embarking on a significant task or facing a profound truth is a commitment to a future self we may not yet fully comprehend, and a letting go of a present self we have grown accustomed to. It is the ego's subtle plea. Let's just stay here, where the outcome is predictable, even if it's unfulfilling. The unstarted project or the unaddressed truth holds a latent power, a potential for both triumph and perceived failure. To procrastinate is to keep this potential in a pristine, untouched state, preventing the death of what currently is to make way for what could be. It's a spiritual hesitation, a moment caught between the past's inertia and the future's beckoning, often fueled by an unconscious fear of one's own immense power should that change actually manifest. Then there is overthinking, the mind's labyrinthine fortress. This is not analytical prowess, it is an energetic blockade. The mind, in its default defensive mode, becomes a frantic generator of scenarios, possibilities, and potential pitfalls, creating such a dense mental fog that the clear signals of intuition, the soul's gentle whispers, cannot penetrate. It's an attempt to intellectualize and therefore control the organic, often chaotic, flow of transformation. On a deeper level, overthinking can be seen as a desperate strategy to prevent feeling, to remain in the perceived safety of logic lest the vulnerable heart or the awakened intuition guide us towards uncomfortable truths or radical self-acceptance. It keeps us anchored in the lower mental realms, effectively dimming the light of the higher chakras, the third eye and crown, which are designed for direct knowing and divine connection. The constant mental churning is an exhausting ritual, draining vital life force that could otherwise be used for creative manifestation or genuine spiritual exploration. It's the ego's final stand, erecting insurmountable walls of what if scenarios to avoid the uncomfortable, liberating path of what is. Fatigue, seemingly a purely physical ailment, often carries a profound spiritual message. When our system resists change, it expends an enormous amount of energy to maintain the status quo, even if that status quo is stagnant or toxic. This isn't just physical tiredness, it's soul weariness. It manifests as a deep, pervasive lethargy born from internal conflict, the soul's yearning for expansion clashing with the ego's tenacious grip on familiarity. Suppressed emotions, unaddressed shadow aspects, karmic burdens, and energetic blockages all contribute to this profound depletion. It's as if an unseen anchor weighs us down, draining our life force into the quicksand of resistance. Sometimes this fatigue is a call to stillness, a forced pause orchestrated by the higher self to allow for integration or recalibration, but often it is a direct result of the inner gatekeepers spending all available resources to prevent the leap into conscious evolution. The spirit, unable to exert its will against the formidable defenses of the conditioned self, simply withdraws its vibrant energy, leaving behind a husk of exhaustion. And finally, distraction, perhaps the most pervasive and insidious of these mechanisms in our modern age. It is the deliberate fracturing of consciousness, a frantic search for external noise to drown out the internal void, the sacred silence where truth often resides. Every scroll, every notification, every fleeting engagement is a microscopic act of redirection, pulling our attention away from the discomfort of introspection, the vulnerability of self-reflection, and the potential revelations that emerge when we simply are. Energetically, distraction scatters our auric field, making us susceptible to external influences and preventing the deep focus necessary for spiritual work, creative flow, or heartfelt connection. It's a sophisticated avoidance technique, preventing the soul from fully landing in the present moment, for it is in the present that true change, true power, and true alignment can be actualized. By constantly diverting our gaze, we avoid the direct confrontation with our true self, our divine purpose, and the unsettling yet exhilarating prospect of fulfilling our destiny. These mechanisms, procrastination, overthinking, fatigue, distraction, are not character flaws to be shamed or eradicated. For the seeker on the path of inner knowledge, they are sacred signposts, intelligently crafted messages from deeper parts of our being. They tell us precisely where our resistance lies, where the greatest fear of transformation resides, and therefore, where the deepest healing and profoundest growth await. The system they emerge from is not malevolent, it is simply trying to safeguard what it perceives as its existence. It fears the dissolution of the known self, the ego death, the shedding of old identities that have provided a sense of security, however stifling. It fears the vulnerability that comes with true power, the responsibility that accompanies conscious creation, and the discomfort that inevitably precedes spiritual rebirth. To transcend these defenses requires not a battle, but a compassionate understanding. It requires the courage to sit with the discomfort they create, to listen to the whispers of fear they mask, and to lovingly assure these ancient protectors that the change is not an annihilation, but an evolution. It is about integrating the shadow, embracing our perceived flaws as misguided allies, and gently guiding the entire system towards a higher understanding of safety, one that is found not in stagnation, but in the dynamic, vibrant flow of alignment with our authentic, expansive, divine self. The esoteric wisdom reminds us that true safety is not the absence of change, but the unwavering trust in the universal intelligence that orchestrates all things, including our own magnificent unfolding. To lean into the discomfort of change is to move beyond the illusion of control and into the embrace of genuine liberation, realizing that the greatest safety lies in becoming the fully expressed, evolving being we were always destined to be. The subconscious saboteur. I began to notice a pattern. Every time I moved towards something expansive, a voice inside would say, "You're not ready. You're not good enough. You'll fail." This was not merely a fleeting worry or a generic instance of self-doubt. It was an intricately architected system of internal resistance, a highly calibrated feedback loop designed, with almost surgical precision, to stall my momentum every time I neared a critical threshold of elevation. The pattern was so reliably precise that it ceased to be psychological noise and translated into a form of vibrational dissonance, a clear, energetic signal indicating that I was pressing up against the membrane of my current reality and attempting a quantum leap. The voice itself was multifaceted, a complex, protective mechanism I came to label the egoic gatekeeper. It wasn't just a single entity, but a chorus resonating with the frequency of past ancestral wounds, collective societal conditioning, and old karmic residue. When I contemplated applying for that position that activated my highest authentic potential, the voice would strike with the precision of a psychic dart, manifesting physical constriction in my solar plexus, a visceral, energetic anchor attempting to tether me to the lower density reality I was desperately trying to vacate. The concept of expansive began to shift, too. It wasn't just about external success. It was about aligning with my divine blueprint, accessing the highest available timeline, and stepping fully into my spiritual sovereignty. Expansiveness meant moving from the third-dimensional paradigm of struggle and scarcity into the fifth-dimensional consciousness of flow and infinite potential. Therefore, the intensity of the gatekeeper's resistance was directly proportional to the magnitude of the spiritual upgrade I was attempting. If the expansion was a minor adjustment, the voice would be a whisper of worry. If the expansion meant shedding an old identity, ending a soul contract that had run its course, or daring to speak a deep, esoteric truth that risked mainstream alienation, the voice became a deafening siren, accompanied by a flood of paralyzing fear. The physics of the resistance. I realized the pattern was not a sign of deficit, but a sign of imminent breakthrough. In the metaphysical physics of consciousness, when a seeker attempts to raise their frequency dramatically, the lower vibrational layers that constitute the existing self-concept must be purified and integrated. The gatekeeper, essentially the operating system of the false self, interprets this impending vibrational shift not as growth, but as an existential threat. The resistance, therefore, was a form of psychic friction generated by two opposing energies, the ascending frequency of my higher self pulling me toward the light, and the inertial density of my accumulated past, the collective shadow, pulling me back toward the familiar comfort of limitation. The precise phrasing of the internal monologue offered the deepest wisdom. "You're not ready." This was the lie of sequential, linear time. The truth held within its inversion was, "You are already calibrated for this reality, but your conditioned self fears the responsibility of the new frequency." Readiness wasn't about acquiring external skills, it was about accepting my innate worthiness. The higher self is always ready, it merely awaits the agreement of the human vessel. "You're not good enough." This was the echo of separation, of the belief that divinity is something earned or granted by external authorities. The esoteric translation was, "You are about to recognize your inherent, crystalline perfection, and the ego fears the dissolution of its self-pity narrative." This phrase was an instruction to bypass the analytical mind and drop into the heart center, recognizing the divine spark that needs no qualification or external validation. "You'll fail." This was the most potent illusion, the fear of death applied to the false self. Failure, in the context of soul evolution, is highly misinterpreted. The pattern was screaming, "You will fail at maintaining the illusion of limitation, and the old structure of your reality will collapse." This collapse is necessary for the construction of the new, sovereign structure. The failure it prophesied was merely the shedding of the persona that had been anchoring me to stagnation. Decoding the shadow matrix. As I observed the pattern through the lens of observer consciousness, detaching from the emotional charge and simply watching the internal mechanism operate, I began to see the intelligence of the resistance. It was a rigorous, though misguided, spiritual filter. If I could encounter the voice, acknowledge its fear, and still choose the expansive path, it proved my energetic mastery. The pattern was less a blockage and more a final examination. The challenge was to stop fighting the gatekeeper and start integrating it. Fighting it only gave it more energy. Integration meant recognizing that the darkness was merely shadow energy seeking to return to the light of awareness. It was a fragment of self, terrified of the transition. When the warning flared, "You're not ready," I would consciously shift my focus from the constricted feeling in my throat to the activating energy in my crown chakra. I would invoke a new affirmation, grounding the expansive reality into the present moment. I recognize this resistance as a final layer of energetic entanglement. I thank the pattern for showing me exactly where my highest growth point resides. I am anchored in the truth of my multidimensional self, whose infinite potential transcends the limitations of past programming. This act shifted the frequency instantly. The heavy density of the fear would transmute into a tingling anticipation, the familiar psychic friction melting away to reveal the clear, unobstructed path forward. The pattern, once a master lock on my potential, became the precise diagnostic tool for my transformation. I learned that the strongest evidence of stepping onto one's destined path, the path of highest service, creation, and joy, is the ferocious, last-ditch effort of the egoic construct to pull the seeker back into the known. The voice of limitation is the final indicator that the calibration is complete, and the vibrational leap is imminent. The true seeker understands that the resistance is not the barrier, the resistance is the bridge. To face the pattern is to master the inner terrain and claim the innate wisdom that proclaims, "I am ready. I am more than good enough. And my only failure would be to retract my foot from the threshold of my own infinite becoming." The pattern now served not as a stop sign, but as the clearest affirmation that the expansion had already begun. The voice would always appear, but now, it heralded not retreat, but the imminent activation of the next phase of my soul's glorious evolution. That voice wasn't mine. It was inherited. It was an insidious, pervasive whisper, a constant undercurrent beneath the surface of my conscious thought, shaping every reaction, every decision, every deeply held belief about who I was and what was possible. It wasn't merely a thought stream, it was a vibrational frequency, a tapestry of energetic imprints woven into the very fabric of my being, passed down through timelines and generations. It spoke with the hushed authority of an ancestral legacy, a collective unconscious murmuring its ancient anxieties and triumphs, its limitations and its unexamined truths. From teachers, parents, culture, experience. These were not isolated influences, but rather fractal patterns echoing through the quantum field of my existence. My teachers, with their well-intentioned but often rigid frameworks, instilled the grammar of societal expectation, dictating the right answers and subtly implying that deviation equated to error. They taught me the intellectual limits of the known world, inadvertently sealing off the vast, boundless realms of intuitive knowing and mystical understanding. Their voices became the internal barometer of success and failure, measuring my worth against external benchmarks, slowly eclipsing the intrinsic wisdom of my inner child. My parents, with their own complex tapestries of inherited trauma and unfulfilled dreams, became primary architects of this inherited voice. Their fears became my anxieties, their unexamined narratives about worthiness, love, and security became the bedrock of my own subconscious programming. I absorbed not just their spoken words, but their silent vibrational patterns, the subtle tension in a sigh, the unspoken pressure in a glance, the energetic weight of their own unprocessed emotional baggage. Their generational patterns, like threads of an ancient DNA, wove through my own blueprint, manifesting as self-sabotage, limiting beliefs about abundance, or a deep-seated fear of true, unbridled self-expression. It was a love language laced with conditioning, a protective embrace that inadvertently stifled the burgeoning authentic self within. Culture, a vast, ever-shifting morphogenetic field of collective agreements, further solidified this inherited narrative. Media, societal norms, religious doctrines, political ideologies, all contributed layers to this intricate psychic architecture. I was taught what to value, what to fear, what to strive for, and what to dismiss as illusion. This collective voice whispered tales of separation, scarcity, and struggle, programming my perception to interpret reality through a lens of lack and competition. It established invisible boundaries around what was considered normal or acceptable, subtly urging me to conform, to dim my inner light to fit within the prescribed frequency of the collective. The very air I breathed was imbued with these unspoken rules, solidifying an exterior identity that was largely a reflection of external mirrors, rather than an emanation of my sovereign soul. Experience, then, became the crucible in which these inherited patterns were forged into deeply grooved neural pathways. Every perceived failure, every validation, every moment of joy or sorrow was interpreted and catalogued by this conditioned mind, reinforcing its existing biases. If the inherited voice whispered, "You are not enough," then every setback became irrefutable proof, every triumph a fleeting anomaly. These experiences created an illusion of personal history, a narrative loop that played on repeat, dictating my predicted future based on past interpretations. It was a self-fulfilling prophecy, a carefully constructed matrix of belief that ensured I would continue to generate realities congruent with its underlying programming, trapping me in a karmic echo chamber of my own making. It was the voice of conditioning, and it had been running the show for years. This omnipresent, internalized monologue wasn't merely influencing my choices, it was my perceived reality. It was the gatekeeper of my consciousness, filtering all incoming information, subtly twisting perspectives, and dictating my emotional responses. I lived, moved, and had my being within its confines, perceiving its dictates as the immutable truth of my existence. This egoic construct, born of fear and separation, had become master, orchestrating my life as if I were a mere puppet, dancing to the rhythm of its ancient, forgotten drum. I believed I was making conscious decisions, but in truth, I was merely reacting to deeply embedded programs, oscillating between prescribed roles and pre-written scripts. My energetic signature, my vibrational frequency, was entirely dictated by this inherited narrative, unknowingly attracting experiences that continually validated its dominion. The spontaneity of my true spirit, the playful impulse of my higher self, had been muted, relegated to a faint, almost inaudible hum beneath the clamor of the conditioned mind. I realized I had internalized limits, invisible scripts, beliefs that shaped my choices without my awareness. These were not external barriers but intricate energetic cages constructed from the inside out. I carried the implicit belief that true joy was elusive, that abundance was for others, that deep, unconditional love was a fantasy. These limits manifested as an inability to fully commit, a subconscious self-sabotage whenever success loomed, or a pattern of attracting relationships that mirrored my deepest insecurities. The invisible scripts dictated that my life path should follow a certain conventional trajectory, that my spiritual exploration was a hobby, rather than a fundamental truth, that I must always defer to external authority rather than trusting my profound inner knowing. I held unconscious beliefs about my deservingness, my inherent value, and the very nature of the universe, beliefs that kept me tethered to a lower vibrational frequency, preventing the full blossoming of my divine potential. These were the energetic contracts I had signed unknowingly, binding me to patterns of limitation and scarcity, obstructing the flow of universal abundance and joy. And now, they were being challenged. Not by an external force, but by an undeniable, persistent resonance from deep within my own being. It was a crack in the matrix, a gentle but insistent stirring of the soul, a remembering of my true essence. This challenge didn't arrive as a loud cacophony, but as a silent awakening, a cognitive dissonance of the soul that began to expose the inherent contradictions in my lived experience versus the truth whispered by my nascent higher consciousness. It was the moment the veil thinned, revealing the illusion of the conditioned self and hinting at the boundless, luminous being that lay dormant beneath. This emerging truth felt ancient yet utterly new, a frequency shift that sent energetic ripples through my entire being. This challenging wasn't a comfortable process. It was a profound spiritual alchemy. It felt like an internal earthquake, dismantling the very foundations of my perceived reality. The old narratives, once unquestioned pillars of my identity, began to crumble, revealing the emptiness behind their formidable façade. This was the dark night of the soul, not as a punishment, but as a necessary purification, a shedding of old skins to reveal the radiant core. Every limiting belief, every invisible script, was brought to the forefront of my awareness, demanding conscious examination and release. I felt the resistance of the ego, its fear of losing control, its desperate clinging to the familiar comfort of its well-worn cage. But the call of the authentic self, the whisper of my soul's sovereignty, was louder, clearer, more compelling than ever before. It was a call to reclaim my power, to dissolve the energetic cords binding me to past permutations, and to step into the quantum field of infinite possibility. It was the awakening of the inner guru, the recognition that all wisdom resided within, waiting to be accessed, ready to guide me towards a life of deliberate creation and expansive joy, unfettered by the inherited voice that had once run the show. The journey of conscious choice had begun, and with it, the exhilarating, terrifying, and ultimately liberating path towards becoming the true architect of my own divine reality. The mirror of the world. Resistance didn't just come from within, born from the whisper of self-doubt or the shadow of old conditioning. No, the true crucible of transformation often presented itself externally, materializing as a palpable, albeit often well-intentioned, resistance from others. This profound truth unveiled itself not as a personal affront, but as a multifaceted cosmic mirror reflecting back the very energetic vibrations I was seeking to transmute. My circle of friends, once a comforting echo chamber of shared experiences and predictable futures, became the first gentle waves of this external tide. Their questioning wasn't malicious. It was laced with an almost heartbreaking concern, a fear of the unknown path I was deliberately carving. "Are you sure about this? It seems so radical," one would venture, their voice a soft current of apprehension. Another would add, "What about stability? What if it doesn't work out?" Their probing queries felt like energetic tendrils attempting to anchor me to the familiar shores they inhabited, shores of perceived safety and conventional logic. Through the lens of higher wisdom, I began to perceive their interventions not as judgments of my journey, but as projections of their own unaddressed fears regarding change, vulnerability, and the courage required to step outside the collective comfort zone. They mirrored back anxieties about the unknown, about scarcity, about breaking from the collective agreement of what success or happiness should entail. Their subtle dissuasions were, in essence, an unconscious plea for me to remain within the vibrational frequency they understood, lest my burgeoning light illuminate the very corners of their own lives they had chosen to keep dim. It was a test of my energetic sovereignty, a subtle invitation to observe and release the unconscious desire for external validation that still clung to my aura. Then came the more overt, yet equally fascinating, resistance from my colleagues. In the highly structured, performance-driven environment of the workplace, my evolving perspectives and unconventional choices were met with a palpable, almost theatrical, raising of eyebrows. The hushed tones, the sideways glances, the unsolicited advice, disguised as pragmatic wisdom. "You're jeopardizing your career. Think strategically, not emotionally. That's not how things are done here." These pronouncements, delivered with an air of superior practicality, were less about my specific decisions and more about the collective ego of the institution, a powerful energetic construct that resists deviation from its established patterns. Their raised eyebrows were like energetic seismic shifts, reflecting the collective fear of disruption, the inherent resistance in a system designed for predictable outcomes and adherence to the status quo. From a metaphysical standpoint, they were channeling the collective unconsciousness of societal conditioning, the deeply ingrained belief systems that prioritize material security, external validation, and linear progression over the often nonlinear and deeply intuitive path of spiritual growth. Their discomfort was a testament to the disruption my new frequency was causing to the old energetic grid, a vibrational ripple effect that made them instinctively recoil from what they perceived as instability, rather than recognizing it as a necessary evolution. It was an opportunity to strengthen my energetic boundaries, to stand firm in my truth even when surrounded by the contrasting vibrations of a world clinging to its old paradigms. But the most potent, the most emotionally charged, and ultimately the most spiritually illuminating resistance emanated from my family. Their expressions of concern were potent energetic entanglements, woven with threads of ancestral fears, deeply ingrained love, and the unconscious desire to protect me from perceived harm. "We just worry about you," my mother would sigh, her eyes heavy with an unspoken burden. "Are you making a mistake you can't undo?" my father would press, his voice layered with a generational fear of instability. Their love, in its densest form, manifested as a powerful gravitational pull, attempting to keep me tethered to the familiar landscape of their own beliefs, their own unfulfilled dreams, and their own inherited anxieties. This wasn't merely personal, it was archetypal. Family represents the deepest roots of our energetic blueprint, and their resistance often reflects the collective shadow aspects of our lineage, fears that have been passed down through generations. To transcend this resistance was to consciously break energetic cords of expectation and fear that had bound me, not in malice, but in an unconscious desire for me to stay within the familiar confines of their own karmic agreements. Their concern, fueled by a profound love, was also a manifestation of their own spiritual growth edge, challenging them to release control and trust in my sovereign path, even if it diverged wildly from their own. It was a sacred test of unconditional love, both theirs and my own. It became increasingly clear, through conscious observation and deep introspection, that these external waves of resistance were never meant to hurt me. Instead, they were serving a profound, often unconscious, higher purpose. They were reflecting their own fears, yes, but in doing so, they were also reflecting crucial aspects of my journey. Every questioning glance, every worried word, every raised eyebrow was a cosmic mirror held up to my own evolving consciousness. This is the very essence of the mirror principle, a fundamental esoteric teaching. Our outer reality is a reflection of our inner landscape. When others project their fears onto us, they are showing us where our own inner landscape might still hold similar, albeit hidden, vibrational patterns. Perhaps a subtle doubt about my abilities still lingered in my subconscious, and a friend's query about my certainty brought it to the surface for examination. Perhaps a deep-seated fear of financial insecurity, inherited from ancestors, lay dormant within my energetic field, and a colleague's warning about jeopardizing my career activated it, demanding conscious release. Perhaps the ancient wound of not feeling enough or safe within the family unit was being stirred by my family's concern, calling for deeper healing and self-acceptance. Their fears were not static judgments. They were dynamic energetic triggers, meticulously designed by the universe to illuminate my own unexamined beliefs, my lingering attachments to old paradigms, and any remaining energetic leaks in my conviction. Each interaction was an opportunity to practice energetic discernment, to differentiate between their truth and my own, and to consciously choose my vibrational frequency. By observing their reactions without absorbing them, I learned to hold my own sacred space, to ground myself in my inner knowing, and to affirm my sovereign path with an unwavering heart. This phenomenon became a powerful lesson in compassion, detachment, and the profound interconnectedness of all beings. I learned to see past the surface expressions of fear and recognize the underlying spiritual journey occurring within each individual, including those who were seemingly resisting my expansion. Their fears were not separate from universal human fears. They were part of the collective unconsciousness, the energetic matrix of humanity grappling with change, uncertainty, and the very act of evolving. By understanding this, I could transmute any personal offense into universal empathy, sending light and understanding to their fearful aspects, while simultaneously strengthening my own resolve. For the seeker on the path of awakening, external resistance is not an obstacle, but an integral part of the alchemical transformation. It is the friction that polishes the gem, the heat that purifies the gold. It forces us to articulate our why, to deepen our commitment, to shed the last vestiges of needing external approval, and to truly step into our authentic, empowered self. It's a cosmic confirmation that we are indeed making a quantum leap, shifting into a new energetic blueprint that inevitably creates ripples in the established energetic field around us. To navigate this resistance with grace and conscious awareness is to master a profound aspect of our spiritual journey, moving from mere intellectual understanding to embodied wisdom, and ultimately, to living in alignment with our highest self, unswayed by the reflections of external fear. This is where true inner knowledge solidifies and the seeker transmutes into the sovereign creator of their own radiant reality. When you undergo a significant internal transformation, a profound shift in your consciousness or perspective, you inevitably disrupt the delicate equilibrium that has been established, not only within yourself but also within your external environment. This disruption is not inherently negative. Rather, it is a natural consequence of growth, akin to a caterpillar emerging from its chrysalis. You become a mirror, a luminous beacon reflecting the truth of your evolved self. And not everyone, it turns out, is prepared to gaze into that reflection. The equilibrium you once maintained was a complex tapestry woven from shared beliefs, familiar behaviors, and unspoken agreements. It was a comfortable stasis, a predictable dance of energies that kept everyone in their designated roles. When you begin to shed old skins, to vibrate at a new frequency, this dance falters. The patterns shift, the music changes, and the familiar steps no longer fit. This is where the disruption occurs. It is the ripple effect of your awakened self emanating outwards, touching the edges of the established order. To become a mirror is a sacred, and often challenging, role. You are no longer passively absorbing the energies and expectations of others, nor are you simply projecting the persona they have grown accustomed to. Instead, you are emanating a new light, a different vibration, that can illuminate aspects of the world and the people within it that were previously hidden in shadow or obscured by illusion. This reflection can be jarring. It can highlight inconsistencies, expose unspoken truths, and reveal patterns of behavior that, when seen through the lens of your transformed awareness, no longer serve or resonate. For those who have built their reality upon a foundation that your new vibration no longer supports, this reflection can be deeply unsettling. They may see their own fears, their own limitations, their own unacknowledged desires mirrored back at them. Some will recoil, unable to bear the intensity of this self-confrontation. They may lash out, try to dim your light, or attempt to pull you back into the familiar patterns of the past. This is not a personal attack, though it often feels like one. It is a primal reaction to the discomfort of change, a resistance to the unveiling of hidden facets of their own being. They may not have the inner tools or the spiritual maturity to process what they see, and so they project their discomfort onto you, the catalyst for their unease. This is where the profound practice of holding compassion begins. Compassion, in its most esoteric sense, is the ability to hold space for the entirety of existence, including the parts that are difficult, painful, or resistant. It is the recognition that everyone is on their own unique journey, navigating their own labyrinth of lessons and illusions. The resistance you encounter is a testament to the power of your transformation, a sign that your light is indeed potent enough to stir the depths. To offer compassion is to understand that their reaction is a reflection of their own internal landscape, not a true judgment of your ascended self. It is to meet their fear with an unwavering presence of love, not to condone their behavior, but to acknowledge their struggle from a higher octave of understanding. But compassion, while essential, is not the sole pillar of your strength. The other crucial element is the ability to hold your ground. This is not about rigid defiance or stubbornness. It is about deep inner knowing and unshakable alignment with your truth. When others attempt to push you back into old molds, to dim your light with their judgment or disbelief, holding your ground means maintaining your energetic integrity. It means remembering the journey you have undertaken, the inner work you have committed to, and the wisdom you have cultivated. It is an act of self-sovereignty, a declaration that you honor the evolution of your soul above the comfort of others' expectations. Holding your ground is an esoteric art. It involves anchoring yourself in the luminous matrix of your own being, connecting with the cosmic currents of universal truth that flow through you. It means understanding that their resistance to your reflection does not invalidate your reality. Their inability to embrace your new frequency does not diminish its existence. It is similar to a star continuing to shine its light, regardless of whether a planet chooses to orbit it or not. Your role is to shine. Their role is to choose how they interact with that light. This requires a profound self-awareness, an understanding of your energetic boundaries. When you are clear about who you are and the path you are walking, the attempts to destabilize you lose their power. The esoteric wisdom here is to recognize that you are not a pawn to be moved by the whims of external forces. You are a sovereign divine spark, capable of directing your own trajectory. Holding your ground is the conscious act of upholding this divinity within yourself, even when faced with external pressure. The journey of transformation, then, becomes a delicate dance between radical empathy and unwavering self-assurance. You extend compassion, understanding that the resistance you face is often a cry of inner turmoil, a manifestation of unhealed wounds. You see them stumbling in the shadows, unable to comprehend the brilliance you now embody. Yet, simultaneously, you anchor yourself in the citadel of your soul. You do not compromise your truth to make others comfortable. You do not dim your light to fit into their constricted perceptions. You hold your ground with grace, with dignity, and with the quiet strength of a soul that has embarked on its sacred ascent. This duality is where true mastery lies. It is the recognition that you can be both profoundly loving and unyieldingly centered. You can acknowledge their struggle without allowing it to dictate your own journey. You can reflect their hidden selves with compassion, while simultaneously protecting your own energetic space. This is the alchemical process of spiritual maturation, transforming the lead of external judgment and internal doubt into the gold of self-realization and authentic presence. You become a beacon, not just for yourself, but for others who are also yearning to break free from their own equilibrium. But you can only guide them by the unwavering light of your own illuminated path, a path you must hold with both tenderness and an unassailable inner fortitude. The art of discomfort. Growth isn't comfortable. It's raw. It's messy. It's vulnerable. It is, in essence, the soul's audacious journey beyond the self-imposed confines of the familiar, a sacred pilgrimage out of the ego's carefully constructed sanctuary of illusion into the boundless, untamed wilderness of authentic being. To truly grow, to evolve consciously, is to dismantle the very energetic structures that once defined our perceived safety. Comfort, in this deeper, esoteric understanding, is often a gilded cage, a lower vibrational frequency that lulls the spirit into dormancy. It's the ego's preferred state, designed to avoid any confrontation with the unknown, any challenge to its carefully curated narrative of self. But the soul hungers for expansion, for the full embodiment of its divine blueprint, and this requires a courageous disengagement from the gravitational pull of inertia. When the spirit whispers of growth, it's rarely a gentle lullaby, rather, it's a clarion call to alchemical transformation, demanding that we step into the crucible where true metamorphosis occurs. It's raw, yes, because it strips away every protective layer, every societal conditioning, every inherited trauma and ancestral pattern that has veiled our true essence. The rawness is the sensation of shedding an old skin that no longer serves the expanding light body, an intensely visceral process where the tender, nascent self is exposed to the elements. This is the moment when the persona, the mask we present to the world, begins to disintegrate, revealing the authentic, unvarnished self beneath. This stripping away can feel like an excruciating unearthing, disturbing long-buried cellular memories and activating dormant aspects of our multidimensional being. It's the primal scream of the soul reclaiming its sovereignty, choosing truth over the comforting falsehoods it once embraced. It's messy beyond measure, a chaotic dance of dismantling and rebuilding that often feels like an internal earthquake. This messiness is the inevitable consequence of confronting the shadow self, integrating suppressed emotions, and purging the karmic residue accumulated over lifetimes. It's the deconstruction of limiting belief systems and the dissolution of outdated paradigms that no longer resonate with our ascending consciousness. This period of energetic upheaval can manifest as emotional storms, mental fog, and physical recalibrations, as the body's frequency attempts to align with the higher vibrations of the awakened spirit. Imagine a cosmic sculptor breaking apart old clay to mold a divinely inspired masterpiece. The process is inherently disorderly, but absolutely essential for the emergence of something new, something breathtakingly beautiful and aligned with our highest potential. This is often the phase of the dark night of the soul, a profound initiation where the ego experiences its death, paving the way for spiritual rebirth. And profoundly vulnerable, for growth demands an open heart, an exposed energetic field, and the courageous surrender to the unknown. It requires us to stand naked before the universe, revealing our wounds, our fears, our imperfections, not to be judged, but to be healed by the compassionate light of Source. This vulnerability is not weakness, it is an act of ultimate strength, a radical trust in the divine intelligence that orchestrates our evolution. It's the willingness to release control, to allow the higher self to guide, even when the path ahead is shrouded in mist. It means daring to love without shields, to connect authentically without masks, and to admit that we do not have all the answers, thereby opening ourselves to the infinite wisdom that flows through universal consciousness. This sacred vulnerability is the portal through which true healing and expansion enter. Swimming upstream means facing the current. It's a powerful metaphor for the deliberate choice to diverge from the collective unconscious, to resist the magnetic pull of societal conditioning and the mainstream narrative. It means consciously choosing the path of the awakened sovereign, rather than drifting along with the powerful, often unconscious, currents of mass consciousness, which tend to keep individuals trapped in cycles of fear, limitation, and separation. This upstream journey is the spiritual seeker's path towards self-realization, a conscious rebellion against the matrix of illusion that permeates much of consensus reality. It requires an unwavering commitment to one's inner truth, even when it stands in stark contrast to prevailing norms and expectations. It means feeling the friction, an undeniable energetic resistance that arises when old patterns clash with new vibrational frequencies. This friction is not a sign of failure, but a potent indicator of profound transformation in progress. It's the karmic purification, the energetic clearing, and the cellular recalibration that occurs as dense, lower vibrational energies are transmuted into higher frequencies. This friction can manifest as physical discomforts, emotional triggers, mental resistance, and even challenges in relationships, as those around us may struggle to adjust to our shifting energetic signature. It's the universe's way of highlighting the areas within us that still hold dissonance, demanding attention, integration, and release. Each wave of friction, though initially uncomfortable, is an invitation for deeper clearing, an alchemical fire refining our energetic body, preparing it to hold more light. It's the sensation of our light body actively assembling, encountering resistance from the lingering density of our human form and its accumulated experiences. Ultimately, it means choosing truth over ease, a pivotal decision on the path of conscious evolution. This is the moment of divine discernment, where the whisper of intuition, guided by the higher self and cosmic wisdom, overrides the logical mind's insistence on the familiar and the comfortable. Choosing truth means aligning with one's authentic soul blueprint, even if that alignment requires radical changes in lifestyle, relationships, or career. It's the courageous act of embodying one's purpose, honoring one's deepest knowing, and walking a path of integrity that resonates with universal law. Ease, in this context, often represents the path of least resistance, a compromise of spirit for temporary comfort, a stagnation of growth. Choosing truth, however arduous, is an investment in the soul's liberation, a powerful statement of commitment to one's spiritual journey and the unfolding of one's divine potential. It is the core principle of the inner alchemist, who understands that true gold is forged in the crucible of challenge, and that the greatest liberation comes from embracing the raw, the messy, and the vulnerable aspects of our accelerated evolution. This unwavering devotion to truth is what propels us beyond the ordinary, enabling us to embody the full spectrum of our multidimensional being and ascend to higher states of consciousness, ultimately realizing the boundless, divine essence that lies at the very core of our existence. I stopped expecting it to feel good all the time. This simple revelation, emerging not from a single moment of clarity, but from a gradual erosion of old illusions, marked the true commencement of my journey. For so long, I had been conditioned by the pervasive, often unspoken, societal decree that happiness was the sole legitimate emotional state, and its absence a personal failing. We are taught to chase comfort, to avoid anything that pricks or challenges, to smooth over rough edges, and to medicate or distract ourselves from the slightest tremor of unease. My spiritual path, initially, was no different. I sought solace, peace, and an escape from the mundane angst, believing that enlightenment meant an endless vista of blissful serenity. I pursued practices and teachings with the earnest intent of shedding all traces of negativity, hoping to arrive at a perpetual high vibrational state, a kind of spiritual hedonism. But the universe, in its infinite wisdom and uncompromising truth, has a peculiar way of dismantling our carefully constructed castles of expectation. It was in the recurring patterns of subtle unease, the nagging sense of incompleteness even amidst outward success, and the profound exhaustion of constantly battling my own inner landscape for perceived negativity, that this initial paradigm began to crack. I realized that the relentless pursuit of feeling good was, ironically, a subtle form of resistance to the very flow of life, a denial of its multidimensional tapestry, and an unconscious rejection of the profound wisdom embedded within every experience, pleasant or otherwise. Instead, I started asking, is this discomfort a sign of misalignment, or transformation? This question, once voiced in the resonant chambers of my inner being, acted like a divining rod, piercing through the fog of generalized suffering and emotional confusion. Before, any discomfort was simply bad, something to be eradicated or ignored. Now, a crucial distinction emerged, a nuanced lens through which to perceive the often turbulent inner currents. Was this unease the dull ache of a soul starved of its true purpose, a persistent whisper from my higher self indicating that I had strayed too far from my authentic path, pursuing external validation over internal truth? Misalignment, I began to understand, manifested as a feeling of stagnation, a sense of hitting an energetic wall, or the weary repetition of self-sabotaging patterns. It was the heavy cloak of regret, the gnawing anxiety of unlived potential, the hollow echo of a life not fully congruent with one's divine blueprint. It screamed of choices made from fear, of boundaries unheld, of truths unspoken, and of energetic blockages stemming from unresolved karmic imprints or ancestral wounds. This type of discomfort felt draining, a depleting force that eroded one's life force, leading to chronic fatigue, creative blocks, and an overarching sense of pointlessness, a clear signal that the vibrational frequency I was currently inhabiting was not in harmony with my soul's intended song. Or was this discomfort the thrilling, albeit terrifying, pangs of transformation? This was the pivotal distinction, the alchemical key that unlocked a deeper understanding of my spiritual evolution. Transformation, I learned, rarely arrives on a bed of roses. It is often heralded by the dramatic dismantling of the old, a profound stripping away of identity, beliefs, and even relationships that no longer serve the soul's expansion. This discomfort is not draining but catalytic. It is the intense pressure within the chrysalis as the caterpillar dissolves into primordial soup before re-emerging as a butterfly. It is the scorching heat of the alchemist's furnace, melting down leaden ego structures to reveal the potential for gold within. This discomfort might manifest as the profound disorientation of an ego death, the unsettling upheaval of shedding old skins, or the raw, exposed vulnerability of integrating long-repressed shadows. It feels like an energetic upgrade, a recalibration of the entire cellular and auric system, which can bring physical symptoms like fatigue, headaches, or restless sleep. It's the deep grief of letting go of an old self, a familiar narrative, or comforting illusions that no longer resonate with the higher truth unfolding. It is the dark night of the soul, not as a punishment, but as a necessary purification, a descent into the underworld of one's subconscious to retrieve lost fragments of self and integrate them into a more whole, luminous being. This discomfort, though often intense, carries an underlying resonance of purpose, a magnetic pull towards an unknown but intuitively recognized future self. That question changed everything. It wasn't just a mental exercise. It was an invitation to a profound shift in consciousness, moving me from a passive recipient of circumstances to an active participant in my own spiritual alchemy. The very act of asking conferred a new level of discernment, empowering me to pause before reacting, to observe before judging, and to listen deeply to the subtle language of my body and soul. This shifted my relationship with discomfort from one of aversion and fear to one of inquiry and reverence. No longer was pain an enemy to be vanquished, but a messenger, and often, a sacred guide. It fostered self-compassion, as I began to understand that many of the struggles I faced were not indicative of personal failure, but rather the arduous, yet glorious, work of evolution. This inquiry allowed me to differentiate between resistance-based suffering, misalignment, and growth-based discomfort, transformation. It enabled me to stop clinging to patterns and beliefs that no longer served my highest good, giving me the courage to dismantle structures in my life, be they relationships, careers, or limiting self-concepts, that were clearly out of alignment, despite the initial pain these choices inevitably brought. Conversely, it granted me the patience and resilience to lean into the discomfort of true transformation, to trust the process, knowing that the deepest healing and expansion often lie on the other side of profound vulnerability and upheaval. This question became my compass, guiding me through the tumultuous waters of awakening, anchoring me in the knowing that every experience, when approached with conscious inquiry, contains a seed of wisdom and an opportunity for profound growth. Because sometimes, the pain is a doorway. Not all pain, mind you, is a doorway to higher consciousness. Some suffering is indeed the bitter fruit of unconscious choices, karmic loops, or a stubborn refusal to heed the gentle nudges of the universe. This is the pain of misalignment, the closed door that reverberates with the echo of unlearned lessons. But there is a sacred discomfort, a crucible of evolution, which when consciously embraced, transmutes into a potent portal. This is the pain of the ego dissolving, of shadow aspects being brought into the fierce light of awareness for integration, of old energetic templates collapsing to make way for new, higher vibrational frequencies. It is the soul's yearning to expand beyond its current confines, triggering a systemic upgrade that can feel like a complete breakdown. This is the doorway to radical authenticity, to a deeper understanding of universal truths, to accessing latent spiritual gifts, and to aligning with one's divine blueprint. Beyond this painful threshold lies expanded consciousness, a liberated self unburdened by past conditioning, and a profound connection to source energy. To step through this doorway requires courage, surrender, and an unwavering trust in the unseen forces guiding your evolution. It means facing the very fears you've spent a lifetime avoiding, not to conquer them, but to shine the light of awareness upon them, revealing their illusory nature. It means sitting with the discomfort of grief, anger, shame, or loneliness, allowing these emotions to move through you without judgment or attachment, understanding them as energy in motion, carrying valuable information about your inner landscape. This alchemical process transforms the lead of suffering into the gold of wisdom and unconditional love. It's the dark night of the soul, not as a punishment, but as a necessary purification rite, a descent into the profound depths of self to retrieve fragments of forgotten power and truth. Each tremor of discomfort, each wave of existential angst, is an energetic signature, a vibrational signal indicating that something within you is shifting, recalibrating, and ascending. It heralds the activation of dormant DNA, the awakening of multidimensional awareness, and the reintegration of fragmented aspects of your soul. This pain, therefore, is not a barrier but a beacon, inviting you to shed the illusions of separation and step into the boundless expanse of your true, divine nature. It is the universe's ultimate act of love, pushing you beyond your self-imposed limits, towards the unbound freedom and infinite wisdom that resides eternally within your core. To recognize this distinction, to honor the sacred discomfort as a catalyst for growth, is to unlock the ultimate secret of spiritual mastery, that true evolution is not about perpetual comfort, but about embracing the transformative fire that forges the divine within. The body knows. I began listening to my body more closely. Tension in my chest? A sign of fear. Butterflies in my stomach? A sign of excitement. Fatigue after certain conversations? A sign of energetic drain. My body became a compass, a truth teller, a guide. And when I honored its signals, I found clarity. This initial awareness was merely the surface tension breaking. The process quickly deepened from simple emotional mapping into a profound act of metaphysical translation, revealing the body as not just a container for the self, but the soul's highly attuned satellite dish, constantly receiving, decoding, and archiving massive streams of energetic data that the conscious mind typically ignored. I realized the body was the only mechanism capable of perceiving the true frequency of my environment, long before the cognitive brain could construct a logical narrative. The tension in my chest evolved beyond mere fear. It became recognized as a subtle, yet unmistakable, contraction of the heart chakra, a protective reflex deployed when my personal field detected an incoming vibration of dissonance or deceit. It was the physical manifestation of my inner self attempting to buffer the impact of discordant frequencies, urging me to step back from the source of the energetic interference. This was not just an emotion, it was a calibrated warning system, a somatic alarm bell announcing that my inherent state of well-being was being challenged by an external force, or even by my own unaddressed shadow material. I learned that ignoring this compression was tantamount to allowing psychic debris to accumulate in my most sacred core. Similarly, the butterflies in my stomach transcended simple excitement. They were the visceral indication that my solar plexus, Manipura, the center of personal power and will, was registering a moment of profound alignment with my highest path. This sensation was the energetic equivalent of a yes from the universe, a vibrational resonance that signaled opportunity, expansion, and synchronicity. It was the feeling of one's quantum self aligning perfectly with the present reality, initiating a state of flow that promised effortless creation and manifestation. The most illuminating feedback, however, came from the pervasive fatigue after certain conversations. Initially, I categorized it simply as drain, but with deeper listening, I understood its true source: a failure to maintain energetic sovereignty. These were not just tiring social interactions, they were psychic siphons, moments where I had unconsciously permitted my personal reservoir of life force, prana, to be drawn out by low-frequency exchanges rooted in drama, judgment, or complaint. The resulting exhaustion was the physical proof that I had allowed my boundaries to become porous, sacrificing my own high-frequency state to hold space for energy that was fundamentally discordant with my own trajectory. This somatic feedback forced me to recognize the profound necessity of energetic hygiene, teaching me that self-care was measured not just in hours of sleep, but in the radical protection of my vibrational field. This deeper inquiry initiated a transition from merely experiencing sensation to actively witnessing frequency. I began to categorize the subtle language of my physical form. Knots in the jaw or tightness in the throat, Vishuddha chakra. This was the body locking down unspoken truths, censoring authentic expression out of fear of conflict or rejection. The truth, when suppressed, converts vibrational energy into hard, physical density. Persistent dull ache in the lower back or hips, root and sacral chakras. This signaled unreleased primal fear, ancestral patterning, or unprocessed trauma related to stability, belonging, or creativity. The body holds the score of history, storing unresolved energetic loops in the densest tissues. The sudden, sharp headache, Ajna chakra. Often, this was not biological but a resistance point, the mind fighting against an intuitive download or refusing to integrate a truth that contradicted a long-held belief system. It was the ego's final defense against illumination. When the signals arrived, the task shifted from fixing the symptom to simply honoring the signal. This meant ceasing the judgment and silencing the mind's insistent narrative that tried to explain away the discomfort with logic. It's just dehydration. Or, I must be tired. Instead, I adopted the posture of a non-judgmental witness, offering unconditional acceptance to the sensation itself. This practice of non-resistance was the doorway to clarity. Instead of pushing fear or fatigue away, I learned to lean into the sensation, breathing into the density, and gently asking the body, "What is the underlying data here? What wisdom are you attempting to translate to my consciousness?" The body, when finally acknowledged and trusted, responded instantaneously. The tension in the chest, when witnessed without panic, would loosen just enough to reveal the specific thought form or external influence that triggered the contraction. The fatigue, when accepted as a sacred pause, would deliver the precise understanding of which relationship or activity was draining my vital resources. My body became the ultimate oracle, bypassing the linear, often self-deceiving mechanisms of the ego mind. It operated on a principle of absolute coherence. It could not lie, because its language, sensation, was pure energetic translation, devoid of intellectual commentary or societal conditioning. Clarity was not simply finding the right answer, it became the resultant state of living in uninterrupted somatic alignment. It was a continuous synchronization between the deep wisdom of the physical vessel and the higher perspective of the soul. Honoring the body's signals meant choosing sovereignty over conformity, choosing authentic expression over palatable silence, and choosing energetic protection over unwarranted openness. By treating the aches, the pings, the contractions, and the expansions as sacred communication, I began to live in profound internal trust. The body, once viewed as merely flesh and bone, revealed itself as the living, breathing architecture of my highest consciousness, the sacred temple where all esoteric knowledge is grounded and integrated, fully prepared to guide the seeker through the vibrational matrix of reality. This disciplined listening transformed my existence from a quest for external validation into an unbroken flow of internal knowing, securely anchored in the unwavering, truth-telling wisdom of my own magnificent physical form. The power of pause. One of the most radical things I did was nothing. This declaration, on the surface, might seem an anticlimax, a paradox in a world obsessed with ceaseless activity, tangible achievements, and the relentless pursuit of progress. Yet, for me, it was an act of profound rebellion, a deliberate undoing that shattered years of conditioned striving and opened a portal to an entirely new dimension of being. It wasn't idleness or apathy. It was a conscious, courageous withdrawal from the pervasive illusion that my worth, my safety, or my path forward lay in constant motion and external manipulation. I paused. This wasn't a mere momentary halt in physical activity, but a deep, systemic recalibration. It was like hitting a cosmic reset button on my entire operating system. For what felt like an eternity, though it likely spanned mere moments in linear time, I disengaged from the frantic hum of my own internal machinery. My mind, a perpetual motion machine fueled by worries, to-do lists, and self-criticism, was suddenly put into neutral. My emotional body, often a tumultuous sea of anxieties and unresolved tensions, stilled. It was a conscious stepping out of the current, a sacred pause that allowed the swirling dust of my mental landscape to settle, revealing the clear, still waters beneath. In that profound cessation, I began to perceive the invisible threads that had bound me, the energetic cords of urgency and obligation that society, and my own ego, had tethered to my spirit. This pause was a deliberate act of non-participation in the collective delusion of perpetual motion, a radical reclamation of my innate sovereignty over my own rhythm. It was, in essence, a recognition that true power doesn't lie in constant action, but in the intelligent application of stillness. I stopped pushing. The sheer exhaustion that preceded this realization was monumental. I had been pushing against the current of life, against circumstances that resisted my will, against people who didn't conform to my expectations, and most poignantly, against myself. Every day felt like an uphill battle, a strenuous swim against an invisible but powerful tide. This pushing manifested as insistent mental effort, forcing solutions where none were organically emerging, and a pervasive sense of strain in my body and spirit. I was trying to force square pegs into round holes, convinced that if I just applied enough pressure, enough willpower, the universe would yield to my demands. This relentless pushing, I now understand, was a direct energetic blockage. It was an act of profound distrust in the inherent wisdom of the cosmos, a belief that I knew better than the intelligent, unfolding design of life itself. Each push was a ripple of resistance, creating more friction, more obstacles, and ultimately, more fatigue. It was a misapplication of my creative energy, twisting it into a weapon against the very flow it was meant to align with. The universe, in its infinite wisdom, was merely reflecting my internal state of struggle back to me. I stopped forcing. This was a deeper, more desperate iteration of pushing. It wasn't just resistance, it was an attempt to strong-arm outcomes, to manipulate reality through sheer, unyielding will, often born from a place of fear or perceived lack. I was forcing relationships to work when they were clearly misaligned, forcing career paths that didn't resonate, forcing joy when my soul yearned for quiet introspection. This forcing was a desperate plea from the ego, convinced that if I didn't exert absolute control, chaos would ensue. It was an energetic distortion, sending out discordant vibrations into the quantum field, signaling to the universe a lack of faith, a scarcity mindset, and a deep-seated need to control what was inherently uncontrollable. The irony, I later discovered, was that the more I tried to force things, the more they slipped through my grasp, or manifested in an inauthentic, unsatisfactory way. True manifestation, I learned, comes not from force, but from alignment, not from rigid will, but from surrendered intention, allowing the universe to orchestrate the how from a place of infinite possibility. Forcing creates a karmic loop of struggle, while allowing opens a doorway to grace. I stopped trying to fix. This was perhaps the most liberating release of all. For so long, I had lived with an underlying assumption that everything, myself, my past, my relationships, the world around me, was inherently broken and in need of my constant intervention. This fixer mentality was a heavy cloak, burdening me with the responsibility for every perceived imperfection. I was constantly analyzing, diagnosing, and attempting to mend what, from a higher perspective, was simply part of a larger, perfect tapestry of unfolding experience. My ego, in its grand delusion, believed it possessed the blueprint for universal perfection and that my role was to correct all deviations. This striving to fix was an act of profound judgment, a refusal to accept the inherent wholeness and divine design of existence. It prevented me from seeing the lessons embedded in challenges, the growth hidden in struggles, and the exquisite beauty in imperfection. When I released the need to fix, I recognized that nothing was truly broken. There were merely experiences, opportunities for growth, and perceptions colored by my own lens. The brokenness was an illusion born from a limited, fear-based perspective of separation. By letting go of the need to fix, I opened myself to radical acceptance, not condoning dysfunction, but accepting the current reality as it is, knowing that with acceptance comes the space for organic transformation, rather than forced repair. This allowed the true, unblemished essence of myself and others to finally emerge, unburdened by my projected ideals. Instead, I breathed. This was the ultimate act of surrender, the profound turning point. Disarmed of my mental weapons of push, force, and fix, I returned to the most fundamental, involuntary, and yet most powerful act of existence, breath. But this wasn't just any breath. It was a conscious breath, a deep, intentional inhalation that drew in not just air, but pure life force, prana, chi, source energy, into every cell of my being. And with the exhalation I released, I let go of the tension, the expectation, the need to control, the illusion of separation. Each conscious breath became an anchor to the eternal present moment, pulling me out of the whirlpool of past regrets and future anxieties. I could feel the energy recalibrating within me, the discordant vibrations of struggles slowly harmonizing. The breath became my direct conduit to my higher self, to the universal intelligence that orchestrates galaxies and the beating of my own heart. In that sacred rhythm of inhale and exhale, I found a profound stillness that was not empty, but vibrant with potential. It was the fertile void, the quantum field of pure possibility from which all creation genuinely springs. With each breath, I reconnected to the truth that I am not separate from the flow, but an integral part of it. The pushing, forcing, and fixing had been attempts to assert my small self-will over the magnificent, intelligent will of the universe. But now, through the simple, profound act of breathing, I aligned. I allowed the universal currents to carry me, knowing that the river always knows where it's going. I became a conscious participant in the dance of creation, rather than a frantic choreographer trying to dictate every step. This radical nothing became everything. It was the space where intuition could finally whisper, where divine guidance could be heard without the clamor of my ego. It was the fertile ground from which authentic action, inspired insights, and effortless manifestation began to emerge. The problems I had so desperately tried to fix began to dissolve or resolve themselves with an elegance I could never have engineered. Relationships found their natural equilibrium, opportunities appeared with perfect divine timing, and an unparalleled sense of inner peace became my constant companion. I learned that true power doesn't come from external control, but from internal alignment, not from ceaseless doing, but from conscious being. The most radical, transformative act was found not in adding, but in subtracting, not in grasping, but in releasing, not in striving, but in simply breathing. And in that profound simplicity, I discovered the infinite wisdom and boundless power of my own innermost being, forever changed by the profound liberation found in doing nothing at all. I let the resistance speak. I let the discomfort unfold. I let the emotions rise. And in that stillness, I found wisdom. Sometimes the most powerful move is to stop swimming and float. In the grand cosmic theater of existence, where every soul is a luminous spark on an infinite journey, there are moments that demand not action, but a divine surrender. These are the junctures when the currents of life, turbulent and unyielding, threaten to pull us under. Our instinct, honed by survival and the relentless hum of the material plane, is to thrash, to paddle harder, to impose our will upon the inevitable swell. We believe that through sheer force of effort, we can steer our destiny, conquer the challenges, and arrive at our desired shore. But often, the most profound breakthroughs, the deepest wells of inner knowing, are not forged in the crucible of struggle, but discovered in the sacred pause, in the courageous act of ceasing to fight. This is the essence of allowing the resistance to speak. Resistance, in its purest form, is not an enemy to be vanquished, but a messenger from the deeper self. It is the subtle vibration of misalignment, the gentle, or sometimes not so gentle, nudging of the universe's intelligence reminding us that we are pushing against the natural flow of grace. When we feel that knot of resistance forming in our gut, that tightness in our chest, that mental argument that insists, "This is wrong, this shouldn't be happening," our first impulse is often to suppress it, to rationalize it away, to numb it with distractions or aggressive problem solving. However, the enlightened seeker understands that this resistance is a sacred signal. It is the soul's way of saying, "Slow down, beloved. There is a lesson here that your conscious mind is not yet ready to perceive. Listen." To let the resistance speak is to lean into that discomfort, not with judgment or impatience, but with profound curiosity and an open heart. It is to offer a listening ear to the whispers of the subconscious, to the echoes of past experiences, to the energetic blockages that are manifesting as an aversion. It is to ask, "What are you trying to teach me, resistance? What truth are you holding within your form?" This is not about dwelling in negativity, but about acknowledging the energetic narrative that is playing out within your auric field. It is about honoring the energetic imprints that are seeking integration and release. Imagine the resistance as a tangled thread in the cosmic tapestry. Our instinct is to yank at it, trying to force it into place, but this only tightens the knot. Instead, the wise approach is to gently trace the thread, to follow its twists and turns, to understand how it became ensnared. By allowing the resistance its voice, by giving it space to articulate itself, perhaps through journaling, through silent contemplation, or through mindful somatic awareness, we begin to unravel its hold. We discover that behind the sharp edges of resistance lies a hidden vulnerability, a suppressed need, or a limiting belief that has been operating beneath the surface of our awareness. And in this gentle acknowledgement, in this non-judgmental witnessing, the resistance begins to soften, to dissolve, releasing its energetic grip. Then, we allow the discomfort to unfold. Discomfort is the universe's way of initiating transformation. Just as a seed must break open its protective shell to sprout, so too must we endure periods of unease to grow into our expanded consciousness. The discomfort might manifest as a physical ache, an emotional pang, a sense of uncertainty, or a feeling of being adrift. Our conditioned response is to flee from it, to seek immediate relief, to construct energetic shields against its persistent presence. We might reach for external comforts, bury ourselves in busy work, or engage in energetic avoidance tactics. But the path of inner sovereignty invites us to do the opposite. It calls us to become conscious observers of our own internal landscape. To allow the discomfort to unfold is to grant it permission to exist, to breathe into it, to explore its texture and its energetic signature without trying to change or fix it. It is to recognize that discomfort is not a sign of failure, but a sign of movement, a testament to the soul's courageous engagement with the process of becoming. This is where the deep healing occurs, not in the avoidance of the shadow, but in the brave embrace of it. It is in the unclenching of the jaw, the softening of the shoulders, the conscious decision to remain present with the sensation, even as it feels daunting. This act of allowing creates a sacred container for the discomfort, transforming it from a source of suffering into a catalyst for profound inner alchemy. It is in this spaciousness that we begin to understand its purpose, its energetic message, and its role in clearing the pathways for higher vibrations to enter. And then, we allow the emotions to rise. Emotions are the energetic currents of our soul, the vibrant spectrum of our human experience. Fear, anger, sadness, joy, love, grief, they are all vital expressions of our energetic being. Yet, so often, we are taught to control, suppress, or judge our emotions. We fear that if we allow sadness to truly wash over us, we will drown in it. If we express anger, we will become destructive. If we feel vulnerability, we will be weak. This emotional repression creates energetic blockages, stifling the natural flow of our life force and preventing us from accessing the wisdom embedded within each feeling. To allow emotions to rise is to become a conscious channel for the soul's expression. It is to understand that emotions are not who we are, but energetic states that are passing through us. They are messengers carrying vital information about our connection to ourselves, to others, and to the divine. When a wave of sadness arises, instead of resisting it with snap out of it mentality, we can gently acknowledge its presence. Ah, sadness, you are here. What do you carry for me today? When anger flares, instead of suppressing it or unleashing it destructively, we can inquire. Anger, what boundary has been crossed? What energy needs to be transmuted? This is not about being swept away by the emotion, but about riding its energetic wave with awareness and mindful acceptance. It is about recognizing that within every emotion, even the most challenging, lies a seed of truth, a potential for insight, and a pathway to deeper self-compassion. It is in this authentic allowance that the energetic congestion begins to clear, allowing for the unimpeded flow of divine love and wisdom. And in that stillness, I found wisdom. When we cease the frantic paddling, when we stop wrestling with the currents, when we allow the resistance, the discomfort, and the emotions to simply be, a profound stillness emerges. This is not an empty void, but a vibrant, pregnant silence. It is the liminal space between the storm and the calm, the fertile ground where the seeds of true understanding are sown. In this cultivated stillness, the incessant chatter of the ego mind begins to subside. The mental projections, the anxieties about the past and future, the need to control and predict, they all fade into the background, like distant echoes. What remains is a profound presence, a state of pure, unadulterated awareness. It is in this state that the subtle whispers of the universe, the intuitive guidance of our higher self, and the ancient wisdom of our soul become audible. This wisdom is not intellectual, it is experiential. It is a deep knowing that transcends logic and reason. It is the realization that we are held, whether we perceive it or not. It is the understanding that challenges our initiations and setbacks our redirections. It is the quiet certainty that every experience, no matter how difficult, is serving our soul's evolution. This wisdom reveals itself not as a sudden download, but as a gentle unfolding, a series of resonant truths that settle into our being, reshaping our perception and guiding our next steps with an effortless grace. Sometimes the most powerful move is to stop swimming and float. This is the ultimate act of surrender, the profound trust that the universal currents are intelligent and will carry us where we need to go. It is the conscious decision to release the illusion of control and to align with the flow of divine will. When we stop swimming, we are no longer expending precious energy fighting against the tide. Instead, we conserve our life force, allowing it to be replenished. We become receptive to the gentle nudges of synchronicity, the opportune moments that will present themselves when we are not desperately seeking them. Floating is an energetic posture of receptivity. It is an invitation for the universe to hold us, to nourish us, and to guide us. It is the practice of embodying ease, recognizing that true strength lies not in constant effort, but in the power of surrender. When we float, we allow our authentic energetic signature to resonate with the subtle frequencies of the divine. We become a conduit for higher consciousness, allowing inspiration, creativity, and profound peace to flow through us. This is not a passive resignation, but an active, conscious choice to trust in the inherent goodness and intelligence of life. It is the recognition that in the grand cosmic dance, sometimes the most advanced move is simply to allow ourselves to be carried, to trust the unseen forces that are always working for our highest good, and to discover the profound wisdom and boundless love that awaits us when we finally cease to struggle and simply float. This is the ultimate liberation, the soul's return to its natural state of grace, where every moment is an invitation to remember our divine essence and to live in effortless alignment with the infinite flow of cosmic consciousness. Rewriting the script. The moment was not a sudden detonation, but a slow, geological shift, a subterranean tremor that finally cracked the bedrock of my inherited reality. I started questioning my beliefs. This questioning was not merely an intellectual exercise, it was an energetic audit. It felt like the laborious retraction of countless invisible threads that had been woven into my very aura since birth, threads that tethered me tightly to the consensus reality built on scarcity and struggle. I was peering into the architecture of my own consciousness, identifying the precise points of fracture where my authentic self had yielded to the collective programming. The initial questions were simple hammer blows against the walls of the self-imposed prison. Who told me I had to be perfect? I began to recognize this doctrine of perfection not as a noble goal, but as the ultimate energetic drain. It was the internal guardian commissioned solely to prevent expansion, trapping the soul in a perpetual state of inadequacy. This voice, I realized, was the echo of my ancestral line, a survival mechanism transposed into a modern context where making a mistake was equated to being unsafe. The demand for flawless execution was simply a dense frequency, a low hum of chronic anxiety masked as high aspiration. True perfection, I saw, already existed in the inherent, untamed chaos of creation, My manufactured version was an artificial, suffocating sterility. I located the energetic signature of that inner critic, that tightly wound ball of tension in my solar plexus, and chose, actively, to decommission it. I understood that the pursuit of external flawlessness was the deepest distraction from the already perfect light dwelling within. Who said success meant sacrifice? This contract, perhaps the most deeply embedded in the collective unconscious, screamed of martyrdom. Success, according to the outdated script, required the surrender of joy, the negation of well-being, and the brutal severing of natural flow. I recognized this ideology as a relic of the old paradigm, where density and struggle were prerequisites for worthiness. I saw the metaphysical truth: the universe is inherently abundant, and the necessity of sacrifice is a myth invented to keep the masses engaged in a low-vibration struggle for resources. True success, authentic attainment, arises not from grinding effort, but from alignment, the state of effortless resonance where my actions match the frequency of my highest excitement. To choose sacrifice was to willingly sign a contract for scarcity. I began to dissolve this contract, replacing the heavy, binding cords of obligation with the light, flowing filaments of inspired action. I learned that the path of highest service is always the path of highest joy. Who decided what was realistic? This was the final, most insidious chain. Realistic was the term used by the fearful collective to describe the limits of their own self-imposed imagination. It represented the boundary lines of the 3D matrix, the quantifiable, predictable, and ultimately restrictive domain of what was deemed possible based on past evidence. I understood that reality is not fixed, it is a continuously negotiated vibration. To accept the definition of realistic imposed by others was to willingly cap my own potential, refusing the expansive multidimensionality of my true nature. I began to view realistic as a foreign language I no longer needed to speak. The shift involved stepping out of the consensus reality structure and consciously choosing to vibrate at the frequency of the desired reality, regardless of the current physical evidence. I recognize that the only true reality is the one I authorize with my belief and my focus. These questions initiated an inner revolution. They were not directed outward as accusations, but inward, as profound acts of illumination. They stripped away the layers of inherited obligation, revealing the raw, sovereign core of my being. I didn't blame those voices. I just stopped obeying them. The decision to cease obedience was an act of profound energetic sovereignty. I understood that the voices, whether they came from ancestral programming, societal conditioning, or the internalized judgment of the inner child operating from fear, were never malicious. They were merely the outdated operating system trying desperately to protect the vessel based on old, traumatic data. Blame required entanglement. It kept me locked into a reactive, victim posture. Non-obedience required detachment and transformation. The moment I stopped obeying, the internal dynamic shifted from servitude to stewardship. I was no longer the servant of the programming. I became the steward of my energy field and the sovereign creator of my experience. This shift was a spiritual up-leveling. It involved an intensive recalibration of my internal compass, moving my navigational system away from the magnetic pull of external validation and toward the unerring, subtle hum of my own divine guidance. The metaphysical reclamation of frequency. The act of non-obedience translated metaphysically into a radical change in my vibrational signature. Every time I chose joy over duty, expansion over confinement, and authenticity over acceptance, I was actively raising my personal frequency. Obedience had a predictable frequency, dense, constricted, and characterized by the tight electromagnetic field of striving. Non-obedience resonated with the frequency of receiving, light, expansive, and characterized by the openness of flow. I began to dismantle what I termed the scarcity grid within my personal energy body. This grid was composed of every inherited belief about lack, struggle, and limitation. To cease obedience meant refusing to feed the grid, no longer providing the emotional energy, worry, anxiety, obligation required for its maintenance. As I retracted my focus, the scarcity grid began to lose voltage, dissolving into the light. The resulting void was quickly filled by the activated energy of the higher self. The higher self had always been present, patiently orbiting, waiting for the inner child's fear-based management team to step aside. When I stopped obeying the limitations, I finally granted the higher self full access to the control panel of my life experience. This was the true initiation, recognizing that the source of all the external limitations was simply an internal lack of alignment with my own essence. Embracing the blueprint of sovereignty. Sovereignty, in this new context, was not a political state but a spiritual posture. It was the recognition that I am a perfect fractal of source energy, and therefore inherently limitless. To be sovereign meant reclaiming the divine compass. I ceased seeking permission or validation from external authorities, be they societal norms, cultural expectations, or even esteemed mentors. I recognized my intuition as the direct, unfiltered channel to source wisdom, a divine compass perfectly calibrated to guide me alone. Every decision, from the trivial to the tectonic, was now filtered through the question: does this align with my highest resonance? Dissolving the ancestral contracts, I recognized that many of the limiting beliefs, the insistence on sacrifice, the fear of visibility, were not mine, but residual ancestral programs carried forward out of loyalty and unconscious obligation. Through intentional clearing, focused breath work, and deep inner dialogue, I began to honor the trauma that created the programs while simultaneously declaring the contracts fulfilled and complete. I drew a sacred line in the energetic sand, choosing to transmute scarcity consciousness into abundance consciousness for my entire lineage. The end of the drama cycle, the need to obey had necessitated emotional high-density drama, the energy required to force a square peg into a round hole. When I stopped obeying, I stepped off the hamster wheel of conflict and struggle. The external world, which had previously mirrored my inner resistance, began to soften. Conflicts that once seemed insurmountable either dissolved effortlessly or simply ceased to show up on my frequency. I realized that my participation in the collective struggle was voluntary, based on my internal programming. When the programming shifted, the external matrix was obligated to shift in response. The new command, I am. The liberation was intoxicating yet grounded. It wasn't reckless abandonment, but an intensely disciplined commitment to self-trust. The silence that followed the cessation of obedience was not empty, it was pregnant with possibility. The shift was fundamentally linguistic. I moved from the vocabulary of obligation, I should, I must, I have to the vocabulary of creation. I choose, I allow, I am. The final realization was a profound, esoteric truth. My previous quest for perfection had been the shadow manifestation of a deep-seated desire to align with the divine. I had simply been running the alignment algorithm through the faulty software of human fear and judgment. Now, free from the dictates of sacrifice and the confines of realistic expectation, the work became effortless. I was no longer pushing against the tide of life, I was the current itself. My existence transformed into an organic manifestation of my highest truth. I recognized that the truest form of power is not the ability to dominate, but the ability to authorize reality. By refusing to obey the limiting commands of an outsourced consciousness, I reclaimed the mantle of the author of my own matrix. I wasn't just living life, I was actively co-creating it with source energy, guided by the infallible, expansive wisdom discovered in that critical, pivotal moment of questioning. The only commandment left was self-authorization, I am. And in that recognition, all previous limitations collapsed. I began writing new scripts, not merely as a creative endeavor, but as an act of profound energetic recalibration. This wasn't just about crafting new stories for characters to inhabit. It was about consciously dismantling and incinerating the outdated, limiting narratives that had unconsciously governed my own reality for far too long. The ink flowing onto the page felt like a conduit, channeling a fresh blueprint directly from the Akashic records of my soul, aligning with the highest timeline for my evolution. It was an initiation, a sacred ritual where I declared an end to karmic loops and self-sabotaging patterns, choosing instead to author a life steeped in authentic expression and divine purpose. Each word penned was a vibrational key, unlocking dormant potential and activating new pathways within my energetic anatomy. I was not just writing, I was co-creating my reality with the universal mind, consciously weaving the fabric of my future from the threads of pure intention and awakened awareness. Fueling this creative resurgence was the radical truth: I am allowed to follow joy. This wasn't a casual permission granted by some external authority, but a profound internal decree, a reclaiming of my inherent sovereign right as a divine being. For too long, the collective consciousness had subtly taught that spiritual growth necessitated struggle, that joy was a frivolous distraction from the serious work of existence. Yet, deeply embedded within the esoteric wisdom traditions, joy is recognized as one of the highest vibrational frequencies, a direct bypass to source energy. When I declared my allowance to follow joy, I was choosing to attune my internal compass to the sacred guidance system of my soul, whose purest expression is unbound delight. This act dissolved layers of self-imposed martyrdom and the limiting belief that my worth was somehow tied to hardship. It was an activation of my heart chakra, expanding its energetic field to radiate unconditional love and acceptance, not just for others, but for the sacred self. This permission slip was a recognition that joy is not merely an emotion, but a state of divine alignment, a vibrational signature that calls forth greater harmony, abundance, and grace into my experience. It was the decision to move from a paradigm of striving to a paradigm of flowing, trusting that the universe conspires to support my highest good when I am vibrating in resonance with my soul's authentic bliss. Simultaneously, a profound sense of liberation arose from the declaration, I am safe to be seen. This was a monumental shift, cutting through centuries of inherited fear of persecution, fear of judgment, fear of standing out and inviting opposition. The human collective has long carried the wound of dimming one's light for safety, of retreating into the shadows to avoid the gaze of criticism or envy. But to declare safety and visibility was to consciously dismantle the energetic shields I had unwittingly erected around my authentic self. It was a powerful activation of my throat chakra, allowing my truth to resonate freely, unburdened by the need for external validation or approval. This declaration recognized that true safety is not found in hiding, but in the unwavering strength of my own inner radiance. My energetic field, once constricted by the fear of exposure, began to expand, forming a protective auric cocoon woven from self-love and divine trust. Being seen, at this deeper metaphysical level, meant showing up fully present in my unique vibrational signature, allowing my soul's light to shine forth without apology or compromise. It was an act of sovereign self-expression, inviting the universe to meet me in my authenticity, attracting experiences and connections that mirrored back this newfound courage and security. I understood that to be truly seen is to manifest my highest potential, to step onto the stage of life as the radiant being I was always destined to be, knowing that my light serves as an inspiration, not a threat. And with this unveiling came the undeniable knowing, I am worthy of ease. This declaration struck at the very core of ingrained societal and ancestral programming that equates success with struggle, that teaches no pain, no gain, as an immutable law. This was a direct challenge to the paradigm of suffering and scarcity that had subtly permeated my consciousness, causing me to unconsciously create obstacles and arduous paths where none truly needed to exist. Worthiness, I realized, is not something earned through hardship or perpetual striving. It is an inherent quality of my divine essence, a birthright bestowed upon every soul. Ease, therefore, is not a luxury, but a natural state of being when one aligns with the flow of universal abundance and grace. My declaration was a conscious energetic release of the blockages in my solar plexus, the seat of personal power and self-worth, and my root chakra, grounding me in the security of divine provision. It allowed me to open to a paradigm where support is freely given, where opportunities manifest with synchronistic effortlessness, and where challenges transform into graceful growth. It was an invitation to the universe. I am ready to receive with open hands and an open heart, trusting that my path can be paved with joy and simplicity. This wasn't about avoiding effort, but about shifting from forced exertion to inspired action, understanding that true creation flows from a place of relaxed receptivity and profound self-acceptance. I was declaring my right to receive the blessings of the universe without needing to earn them through suffering, embracing the truth that ease is a fundamental aspect of my divine inheritance. These weren't affirmations. They were declarations. The distinction, though subtle to the uninitiated, is monumental in its energetic impact. An affirmation, while beneficial, often begins from a place of perceived lack or an attempt to convince the subconscious mind of a truth it does not yet fully embody. It can carry an underlying energetic vibration of, I wish this were true, or, I am trying to make this true. A declaration, however, is a decree spoken from the deepest core of one's being, from the I am presence, the divine spark within. It is a statement of existing truth, even if the outer circumstances haven't fully caught up yet. It carries the weight of absolute conviction, an unwavering resonance with the quantum field itself. When I declared, I am allowed to follow joy, it wasn't a hopeful plea, it was a sovereign command from my awakened consciousness, overriding old programming and setting a new energetic blueprint. Each declaration was a sacred utterance, a vibrational directive sent forth into the universe, aligning my personal will with divine will. They were not attempts to convince myself. They were conscious choices to embody and manifest these truths, now. This profound difference in energetic resonance meant that these statements didn't just drift into the ether. They landed with the immutable force of a cosmic law, initiating immediate shifts within my internal and external realities. They were acts of conscious magic, leveraging the power of spoken word as a creative force, transforming thought into manifest reality. And they changed my frequency. This was the profound culmination, the undeniable proof of the declaration's power. My frequency, my vibrational signature, is my unique energetic fingerprint, constantly broadcasting into the universe and dictating what experiences, people, and opportunities resonate back to me. Before these declarations, my frequency was a blend of unconscious fears, inherited limitations, and the collective dissonance of societal expectations. It was a fragmented signal, attracting experiences that mirrored that fragmentation. But as I embodied these declarations, I am allowed to follow joy, I am safe to be seen, I am worthy of ease. My internal energetic system began to recalibrate itself, much like a radio tuning into a clear, strong station. These truths acted as powerful tuning forks, aligning my chakras, balancing my auric field, and clearing energetic debris that had accumulated over lifetimes. The shift was palpable, not just mentally, but on a visceral, cellular level. I felt a lightness, an expanded sense of being, as if dense layers of energetic muck had been sloughed off. My intuition sharpened, my inner voice became clearer, and a profound sense of peace settled within my core. My dreams became more vivid, offering clear guidance and insights from my higher self. Synchronicities, once rare, became commonplace, guiding my steps with effortless grace. Opportunities that had previously seemed out of reach began to appear with uncanny timing and ease. The universe, in essence, received my new, coherent signal and began to respond in kind, reflecting back the higher vibration I was now emanating. My physical environment seemed to soften, relationships deepened, and creative inspiration poured forth in abundance, directly fueling the new scripts I was writing. This wasn't merely a change in mindset, it was a quantum leap in my state of being, shifting me onto an entirely new timeline of experience. My reality transformed from a struggle to be endured into a beautiful symphony of co-creation, orchestrated by the conscious declaration of my divine truth and the sacred power of my elevated frequency. Every aspect of my life became a testament to the profound truth: we are not merely observers of reality, but active participants and powerful creators, our frequency the very loom upon which our lives are woven. The flow beneath the fight. Eventually, I realized something profound. I wasn't swimming upstream. I was swimming through the debris, old stories, old fears, old identities. Once I cleared them, the current shifted. I didn't have to fight anymore. I just had to align, and when I did, life flowed, not perfectly, not predictably, but powerfully. The initial sensation was one of relentless, soul-crushing effort. Each stroke felt like a defiance of an invisible, formidable force. My muscles ached with a fatigue that transcended the physical. It was a weariness deep in the marrow, a spiritual exhaustion born from perpetual struggle. I saw others gliding with apparent ease, propelled forward by what seemed to be an innate current, while I thrashed and toiled, convinced that my path was uniquely cursed, demanding an almost superhuman resilience. Every ambition felt like a climb, every connection a negotiation, every moment of peace fleeting and hard-won. I blamed the external forces, the demands of society, the complexities of relationships, the capricious hand of fate. My internal monologue was a constant litany of shoulds and musts, interwoven with self-criticism for not working hard enough, not being strong enough, not being enough. The harder I pushed, the more resistance I met, creating a vicious cycle of frustration and dwindling hope, eroding my spirit with each seemingly futile attempt to forge ahead. It was a battle I was determined to win, yet perpetually losing, living in a constant state of low-grade anxiety, a hum of unease beneath the surface of my determined façade. Then, there was a moment of absolute, utter surrender. Not a giving up, but a giving in. Exhausted to the point of stillness, I simply stopped trying to swim. And in that quietude, amidst the swirling chaos I had always perceived as the current, a clarity dawned, sharp and undeniable. It wasn't the external world pushing against me. It was me pushing against my own path. The resistance wasn't the river. It was what I was dragging along with me, an invisible anchor caught in the depths of my own being. The profound realization hit with the force of a cosmic download. I wasn't swimming upstream against a powerful current. I was swimming through the debris I had accumulated. This debris, I began to see, was multifaceted, energetic, and deeply embedded. Firstly, there were the old stories. These weren't just personal anecdotes, but vast narratives woven from societal conditioning, ancestral patterns, and collective conscious beliefs. They were the tales I had inherited and internalized without question. Life is hard, you have to earn your worth. Love requires sacrifice, scarcity is the default, you must follow the established path. These stories, etched into my subconscious like ancient glyphs, dictated my perceptions, limited my possibilities, and unconsciously guided my actions. They formed a perceptual filter, obscuring my true potential and creating a self-fulfilling prophecy of struggle. I had been living through a borrowed script, often unaware of its provenance, believing it to be my own undeniable truth. Some of these stories were echoes from the Akashic records of my very soul, repetitive loops from past incarnations or deep ancestral pacts, creating karmic patterns that perpetuated the illusion of limitation. I had believed in a reality that was, in essence, a grand collective hallucination of lack and struggle. Next came the old fears. These were not just fleeting anxieties, but primal, visceral terror residing deep within my energetic body. Fear of not being enough, fear of abandonment, fear of failure, fear of success, fear of judgment, fear of true vulnerability, even a fear of my own power and light. These fears acted like heavy energetic weights, anchoring me to a lower vibrational frequency. They constricted my heart space, clouded my intuition, and manifested physically as tension in my shoulders, knots in my stomach, or a persistent dull ache in my chest. Each fear had its own particular density, creating energetic blockages that prevented the natural flow of life force, or prana. They whispered doubts and projected worst-case scenarios, keeping me small, safe, and perpetually out of sync with the expansive, loving consciousness of Source. These were the echoes of ancient survival mechanisms, no longer serving me, yet holding me captive in their icy grip, making me cling to the known, however uncomfortable, rather than leap into the boundless unknown. Finally, the most insidious debris of all were the old identities. These were the carefully constructed personas, roles, and masks I had adopted throughout my life: the good child, the achiever, the people pleaser, the protector, the martyr. These were not my authentic self, but rather intricate egoic structures built for safety, acceptance, and survival in a world I perceived as threatening. I clung to them with fierce loyalty, believing them to be who I truly was, even as they suffocated my true essence. They created rigid boundaries, preventing genuine connection and limiting my expression. To shed these identities felt like a death, a terrifying dissolution of the self I knew, even though that self was a cage. My attachment to these familiar, albeit limiting, definitions of self created an energetic inertia, making it incredibly difficult to pivot or embrace new possibilities. It was a constant struggle between the conditioned self and the whispering invitation of the higher self, the soul's true blueprint. The process of clearing them was not a singular event, but a profound, ongoing excavation. It began with conscious awareness, shining the light of mindfulness into the darkest corners of my inner landscape. I started observing these old stories, fears, and identities without judgment, like an impartial witness. I journaled, meditated, and engaged in deep self-inquiry, asking, whose story is this really? Is this truth, or a belief I adopted? What is this fear trying to protect me from? Who would I be without this identity? This brought forth uncomfortable truths, requiring immense courage to face the shadows I had long suppressed. Next came the energetic release. Through practices like breathwork, visualization, and guided meditation, I learned to consciously unhook from these energetic ties. I imagined pulling out the threads of old stories, dissolving the dense energy of fears, and gently shedding the layers of limiting identities. Forgiveness became a powerful tool, forgiveness for myself for holding on to them, and forgiveness for those, living or dead, who might have inadvertently contributed to their formation. I explored sound healing, vibrational therapy, and energy work to recalibrate my energetic signature, consciously raising my frequency through gratitude, compassion, and unconditional love. This wasn't about fighting the debris, but dissolving it with light and acceptance, transforming its density into pure potential. It was about consciously rewriting the script, choosing new narratives that empowered rather than limited, and reclaiming my sovereign power as a co-creator of my reality. As I diligently engaged in this clearing, the current began to shift. It wasn't a sudden, dramatic upheaval, but a gentle, undeniable turning. The sensation of resistance lessened, first subtly, then profoundly. It felt like the riverbed was being cleared, the submerged obstacles that had created turbulence and drag were finally being lifted. A lightness began to permeate my being, a sense of spaciousness where before there had been constriction. My steps felt less heavy, my thoughts less burdened. The world around me didn't change, but my perception of it radically transformed. The fight dissipated, replaced by a quiet knowing that I was no longer pushing against the fabric of reality, but flowing with it. This shift naturally led to alignment. To align meant to tune into the universal intelligence, the benevolent force of Source, my own higher self. It was about listening to the subtle whispers of intuition, rather than the loud demands of the ego or the conditioned mind. It meant trusting the synchronicities, the serendipitous meetings, the unexpected opportunities that began to emerge. Recognizing them as breadcrumbs from the universe, guiding me along my true path. Alignment was a state of inner resonance, where my thoughts, feelings, and actions were in harmony with my soul's purpose and the highest good. It was living from the heart, grounding myself in the present moment, and opening to a deeper wisdom that transcended logical understanding. I stopped trying to control the river and began to discern its natural direction, allowing myself to be carried by its inherent wisdom. And when I did, life flowed. Not perfectly, not predictably, but powerfully. The flow wasn't an absence of challenges, but a profound shift in my capacity to navigate them. Obstacles still arose, but they no longer felt like insurmountable walls. They became signposts, lessons, or opportunities for growth, met with grace and an inner knowing that I was supported. Life wasn't predictable in the sense of a meticulously planned itinerary. It was a dynamic, organic unfolding, rich with unexpected twists and turns that often led to greater joy and expansion than I could have ever conceived. The power emanated from within, a deep, unwavering connection to my inner source of strength, creativity, and resilience. It was the power of conscious co-creation, of recognizing my inherent divinity, and of trusting the inherent goodness and intelligence of the universe. This flow brought moments of profound joy, a deep sense of peace, and an expansive feeling of interconnectedness with all existence. It was a dance between effort and surrender, between intention and allowing. Each breath became a conscious act of receiving and releasing, each moment an opportunity to deepen my alignment. I learned that true power lies not in forcefully bending the world to my will, but in harmonizing my will with the greater cosmic current, allowing life to move through me, for me, and as me. It was an ongoing journey, a continuous clearing and aligning, but one now undertaken with an open heart, a clear mind, and the unshakable certainty that I am always, in all ways, gracefully supported by the magnificent river of life itself. The wisdom gleaned from swimming through my own debris transformed not just my journey, but the very essence of my being, revealing a boundless ocean of potential beyond the perceived limitations of the self. Just a moment to reflect. Stop. Breathe. Let the resistance soften. When you're ready, we'll continue. Chapter 4. The Frequency of Truth. There's a sound beneath the noise. A low, persistent hum that defies the frantic clamor of the external world. A vibration beneath the thoughts. A subtle energetic signature, quiet beneath the insistent chatter of the mind. A frequency that belongs only to you. It is your unique blueprint, an internal compass calibrated to your deepest authenticity. It's not merely your voice, though it informs how you speak. It's not your personality, though it underpins your true character. It's not your identity as it's perceived by others, for identity can be a mask. It's deeper than all of that, a raw, unvarnished current of pure knowing. It is, quite simply, your truth. And when you learn to locate it, to distinguish its subtle pull from the multitude of other signals, to consciously tune into its specific wavelength, everything changes. Your perception shifts, your actions align, and your very way of being in the world transforms. The static of conditioning. Most of us navigate life enveloped in a thick, pervasive layer of static. Imagine trying to find a clear radio station amidst a cacophony of interference. That's the daily reality for many. We are constantly bombarded by an overwhelming array of external signals, the rigid boxes of societal expectations, the insistent whispers and shouts of others' opinions, the subtle manipulations of digital algorithms shaping our desires, the pervasive influence of culture defining success and happiness, and the sheer noise of endless information and demands. These aren't harmless background sounds. They are powerful, often insidious, signals telling us who to be, what to want, how to live, and what to value. And in that relentless, high-decibel chaos, our own unique frequency, the authentic hum of our truth, becomes not just muffled, but often entirely drowned out, rendered inaudible even to ourselves. It took me years to truly grasp the extent to which my life had been sculpted, not by my own design, but by these borrowed signals. I was unconsciously chasing goals that, deep down, held no genuine appeal, goals I hadn't chosen but had absorbed from external blueprints for success. I found myself wearing social and professional masks, diligently performing roles I hadn't questioned, simply because they seemed expected. I said yes to requests and opportunities out of obligation or external pressure, even when my deepest intuition screamed, no. I wasn't intentionally lying to others, or even to myself in a malicious way. I was simply profoundly disconnected from my own core, operating on autopilot, guided by the loudest signals around me rather than the quietest one within. The moment of tuning in. The shift wasn't a sudden, dramatic epiphany. It was a gradual, almost imperceptible awakening. It began subtly, with a persistent, nagging feeling. I started noticing when something felt distinctly off, a quiet discord in a conversation, a subtle unease about a decision, a faint sense of dread when committing to a plan. It wasn't that these things were inherently wrong in a moral sense, or even illogical. They simply weren't mine. They didn't resonate with that nascent, quiet hum I was beginning to perceive. This gentle discomfort became my first guide. So, I started a new internal dialogue, a radical act of self-inquiry. I began asking, is this true for me? I learned to ignore the immediate, conditioned responses. Is it logical? Often, truth defies conventional logic. Is it acceptable? Acceptance often comes at the cost of authenticity. Is it impressive? Impressing others is a fleeting, external pursuit. I stripped away all external metrics and internal justifications. The only question that mattered was, is it true for me, right now, in my deepest being? That simple yet profound question became my tuning fork. Each time I asked it, I allowed myself to feel the internal reverberations. If there was a subtle expansion, a quiet sense of rightness, a release of tension, I knew I was hitting my note. If there was contraction, a subtle clenching, a feeling of dissonance, I knew I was off key. And the more I asked it, the more I practiced this internal calibration, the clearer my own frequency became, like a radio signal slowly sharpening into perfect clarity. Truth feels like resonance. Truth doesn't shout to be heard. It doesn't demand attention with bluster or force. Instead, it hums. It's a deep, unwavering vibration that permeates your entire being. When you connect with it, it doesn't just feel good, it feels like perfect alignment, as if every cell in your body is in harmonious accord. It brings with it an undeniable clarity, cutting through confusion and doubt like a laser beam. And most profoundly, it brings a profound sense of peace, a quiet inner calm that transcends external circumstances. When I speak from truth, even if the words are difficult, my body relaxes. My shoulders drop, my breath deepens, and my voice carries an undeniable authenticity. When I act from truth, my energy expands. Tasks that once felt arduous now feel infused with purpose and flow. When I live from truth, my life seems to unfold with a natural grace. Opportunities appear, connections deepen, and challenges are met with an inner resilience. It's important to acknowledge that living from truth isn't always easy. It often requires confronting uncomfortable realities or making difficult choices. But it is always, without exception, clean. There is no sticky residue of regret, no lingering confusion from self-deception, no exhausting mental gymnastics to justify an inauthentic path. Just pure, unadulterated resonance. The cost of pretending. Pretending, even subtly, is astonishingly expensive. It levies a silent tax on every facet of our existence, a cost often paid unknowingly. It costs vital energy, the exhaustion of constantly managing impressions, the mental labor of maintaining inconsistent narratives, the emotional drain of suppressing genuine feelings. It costs true intimacy. For how can others truly connect with you when you're not showing them your real self, only a carefully constructed façade? It costs irreplaceable time, hours, days, years spent pursuing outcomes that ultimately feel hollow because they were never genuinely desired. Every single instance where I said yes to something that wasn't true for me, where I nodded along or put on a brave face when my soul yearned to object, I paid a steep price. I felt profoundly drained, as if my very life force was being siphoned away. I felt deeply disconnected, alienated from my own spirit and from others. I felt diminished, my inner light growing dimmer with each act of inauthenticity. And the most insidious part of this cycle? I blamed myself. I internalized the discomfort, the exhaustion, and the emptiness, concluding that I was broken. I believed something was fundamentally wrong with me. But the profound revelation was this: I wasn't broken. I was just profoundly out of tune, mistaking the static for the song. The courage to be clear. Living from your truth is not a passive act. It requires a deep, unwavering courage. It's not the courage of a battlefield hero, but the quiet, persistent bravery of self-integrity. It means having the fortitude to say no, even when it's deeply inconvenient, when it upsets carefully laid plans, or when it seems counterintuitive to external pressures. It means being willing to disappoint people you care about, to sit with their discomfort, or even their fleeting disapproval, rather than compromising your own internal compass. It means, at times, standing alone in your conviction, when the crowd is moving in a different direction. But the magnificent payoff is this: saying no to what is inauthentic allows you to say a resounding yes to yourself, meaning you get to stand whole. You reclaim your fragmented energy and integrate your being. I consciously stopped trying to be liked, a lifelong pursuit that had yielded little but exhaustion and frustration. Instead, I started trying to be real. This decision was terrifying, yet liberating. And a beautiful consequence emerged. The people who truly resonated with my truth, whose frequencies aligned with mine, didn't leave. Instead, they stayed. Our connections deepened, evolving from superficial acquaintances to profound, supportive relationships. We grew together, witnessing and celebrating each other's authentic unfolding. Truth doesn't repel genuine connection, it refines it. It acts as a powerful filter, gently sifting out what isn't truly aligned, making space for what truly is. The frequency of relationships. As I became more attuned to my own internal frequency, I began to perceive the energetic signatures of others with remarkable clarity. Some people, despite their charm or success, felt like static, an irritating background hum that drained my energy or left me feeling agitated and confused. Others, almost immediately, felt like harmony, their presence uplifting, clarifying, and deeply resonant. I learned to stop judging these differences and instead simply started listening. My new guiding question for relationships became: does this connection amplify my truth, filling me with energy and clarity, or does it distort it, leaving me feeling confused, diminished, or out of alignment? That single question revolutionized my relationships. I gradually began to let go of the connections built purely on performance, on maintaining a certain image, or on superficial interactions. I intentionally leaned into the relationships built on presence, on genuine vulnerability, shared authenticity, and mutual respect for each other's evolving truth. And in doing so, I found true intimacy, not just proximity. I discovered that being truly seen and truly seeing another, without pretense or expectation, is the most profound form of human connection. Truth as a creative force. Perhaps one of the most unexpected and exhilarating outcomes of tuning into my frequency was the explosion of my creativity. It was as if a dam had burst, releasing a torrent of dormant energy and inspiration. Ideas flowed freely and effortlessly, no longer constrained by internal censors or external expectations. Words landed with precision and impact, imbued with a clarity and authenticity they'd lacked before. Projects that once felt like arduous labor now aligned with a sense of purpose, moving forward with a natural momentum. The motivation had shifted entirely. I wasn't trying to impress anyone. I was simply trying to express what was genuinely moving through me. Truth became my ultimate muse, the wellspring from which all genuine creation sprang. It wasn't that my ideas suddenly became more clever or complex. It was because they were clear. They carried the unmistakable energetic signature of my authenticity. And clarity, I discovered, is profoundly magnetic. It draws in the right people, the right opportunities, and the right resources, creating a powerful resonance that amplifies the creative output. The practice of tuning. Tuning into truth is not a destination, it's an ongoing practice. A continuous process of calibration and refinement. It demands conscious effort and dedicated engagement with your inner world. It requires intentional silence to quiet the insistent chatter of the outer world and the inner critic, allowing the subtle hum of truth to rise to the surface. It requires thoughtful reflection to process experiences, examine beliefs, and understand your reactions without judgment. And most profoundly, it requires radical honesty with yourself, even when that honesty reveals uncomfortable truths or challenging emotions. To cultivate this practice, I integrated several simple yet powerful habits into my life. I started journaling, using the act of writing to disentangle thoughts and uncover deeper insights. I embraced meditation, creating pockets of stillness to connect with my inner core. I sought out long, solitary walks, allowing the rhythm of my steps to calm my mind and open me to intuition. I listened to music that deeply moved me, letting its frequencies resonate with and unlock my own emotions. And I spent dedicated time in nature, allowing its inherent harmony to recalibrate my own system. These weren't rigid rituals or obligatory tasks. They were gentle, consistent reminders, intentional acts of presence designed to help me hear myself beneath the persistent din of the world. And the more I listened to that quiet, unwavering frequency within, the more I came to trust it, building an unshakable foundation of self-reliance and authentic knowing. Just a moment to reflect. Stop. Release the tension in your shoulders, soften your gaze. Breathe. Take a deep, cleansing breath, allowing it to anchor you in the present moment. Now, just for a moment, let your truth rise. Listen for its subtle hum. Feel its gentle expansion. When you're ready, we'll continue. Chapter 5: The Architecture of Flow. Flow isn't something you pursue, it's something you cultivate. It's not a byproduct of frantic effort, but a natural state of being, a resonance with the ebb and flow of time, energy, and attention. And like any thriving ecosystem, it requires thoughtful design. Not rigid constraints, but an intentional framework that invites its presence. The genesis of intentional design. My initial understanding of flow was one of serendipity, a fortunate accident, a sudden spark of inspiration. Yet, as I observed its appearance, discernible patterns emerged. Flow tended to manifest in moments of perceived safety, spaciousness, and connection. It wasn't a random occurrence, but a consequence of deliberate architecture. This realization prompted me to begin constructing a life that actively welcomed flow. Space, a signal for stillness. The physical environment profoundly impacts our inner landscape. A cluttered space often mirrors a cluttered mind. By simplifying my surroundings, clearing surfaces, minimizing distractions, and infusing my environment with elements of beauty, I sent a clear signal to my nervous system: you are safe to breathe. This simple act of creating space is the very threshold to entering a state of flow. Time, beyond the clock's tyranny. I began to perceive time not as a linear progression of hours, but as a spectrum of textures. Some moments felt dense and laborious, others light and effortless. Some tasks felt jagged, demanding sharp bursts of effort, while others unfolded smoothly. This textural understanding led me to organize my days not by obligation, but by this inherent quality of time. My guiding question became, what feels fluid right now? Allowing this question to shape my schedule became a powerful tool for accessing flow. Rituals, anchors of alignment. Rather than rigid routines, I embraced rhythmic rituals. These were not mere habits, but deliberate practices designed to attune me to myself and the world around me. The quietude of a morning ritual, the mindful preparation of tea before writing, the evocative power of music during a walk, the grounding presence of candles at dusk. These were not about discipline, but about establishing an internal harmony. They created a sense of continuity and reminded me of my unique frequency, which in turn nurtured flow. Boundaries, bridges, not barriers. I once viewed boundaries as restrictive walls, designed to keep things out. Now, I understand them as bridges, essential conduits to flow. Saying no isn't necessarily a rejection, it's a redirection of energy. Each time I protect my vital resources, I preserve my rhythm. Each time I honor my limitations, I inadvertently expand my capacity. Boundaries are not signs of weakness or selfishness, they are sacred spaces. They are how we maintain our internal tuning. The flow of work, from friction to fluidity. Work, for me, once felt like constant friction, a relentless battle against deadlines, meetings, expectations, and pressure. But when I began to align my professional endeavors with my authentic self, a profound shift occurred. I stopped chasing mere productivity and began cultivating presence. My guiding question shifted to, what truly wants to be expressed today? Allowing this question to direct my output led to greater impact with less apparent effort. The flow of rest, the wellspring of creation. Rest is not the antithesis of work, it is its very foundation. I moved away from viewing rest solely as a period of recovery and began to see it as an integral part of my energetic rhythm. Embracing naps, allowing moments of idle contemplation, and consciously permitting periods of unproductivity, opened up new spaces. In this stillness, ideas began to blossom. Rest is not passive, it is generative, the fertile ground from which flow emerges. The flow of connection, following resonance. Relationships, too, possess distinct rhythms. Some are rapid and energetic, others slow and profound, some light and fleeting, others deep and enduring. I learned to stop forcing connections and instead to follow the natural resonance between individuals. Allowing conversations to breathe, embracing comfortable silence, and letting genuine presence guide interactions fostered deeper intimacy. Flow, I discovered, is not solely an individual experience, it is a relational phenomenon. The calibration of challenge, the Goldilocks zone. Designing an architecture of flow also requires a delicate calibration of difficulty. If a task is too easy, the mind lapses into boredom and distraction. If it is too hard, anxiety takes hold, leading to contraction and frustration. Flow exists in the dynamic space, often termed the edge of competence, where the challenge slightly exceeds current skill, demanding full attention but remaining achievable. This architectural element requires two things: internal honesty and external scaffolding. Internal honesty means accurately assessing one's capabilities, resisting the urge to take on monumental tasks out of ego, or settling for trivial ones out of fear. External scaffolding means structuring the task itself, breaking complex projects into immediately manageable subtasks that provide instant feedback. The immediate, undeniable clarity of progress acts as a self-reinforcing loop, pulling attention forward and stabilizing concentration. This constant, gentle push against the boundary of one's ability is the engine that keeps the flow state running. The inner architecture, monitoring the signal. While we meticulously arrange our physical space and time, the true architecture of presence is internal. It is the practice of metacognition, awareness of one's own thought processes. Once the external landscape is optimized, the focus shifts to monitoring the subtle internal signals that indicate alignment or resistance. Are my shoulders tense? Is my internal dialogue frantic and self-critical? Is there a sense of effortless movement, or does every step feel like pulling teeth? I learned to treat these internal signals as critical data points. The muses will reward me with ease. This inherent scarcity consciousness is the very obstacle preventing entry. Chasing flow is an energetic contradiction, a contraction rather than an expansion. It anchors the consciousness in the lower frequency of doing, rather than the elevated state of being. True flow is not the result of external force, but the consequence of internal alignment, a quantum shift in perception that recognizes one's self as an intrinsic component of the unified field. When we chase, we operate from the ego's frantic timeline, linear chronos time. When we allow, we surrender to the deep, eternal rhythm of the cosmos, kairos time, recognizing that perfect timing is not dictated by the clock, but by the resonance of the soul's intent with the universal current. The architecture of allowance, shifting from force to frequency. To allow flow is to step out of the illusion of separation and into the zero-point field of pure potentiality. This requires a profound understanding of the relationship structure that the original statement alludes to, the holy trinity of the seeker's engagement: time, energy, and attention. These are not merely resources. They are divine channels through which consciousness expresses itself in matter. 1. Time as simultaneous potential. If we treat time as a limited commodity that must be ruthlessly optimized, we create energetic walls. Flow requires breaking down the illusion of linear temporality. When the self is truly anchored in the now moment, the eternal present, the anxiety of the past and the fear of the future dissolve. This is not just focus, it is simultaneous presence. In this state, the seeker recognizes that the task they are undertaking is happening across all timelines at once. The past preparation informs the present action, which simultaneously seeds the future outcome. The structure required here is an inner vow to honor the current moment as sacred, thereby shifting from the pressured pace of the external world to the deep inner rhythm of one's own heart engine. This structure is upheld by meditative anchoring practices that consecrate the workspace as a portal, a space where divine intelligence is invited to bypass the critical, limiting mind. 2. Energy as vibrational hygiene. Flow is fundamentally an energetic state, a continuous, unimpeded stream of prana or chi moving through the physical, emotional, and mental bodies. When energy is heavy, stagnant, or discordant, often due to unaddressed emotional wounds or energetic debt, the channel narrows. Flow becomes impossible because the frequency of the self is too low to meet the high vibrational requirement of effortless creation. The intentional design required for energy management transcends basic rest. It demands vibrational hygiene. This involves the systemic clearing of internal clutter. Emotional integration, a pre-work ritual of recognizing and releasing any shadow material, judgment, or fear stored in the body's memory field. One must acknowledge the emotional burden and intentionally place it aside, perhaps through grounding rituals or deep breath work, before engaging the task. Environmental resonance, ensuring the physical workspace mirrors the desired energetic state. This might involve sound frequency, binaural beats, sacred geometry, light, or the strategic placement of resonant tools, crystals, elementals, that stabilize the surrounding scalar field. The outer environment acts as a mirror and a sacred container for the inner process. Flow is the cosmic reward for being vibrationally prepared to receive the download. 3. Attention as anchored awareness. Attention, in the context of flow, is not merely concentration, it is the directional beam of consciousness utilized by the higher self. When attention is fragmented, scattered across external demands, notifications, or internal ruminations, the soul's power is diluted. The intentional design here is the creation of an integrated field of awareness. This involves two key metaphysical steps. Declaring the sacred intention. Before beginning the work, the seeker must articulate the highest vibrational purpose of the task. This is the metaphysical blueprint, the divine template, for the creation. By aligning the small, personal task with a grander, universal purpose, the seeker immediately taps into a source of energy greater than their own finite reserves. The single eye, allowing the entire bandwidth of consciousness to rest in the immediacy of the action, without attachment to the outcome. This state requires radical trust in the process. The structure is the intentional restriction of sensory input and the disciplined refusal to allow the mind to wander into secondary analysis or self-critique during the creative outpouring. Intentional design, constructing the inner sanctuary. The difference between rigid rules and intentional design is the difference between bureaucracy and devotion. Rigid rules are externally imposed checklists that foster resistance. Intentional design is the inner architecture, the spiritual scaffolding, that creates a sanctuary where the higher self feels safe to inhabit the creation process fully. This architecture has three key components for the esoteric seeker. A. The consecration of the container. The physical and mental space must be consecrated. This is the act of ritually designating the time of work as holy. This might look like a simple, repeatable ceremony, lighting a specific candle, reciting an affirmation that invokes the divine channel, or performing a micro-cleansing ceremony over the tools utilized. This structure signals to the subconscious mind and the surrounding energetic field that a dedicated portal for high-level co-creation is now open. The structure is the discipline of the ritual, which allows for the freedom of the flow state to emerge precisely because the boundaries are clear. B. The principle of energetic integrity. Flow demands honesty. If a seeker attempts to enter flow while holding internal contradictions, e.g., creating a product they secretly despise, or working from a place of deep guilt, the frequency will sabotage the effort. Intentional design mandates pre-work integrity audits. This structural check ensures that the motivation is pure, operating from abundance, offering service, expressing truth, rather than rooted in fear, chasing money, seeking external validation. Energetic integrity ensures that the channel is clean, allowing the influx of universal wisdom, the true source of sublime flow, to pass through unimpeded. When we are aligned with our deepest truth, the universe does not meet us halfway. It carries us entirely. C. The embrace of divine imperfection, the wabi-sabi flow. Rigid rules dictate perfectionism, which is a state of fear. Intentional design allows for the inherent perfection of the unfolding process. The seeker must integrate the esoteric wisdom that the work is not done by them, but through them. The structure here is the establishment of a non-judgmental feedback loop, allowing the initial output to be raw, channeled, and perfectly imperfect. This embraces the metaphysical concept of wabi-sabi flow, the recognition that creation is always in dialogue, always responsive, and always containing the seed of its own evolution. The structure is simply showing up, opening the channel, and trusting that the universal intelligence flowing through is inherently complete for that moment, even if the result seems chaotic to the rational mind. The ultimate metaphysical truth of flow. When the seeker successfully shifts from chasing to allowing, when internal architecture and energetic hygiene are prioritized over external pressure, flow reveals itself not as a mechanism of productivity, but as a demonstration of their own intrinsic divinity. Flow is the state where the personal consciousness merges with the cosmic consciousness. It is the experience of being utilized as a pure instrument by the Source. In this sublime state, the sense of effort disappears because the creative force is no longer personal. It is universal intelligence expressing itself uniquely through the specific template of the human vessel. To live in flow, then, is to inhabit a sustained state of trust. It is the commitment to maintain a high personal vibration so that the seeker is always tuned to the frequency of creation. The structure is the disciplined devotion to this inner maintenance. This elevated state, this rhythmic, allowed relationship with time, energy, and attention, is the final wisdom bestowed upon the intentional seeker. Flow is the soul's language when it has finally remembered its complete and unbreakable oneness with all things. It is the effortless demonstration of alignment, where the work done is indistinguishable from the spiritual practice. It is not something you achieve, it is the truth you remember yourself to be. The blueprint begins. I used to think flow was spontaneous, a lucky accident, a burst of inspiration. I saw it as a capricious muse, an ethereal whisper that granted its presence only to a chosen few, or perhaps, at random, to anyone who happened to be in the right place at precisely the right, unrepeatable moment. My days were often a frantic pursuit, a restless, energetic chase after something intangible, something I believed lay just beyond my grasp, waiting for a cosmic permission slip that never seemed to arrive. I'd sit, poised and expectant, feeling the weight of the world pressing down, convinced that if I just wished hard enough, or worked myself into a certain intellectual frenzy, creativity and ease would miraculously descend. But it rarely did. More often, I was met with blank stares from the page, a frustrating stillness in my spirit, and the gnawing feeling that I was perpetually out of sync with life's natural rhythm, perpetually trying to force open a door that was designed to swing inward with a gentle touch. This perception was rooted in a profound misunderstanding of energy, a belief that the universe operated on chance rather than deeply interwoven principles, leaving me feeling like a perpetual bystander in my own unfolding potential. But I started noticing patterns. It wasn't a sudden, blinding flash, but rather a gentle unfurling, like the delicate petals of a lotus responding to the dawn. A subtle hum beneath the surface of my awareness began to resonate, pointing towards an underlying order I had previously overlooked. I observed that those rare, cherished moments of effortless creation, where time dissolved and wisdom poured through me, were not arbitrary gifts from a whimsical cosmos. Instead, they were signposts, energetic anchors marking a return to a specific internal landscape, a vibrational frequency my being would align with, almost unconsciously at first. It was as if the universe, in its infinite wisdom, was patiently leaving breadcrumbs for me to follow, guiding me back to the truth that had always resided within. These patterns weren't just in my work, they permeated my relationships, my decision-making, even the way my body felt. The synchronicities became too numerous to ignore, too precise to dismiss as mere coincidence. A deeper intelligence was at play, orchestrating a subtle dance between my inner state and the outer world, inviting me to tune into its frequency. Flow showed up when I felt safe. This safety transcended the mere absence of physical threat. It was a profound, holistic sense of energetic and emotional sanctuary. It meant the cessation of the internal critic's relentless chatter, the quieting of ancestral fears whispered down generations, and the release of stories of unworthiness held within my cellular memory. To feel truly safe meant to be anchored in my root chakra, grounded and connected to the nourishing embrace of Gaia, trusting that I was supported by the very fabric of existence. It required a deep clearing of energetic debris, a shedding of the protective but constricting armor I had built over lifetimes, allowing my authentic, vulnerable self to emerge without fear of judgment or rejection. This inner safety wasn't passive. It was an active cultivation of self-love, a conscious commitment to creating a sanctuary within my own being, where every emotion was welcomed, every past wound acknowledged and transmuted. Without this fundamental sense of security, my energy remained scattered, my intuition muffled, and my being too guarded to fully open to the universal current. It manifested when I felt spacious. This wasn't just about a decluttered room, but an expansive inner landscape, an energetic openness that invited infinite possibility. To feel spacious meant transcending the limitations of the egoic mind, releasing the grip of rigid beliefs and attachment to specific outcomes. It involved creating an energetic void, a sacred zero point, within my consciousness, where ideas could germinate without interference, where inspiration wasn't forced but allowed to unfurl. This spaciousness was cultivated through practices that quieted the incessant mental chatter, deep breath work that expanded my energetic field, meditation that connected me to the vastness of cosmic consciousness, and the deliberate release of mental clutter that often manifests as anxiety or overwhelm. It was about making energetic room for the new, for the unmanifested, for the whispers of my higher self to land softly and clearly. When my inner world felt vast and uncluttered, I became a clear channel, a receptacle for the higher vibrational frequencies of creativity and intuitive knowing that were always seeking a space to express themselves. And crucially, flow presented itself when I felt connected. This was a multifaceted connection. A recognition of my inherent oneness with all life, a deep resonance with the universal tapestry. Firstly, it was connection to my authentic self, my soul's essence, listening intently to the quiet wisdom residing within, rather than external expectations. This involved heart chakra activation, cultivating unconditional self-love and compassion. Secondly, it was a profound link to the natural world, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, communing with the ancient wisdom held within trees, and aligning with the elemental rhythms that govern all creation. Thirdly, it was a conscious communion with the invisible realms, with my spirit guides, angels, and the collective consciousness of humanity, knowing that I was an integral part of a grander design. This sense of interconnectedness dissolved feelings of isolation and imbued my actions with a deeper purpose, allowing me to tap into the wellspring of universal wisdom that flows through all beings. When I felt connected, I was no longer a separate entity striving alone, but a participant in the divine dance, carried by an unseen current of love and support. It wasn't random. It was architectural. This was the profound epiphany that shattered my old paradigm entirely. Flow was not a haphazard cosmic lottery. It was a precise response to a specific energetic blueprint I was actively, if unconsciously, constructing. The universe, in its magnificent responsiveness, was simply mirroring the energetic structures I was creating within myself. It was an intricate design, a sacred geometry, where each internal condition, safety, spaciousness, connection, acted as a foundational pillar, a precisely placed stone in a grand energetic edifice. This realization shifted my perspective from passive waiting to conscious co-creation. I wasn't just observing patterns, I was recognizing the universal laws of attraction and resonance at play. My inner world was the architect's drawing board, and my energetic state was the master builder. Every thought, every emotion, every intention was a component, meticulously arranged, contributing to the structural integrity of my experience. Flow, then, was not an external force bestowing gifts, but the natural emergent property of a meticulously designed and harmonized internal environment. So I began building a life that invited flow. This wasn't a superficial overhaul, but a deep, intentional recalibration of my energetic existence, an active participation in the divine architecture. I started by ritualizing my daily practices, transforming routines into sacred ceremonies. My mornings became non-negotiable moments of energetic hygiene, deep, conscious breath work to oxygenate and expand my auric field, meditation to ground my spirit and connect with my higher self, and intentional movement to release stagnant energy and activate my chakras. I created sacred spaces within my home, altars adorned with crystals, candles, and natural elements, imbued with specific intentions to amplify feelings of safety, spaciousness, and connection. I learned to speak to my energy, to set clear boundaries, and to consciously choose environments and relationships that resonated with my desired vibrational frequency. I began to understand that every choice, from the food I ate to the thoughts I entertained, contributed to the energetic scaffolding of my life. This building process also involved a profound internal renovation. I delved into the deep waters of my subconscious, engaging in shadow work to unearth and integrate aspects of myself I had previously denied or judged. I recognized that unworked trauma and unresolved emotional blockages created energetic dams, obstructing the natural flow of life force. Through journaling, inner child healing, and compassionate self-inquiry, I began to dismantle these internal barriers, allowing trapped energy to be released and transmuted into wisdom. I cultivated radical self-acceptance and practiced gratitude as a powerful energetic magnet, shifting my frequency from lack to abundance. I learned to surrender control, trusting in the divine timing and the inherent intelligence of the universe, knowing that true flow arises not from forcing, but from allowing. By aligning my intentions with my soul's purpose and releasing attachment to specific outcomes, I opened myself to receive the universe's benevolent wisdom and guidance, allowing life to unfold with grace and synchronicity. This journey of architectural transformation didn't lead to a destination, but to an ever-unfolding dance. Living in flow isn't about perpetual bliss, but about a deep, unwavering trust in the intelligence of life, even amidst challenges. It's the profound knowing that even when storms gather, you possess the inner anchors and the energetic resilience to navigate them with grace. My days are now infused with effortless creation, profound synchronicities, and a palpable sense of expansion. Ideas arrive not as sudden, violent bursts, but as gentle currents, guiding me with precision and clarity. My actions feel aligned, my words carry resonance, and my being vibrates with a quiet, joyful potency. I am no longer chasing an elusive ideal. I am embodying a state of being, a conscious channel through which the universe expresses its artistry. The architect is now living within the masterpiece, co-creating with the divine, perpetually refining the blueprint of a life lived in harmonic resonance with the infinite flow of all that is. Space as a signal. Physical space matters. This realization extends far beyond the realm of interior design or mere tidiness. It is a profound cosmological truth whispered by the subtle fabric of existence. The world outside is not simply a stage upon which we act, but an energetic mirror reflecting the complex architecture of our inner landscape. Cluttered room? Cluttered mind. This is not a judgment, but a principle of vibrational physics. Every unaddressed object, every stack of papers awaiting decision, every forgotten trinket, holds an energetic imprint. These imprints contribute to a collective ambient static, a form of low-frequency density that adheres to the corners of your sanctuary. This density is the sludge of unprocessed past and postponed future, manifesting as viscous emotional viscosity within the psyche. When the physical container is congested, the channels for higher consciousness become similarly constricted. We find ourselves swimming through a heavy, psychic atmosphere that subtly drains our vital life force, our prana. I simplified my environment. This was not born of aesthetic preference, nor a mere pursuit of fleeting organizational trends. It was an involuntary, urgent response to the soul's need for energetic remediation. I was clearing the inner pathways by clearing the outer field. Cleared surfaces. This act is a declaration, a commitment to the void, the liminal space where true creation occurs. Every horizontal plane that is cleared becomes a sacred altar, ready to receive the instantaneous downloads of intuitive wisdom. Removed distractions. These were not just noises or visual interruptions. They were anchors tethering my consciousness to lower, repetitive loops of thought. To remove them is to dismantle false altars built to ego and obligation, freeing up the bandwidth necessary for spiritual reception. Created pockets of beauty. This is the alchemy of intention. A single, perfectly placed natural element, a crystal, a blooming flower, a vessel of smooth stone, acts as a high-frequency antenna. These pockets are not decorations, they are nodes of resonance. They hold the vibrational frequency of harmony and truth, grounding the chaotic forces of the world into geometric order within the home. Not because I'm a minimalist. The pursuit of empty space for its own sake is merely another form of attachment. This cleansing ritual is enacted because space is a signal. It is the primary communication language between the environment and the deep, silent wisdom of the body. The fundamental teaching here is that the physical container, your home, your office, the acreage of your immediate domain, is an extension of your auric field, your externalized temple. How you treat this temple determines the quality of the light that can pass through you. When the environment is chaotic, the nervous system, that intricate, sensitive, biological antenna, perceives threat. It registers the overwhelming visual and energetic input as a form of danger, triggering the sympathetic, fight or flight response. This state of perpetual hypervigilance is the spiritual equivalent of trying to receive cosmic radio signals through ear-splitting static. No clarity can penetrate the constant hum of anxiety. It tells your nervous system, you're allowed to breathe. This profound allowance is the shift from survival mode to creation mode. When the external static dissipates, the deepest part of your being, the parasympathetic nervous system, the channel we might call the vagal gateway, activates. This system is the biological conduit to peace, the switch that allows the divine inflow to descend. The breath, then, is not merely a biological function, it is the physical manifestation of life force intake, the conscious drawing in of prana that sustains the energetic blueprint of the soul. When the environment is clear, the breath deepens naturally, effortlessly accessing the lower belly, the seat of the ancestral wisdom, and the core of manifestation power. And breath is the doorway to flow. In the language of esoteric wisdom, flow is not merely productivity, it is a state of absolute, effortless alignment with the universal current, the Tao or the Dharma. It is the moment when the individual will becomes perfectly synchronous with the cosmic will. To achieve this state, the inner and outer worlds must be harmonized. When the external setting is clear, it ceases to be a block and instead becomes an accelerator. Your physical surroundings become an alchemical crucible, holding the pure, potent energy necessary for the manifestation of your highest intention. When we create deliberate, simplified space, we are performing acts of sacred geometry. We are telling the universe, I am ready to receive guidance without resistance. I have cleared the decks for my true purpose. The clean line of a wall, the empty expanse of a desk, the intentional placement of one meaningful object, these are not voids, but points of power. They are sacred pauses in the ceaseless rhythm of the world, moments designed to anchor the soul's ascension into higher vibrational frequencies. Seekers often look outward for grand pilgrimages or complex spiritual disciplines, but the deepest wisdom lies within the immediate terrain of one's experience. The environment is the most accessible and potent tool for self-recalibration. By honoring the sanctity of your habitat, you honor the sanctity of your own consciousness. The home transforms from a mere dwelling into a dynamic field of energetic support, a silent partner in the journey of awakening. Therefore, the cleansing of your space is a profound spiritual practice, a daily meditation made physical. It is an acknowledgement that matter and spirit are intrinsically linked, and that the density of the physical world can either serve as a heavy anchor or a powerful launching pad. Choose the launch pad. In the simplicity of your environment, the vast, echoing wisdom of the cosmos finally finds a quiet room in which to speak. The breath deepens, the nervous system stills, and the soul is finally granted permission to inhabit its authentic, expansive, and unbounded state of being. The architecture of your outer life is merely the scaffolding for the glorious, unburdened architecture of your inner being. Time as texture. I stopped measuring time in hours. The tyranny of the clock, with its relentless tick and its arbitrary divisions, had always imposed a rigid framework upon my existence, a rigid grid upon the fluid tapestry of my days. Each hour was a sterile box, to be filled with a predetermined set of tasks, a preordained sequence of obligations. But this numerical prison, I realized, was a construct, a human-invented illusion that had subtly, insidiously, begun to dictate the very rhythm of my soul. It was a borrowed language spoken by the external world, a language that had no resonance with the deep, ineffable currents of my inner landscape. Instead, I started feeling time in textures. This wasn't a conscious decision, at first, but a gentle unfolding, a subtle recalibration of my sensory perception. It was as if a new set of antennae had unfurled within me, attuned to a different spectrum of reality. The tangible, the palpable, the felt quality of each moment began to emerge as the true measure of its passage. Time was no longer a linear progression of numbers, but a rich, multisensory experience, a vibration, a resonance, a unique energetic signature. Some moments felt dense. They were thick with a profound stillness, a gravitational pull that invited deep immersion. These were the moments of profound insight, where the veils of illusion thinned and the underlying truth of existence pulsed with a vibrant, almost tangible light. Imagine the texture of ancient stone, worn smooth by centuries of wind and rain, yet still holding within it the echoes of geological epochs. Such moments were not to be rushed, not to be compartmentalized into a fleeting hour. They were to be savored, absorbed, their very density a nourishment for the soul, a grounding in the eternal now. These were the moments of deep meditation, where the mind surrendered its incessant chatter, and the spirit expanded to touch the infinite. They were the quiet hours spent lost in a profound creative flow, where the universe seemed to conspire to bring forth something new and true. They were the silent communion with nature, where the rustling leaves whispered ancient secrets, and the earth beneath my bare feet hummed with a primal energy. Others felt light. They danced on the periphery of my awareness, effervescent and fleeting, like the iridescent shimmer of a dragonfly's wing. These were moments of joy, of playful interaction, of effortless spontaneity. Imagine the texture of a silk scarf catching a gentle breeze, fluttering and swirling with an unrestrained grace. These moments weren't to be held onto too tightly, lest their lightness dissipate. They were to be embraced with an open heart, their ephemeral beauty appreciated for its fleeting, yet exquisite, presence. These were the spontaneous bursts of laughter with loved ones, the light-hearted conversations that sparkled with wit and understanding, the serendipitous encounters that felt guided by unseen hands. They were the moments of pure, unadulterated delight, where the spirit felt unburdened and free to simply be. Some tasks felt jagged. They were rough-edged, resistant, requiring a deliberate and conscious effort to navigate. These were the challenges, the complexities, the moments that demanded the honing of skills and the unwavering application of focus. Imagine the texture of a rough-hewn crystal, its facets sharp and uneven, yet holding within it a potent, concentrated energy. These tasks were not to be avoided, but approached with a mindful presence, acknowledging their inherent difficulty without succumbing to frustration. They were the opportunities for growth, for transformation, for the forging of inner strength. These were the moments of wrestling with a complex problem, the meticulous work of refining a delicate craft, the disciplined practice that builds mastery. They required a different kind of pacing, a deliberate, step-by-step approach, where each rough edge was smoothed through patient persistence. Others felt smooth. They flowed with an inherent ease, a natural grace, requiring little resistance and offering their own inherent satisfaction. Imagine the texture of perfectly polished river stones, worn so smooth by eons of gentle currents that they feel like liquid silk in the hand. These were the tasks that aligned perfectly with my innate talents and passions, the activities that felt like coming home. They were the expressions of pure essence, where doing became indistinguishable from being. These were the moments of effortless creation, the intuitive leaps of understanding, the harmonious interactions that felt divinely orchestrated. They were the activities that felt like play, even when they were profoundly productive. I began organizing my day around texture, not obligation. The external demands, the societal expectations, the insistent call of shoulds and must began to recede in importance. They were like the distant hum of traffic, a background noise that no longer dictated the melody of my inner life. Instead, I turned inward, listening to the subtle whispers of my own energetic field. My inner compass, once obscured by the glare of imposed schedules, now pointed towards the felt quality of my being. I asked, "What feels fluid right now?" This question became my mantra, my guiding star, my sacred inquiry. It was a direct portal to my soul's wisdom, a way to tap into the intuitive intelligence that was always present, waiting to be heard. Fluidity, in this context, meant that which moved with ease, that which resonated with my current energetic state, that which felt aligned with the natural flow of my being. It was not about laziness or avoidance, but about recognizing where my energy was best directed at any given moment, not based on external timetables, but on the internal landscape of my own essence. And I let that question shape my schedule. My day was no longer a rigid itinerary, but a dynamic, responsive dance. If a moment felt dense with the potential for deep contemplation, I would honor that. Perhaps I would dedicate an extended period to journaling, allowing the words to pour forth with the weight of insight, or immerse myself in esoteric texts that spoke to the soul's deeper mysteries. If a moment felt light and playful, I would embrace it with open arms, perhaps engaging in spontaneous creative expression, connecting with loved ones with light-hearted joy, or simply allowing myself to bask in the simple pleasures of being alive. If a task felt jagged, I would approach it with mindful presence, breaking it down into manageable segments, savoring the small victories, and acknowledging the growth that arose from the struggle. If a task felt smooth, I would dive in with enthusiasm, allowing the natural momentum to carry me forward, trusting in the ease of its execution. This was not about succumbing to whimsical whims, but about cultivating a profound intimacy with my own inner guidance system. It was about recognizing that true productivity and fulfillment arise not from forcing ourselves into predefined molds, but from harmonizing with the ebb and flow of our own energetic tides. It was an act of radical self-trust, a surrender to the wisdom that resides within, a conscious choice to live in alignment with the subtle, yet powerful, language of my soul. The hours became irrelevant, their rigid structure dissolving into the rich, textured, and infinitely more meaningful tapestry of felt experience. Time, no longer a master to be served, had become a partner in my journey, its passage measured not by the cold, impersonal hands of a clock, but by the vibrant, ever-shifting textures of my own awakened consciousness. This, I discovered, was the true art of living, the esoteric wisdom whispered by the universe itself, translated into the language of the heart. Rituals of alignment. I built rituals, not routines. Routines are rigid. They are architectural blueprints drafted solely by the ego, structures built of shoulds and cemented by the unforgiving logic of the three-dimensional matrix. They exist to optimize output within a linear construct of time, demanding adherence to an external schedule, often ignoring the delicate, cyclical nature of the soul. Routines serve the machine, they demand labor. Rituals are rhythmic. They are the sacred geometry of the internal landscape, acts of conscious sovereignty that align the inner beat with the universal pulse, the very breath of Source. A ritual is a container for intent, a vibrational architecture designed to elevate the moment from mere time passing to profound presence. Where routines demand obedience, rituals invite communion. They do not demand labor, they invoke grace. Morning silence. Tea before writing. Music while walking. Candles at dusk. These weren't habits programmed into the subconscious mind through repetition. They were harmonies. They were deliberately chosen vibrational chords struck throughout my day to ensure that my internal instrument remained perfectly calibrated. They were micro-initiations, sacred stops designed to prevent the unconscious drift that pulls the seeker away from their highest frequency. They tuned me into myself. They reminded me of my frequency. They created continuity. And continuity creates flow. The mechanics of internal resonance. To understand the profound difference, one must recognize that a ritual is an energetic anchor point. It is a moment of conscious deceleration that allows the high-speed vortex of the mind to settle, revealing the tranquil, immutable wisdom housed within the heart's center. When I speak of tuning into myself, I am referring to the conscious practice of eliminating energetic dissonance. The external world, driven by fear and urgency, perpetually tries to pull our consciousness out of alignment, lowering our vibrational setpoint. A ritual acts as a sonic adjustment, a precise realignment of the 7 major chakras and the subtle, crystalline bodies surrounding the physical form. By setting aside a designated space and time, a temporary sacred precinct, I declare internal sovereignty. I state, nonverbally, to the universe, in this moment, I choose resonance over resistance. The practice of morning silence is not merely the absence of noise, it is the deliberate entry into the void. It is the necessary descent into the pre-manifestational field where the day's potential resides, untainted by expectation or outcome. This silence is the gateway to the Akashic field of personal consciousness, allowing the soul's agenda, the higher purpose for that specific span of hours, to impress itself clearly upon the waking mind. It is in this void that the inner compass is reset, ensuring every subsequent action is an outflow of divine guidance, rather than a reaction to external pressure. This stillness is the foundation of inner wisdom. Without it, the seeker is merely echoing the noise of the collective. The tea before writing is alchemy. It is the ritualistic slowing of the mind's internal chatter, the necessary pause between gathering data and translating insight. The warmth in the hands, the steam rising, the intentional sipping, each element serves to ground the restless spirit. It transforms the fluid medium into an intentional infusion, a vibrational elixir consumed not for hydration, but for clarity. This ritual signals to the higher self that the next phase of work is not mundane labor, but a sacred transmission. The writing, then, becomes less about struggling to produce content and more about becoming a clear conduit for the wisdom that is already waiting to be channeled. It is the conscious preparation of the vessel. The elemental invitation. The journey through ritual always involves an engagement with the fundamental energies that compose our reality. My chosen rituals are designed to integrate the elements, grounding the ethereal and illuminating the material. Music while walking is the ritualized surrender to the element of air and motion. It is the intentional entrainment of my energetic field to a specific, uplifting frequency. Walking, then, is not transportation, it is rhythmic movement meditation. The chosen music acts as a high vibrational escort, lifting the mind out of the limited narrative loops of the personality self and into the expansive, limitless space of the multidimensional self. It ensures that the physical body, the vessel of manifestation, is moving in harmonious rhythm, circulating energy, and dissolving stagnant emotional residue that might be trapped in the cellular structure. It is the sonic expression of freedom, turning a simple journey into a pilgrimage of the self. The candles at dusk ritual is a profound acknowledgement of the transitionary nature of existence, invoking the primal power of the fire element. Dusk is the sacred hinge point between the active, outward yang energy of the day and the reflective, intuitive yin energy of the night. Lighting the flame is not merely a visual shift, it is the conscious invocation of light into the impending darkness. The candle flame acts as a powerful focal point, a tiny, contained sun that draws the scattered energies of the day back into a coherent center. It is a boundary marker, signaling the ego that its duties are done, and inviting the soul to assume its position as the guide through the dreamscape and regenerative hours. It is an act of spiritual hygiene, burning off the energetic debris and setting a clear intention for rest, revelation, and integration. Continuity, weaving the thread of consciousness. The most profound gift of these rituals is the creation of continuity. Continuity, in this metaphysical context, is not the unbroken chain of action that belongs to the routine. It is the unbroken thread of consciousness that weaves together disparate moments into a unified realization of self. When we live reactively, our day is a series of fragmented selves: the stressed morning self, the frantic midday self, the exhausted evening self. These splintered identities struggle to communicate, leading to inconsistency, self-sabotage, and a chronic feeling of being overwhelmed. Rituals bridge these temporal gaps. By returning to a specific sacred practice, the touchstone of silence, the taste of intentional tea, the sight of the cleansing flame, I am reminded, moment by moment, of the highest version of myself. This constant returning establishes a powerful, nonlinear connection between the past self, the present self, and the future self. I am continuously anchoring the high-frequency reality of my aspiration into the mundane reality of my current moment. This weaving of coherence is what unlocks the state of flow. Flow is the natural, inevitable outcome of continuity. It is not something you force, it is something you become. When your energetic field is consistently tuned, when the internal architecture is aligned with the rhythm of the cosmos, resistance collapses. You cease trying to do the work and begin allowing the work to move through you. Flow is the state of non-resistance where the limited personality steps aside, granting full access to the divine current, the stream of infinite creativity and resource that flows from Source. In this state, time distortion occurs, effort dissolves, and the output is exponentially greater because it is derived not from personal strain, but from universal power. The ritual, therefore, is the technology that maintains the open circuit. It is the dedicated tuning fork that ensures I remain resonant with the vibration of my purpose, transforming the ordinary 24 hours into a seamless, interconnected spiral of creation. I do not simply follow my path. I am the rhythm of the path, perpetually calibrated by the wisdom held within the silence, the intent infused in the tea, the frequency riding the music, and the sacred fire burning at the threshold of night. My rituals are the sacred language through which my soul speaks its truth every single day. Boundaries as bridges. I used to think boundaries were walls, formidable, unyielding structures built of fear and separation. In my spiritual infancy, I perceived them as defenses, rigid barricades erected to keep perceived threats out, to protect a fragile inner landscape from the harshness of the external world. They felt like an admission of weakness, a retreat from the interconnectedness I yearned for, a severance from the very flow of life. To me, a wall was a sign of a closed heart, a guarded spirit, a refusal to fully engage with the vibrant chaos of existence. I imagined them casting long shadows, isolating me in a fortress of my own making, severing the energetic threads that bind all beings in a tapestry of shared experience. These walls, I believed, prevented depletion, but at what cost? They felt like an energetic cage, holding back not just what I feared, but also the very love, light, and serendipitous joy that sought to enter. It was a worldview rooted in control, in a misunderstanding of true power, believing that safety lay in exclusion rather than in conscious inclusion. Now, through the crucible of experience and the unfolding of inner wisdom, I see them not as walls, but as bridges to flow. This shift in perception is nothing short of an alchemical transformation, a profound retuning of my energetic architecture. Bridges, unlike walls, are not about obstruction, they are about connection, about conscious passage, about facilitating movement across diverse terrains. They allow for the effortless navigation of the energetic currents of life, guiding my ship not by brute force against the waves, but by discerning the most harmonious trajectory. To flow, in this esoteric context, means to align with the universal current, the cosmic river of divine energy that permeates all creation. It is to surrender to the effortless unfolding of synchronicity, to become a conduit for higher intelligence, to dance in harmony with the great rhythm of existence. Boundaries, understood as bridges, enable this sacred flow by providing definition without rigidity. They are not about keeping things out, but about channeling energy intelligently, creating clear pathways for beneficial exchange while gently redirecting that which would disrupt my resonance. They are the conscious arc that connects my inner sanctuary to the outer world, ensuring that my interactions are always in alignment with my highest truth, allowing me to move with grace and purpose, rather than being swept away by external demands or discordant vibrations. Saying no isn't rejection, it's redirection. This revelation shattered a deeply ingrained societal and spiritual conditioning that equates self-sacrifice with virtue, and the inability to decline with compassion. In truth, saying no, from a place of conscious awareness is one of the most potent acts of self-love and spiritual sovereignty one can perform. It is not a dismissal of another's worth or a judgment of their path. Rather, it is a sacred act of stewardship over one's own energetic field. When I decline an invitation, a request, or a demand that does not resonate with my soul's current trajectory, I am not rejecting the person or the opportunity itself. Instead, I am consciously redirecting my precious life force, my time, my attention, and my creative energy towards pathways that are in greater alignment with my divine blueprint and current vibrational frequency. This redirection isn't selfish, it's profoundly wise. It acknowledges that my energetic offerings are not limitless, and that to scatter them indiscriminately would be to deplete my own wellspring, rendering me incapable of offering genuine service from a place of fullness. By saying no to what does not serve my highest good, I am simultaneously saying a resounding yes to my purpose, my passion, and my inner guidance. This act of discernment creates a clear energetic pathway, allowing my true potential to manifest without the drag of energetic entanglement or the burden of misalignment. It's an act of karmic responsibility, ensuring I don't inadvertently take on burdens that are not mine to carry, thereby preserving my unique energetic contribution to the collective. Every time I protect my energy, I preserve my rhythm. My energy is my life force, my prana, my chi, the very essence of my being that vibrates at a unique frequency, like a sacred mantra. It is the fuel for my spiritual journey, the creative current that animates my physical form and informs my consciousness. Protecting this energy is akin to tending a sacred flame, ensuring it burns brightly and steadily without being buffeted by external winds or dampened by discordant influences. This protection involves conscious awareness of my auric field, mindful presence in interactions, and a deliberate filtering of the information, emotions, and intentions that seek to enter my space. When I allow my energy to be siphoned, diluted, or contaminated by low vibrational input, be it negative self-talk, overwhelming external demands, or unexamined energetic attachments, my unique inner rhythm begins to falter. This rhythm is my soul's song, the intrinsic cadence of my spiritual unfolding, the natural pulse that connects me to the cosmic dance. It is the effortless flow of intuitive guidance, the gentle push of divine timing, the perfect synchronicity of my steps on my soul's path. By consciously shielding my energy, by practicing energetic hygiene and discernment, I preserve the integrity of this sacred rhythm. I keep my inner tuning fork humming at its optimal frequency, allowing me to stay in harmony with the universal symphony, to feel the subtle cues of my higher self, and to move through life with a profound sense of grace and ease. It is in this preserved rhythm that true manifestation occurs, not through forceful striving, but through resonant alignment. Every time I honor my limits, I expand my capacity. This is perhaps the most profound paradox of embodied spiritual wisdom. In a culture that often glorifies endless striving, pushing past boundaries, and overextending oneself in the name of achievement or service, the concept of limits can feel like a constraint. Yet, from a metaphysical perspective, limits are not shackles. They are the sacred geometry of your energetic container. Imagine your being as a chalice, designed to hold a certain volume of divine light, love, and creative force. If this chalice has no defined rim, no discernible form, its contents will simply spill out, never reaching a point of fullness, never truly holding its potential. Honoring my limits means acknowledging the inherent architecture of my being, my emotional bandwidth, my physical endurance, my energetic capacity, my mental processing abilities. It means understanding that there is a finite amount of concentrated energy available to me at any given moment, and choosing to direct it with intention. When I respect these inner boundaries, I prevent depletion and cultivate a profound sense of replenishment. This allows my chalice to be truly filled, not with a frantic, superficial stretch, but with a sustainable, nourishing energy that settles deeply within. It is only when I am truly full, when my inner reserves are honored and allowed to regenerate, that my true capacity for growth, contribution, and expansion reveals itself. This expansion is not about doing more, but about doing deeper, holding more light, embodying more wisdom, extending more authentic compassion, and experiencing a far richer bandwidth of life. It is the paradox of containment leading to liberation, of defining the vessel so that it can hold an ever-increasing abundance of divine essence. Boundaries aren't selfish. They're sacred. The pervasive misconception that boundaries are selfish stems from a collective unconsciousness steeped in martyrdom, a belief that true altruism demands self-negation. Yet, the wisdom of the ages, rediscovered in New Age spiritual teachings, reveals a higher truth: you cannot pour from an empty cup. To treat oneself as a sacred vessel, a divine temple, is not an act of egoic self-indulgence, but an act of profound reverence for the fragment of the divine that resides within. Boundaries are acts of spiritual sovereignty, declarations of self-respect that resonate through the energetic matrix of the universe. They are the energetic equivalent of setting holy ground, proclaiming that this space, this being, is deserving of protection, honor, and pure intention. When I establish a boundary, I am not hoarding my energy. I am purifying it, preparing it to be an even more potent conduit for universal love and healing. This act radiates outwards, setting a powerful template for others. It teaches them how to treat you by demonstrating how you treat yourself. It fosters authentic connection, free from codependency and energetic leakage, allowing for interaction based on mutual respect and genuine exchange. Sacred boundaries ensure that when I offer my energy, my time, my compassion, it comes from a place of overflow, not obligation, from a wellspring of abundance, not a dwindling reserve. They are a declaration that my inner world is sacred, and its integrity is non-negotiable, thereby elevating all my interactions to a higher, more conscious plane. They're how you stay in tune. Every soul is a unique note in the cosmic symphony, a vibrational frequency designed to contribute its distinct resonance to the grand orchestration of the universe. To stay in tune means to maintain perfect alignment with this original, divine frequency, your unique soul song, your higher self's guidance, the harmonious hum of universal truth. Boundaries are the sophisticated energetic filters, the conscious soundproofing, and the precise tuning mechanism that allows this resonance to be maintained. Without them, my energetic field would be constantly bombarded by discordant frequencies, the anxieties of others, the collective unconsciousness of fear, the clamor of external expectations, the distracting static of the material world. This energetic noise would muddy my reception, distort my inner guidance, and pull me out of vibrational alignment with my highest path. By consciously establishing and upholding boundaries, I create a clear, unobstructed channel for communication with my higher self, my spirit guides, and the universal intelligence that constantly seeks to guide me. I become a finely tuned antenna, capable of receiving subtle intuitive nudges, recognizing divine synchronicities, and discerning the whispers of my soul's true purpose. This constant state of tuning in allows for effortless manifestation, aligning my intentions with the universal flows so that my desires unfold with grace and ease. It ensures that my actions are inspired, my words are authentic, and my presence is a pure reflection of the divine light I am here to embody. Boundaries, far from separating me, are the very means by which I deepen my connection to all that is, ensuring that my unique note contributes harmoniously to the evolving, interconnected symphony of conscious creation. They are the essential tools for a seeker navigating the multidimensional tapestry of existence, ensuring that every step is taken from a place of grounded presence and profound spiritual alignment. The flow of work. Work used to feel like friction, a ceaseless grind against an unseen but pervasive resistance. It wasn't just the tangible, pressing demands of deadlines, those relentless markers of externally imposed urgency that seemed to shrink time into an unyielding cage. Nor was it solely the dizzying vortex of meetings, where vital energy dissipated into fragmented discussions, often circling without truly landing, leaving behind a residue of depletion. Beyond these visible impositions lay the heavy cloak of expectations, not just those voiced by superiors or clients, but the silent, crushing weight of societal ideals, the internalized mandates of success and busyness that whispered insidious untruths about worth and validation. All of it culminated in an omnipresent pressure, a visceral tightening in the chest, a chronic hum of anxiety that vibrated through my very being, disconnecting me from my inherent joy and the deeper rhythm of life itself. This wasn't merely professional dissatisfaction, it was a profound energetic misalignment. My spirit felt constantly chafed, like a magnificent engine forced to run on grit and rust, rather than the smooth, clean fuel of inspired purpose. Every task became a battle against an invisible current, draining my life force, solidifying a belief system that accomplishment necessitated struggle. My days were a dense field of heavy vibrations, each step feeling like an exertion, each breath a shallow gasp for air in a space that felt increasingly claustrophobic. I was trapped in the illusion of scarcity of time, energy, and opportunity, a prisoner of the external matrix, unknowingly feeding the energetic constructs of mundane striving and egoic ambition. The whispers of my soul, my higher self, were drowned out by the clamor of shoulds and musts, leading to a deep, underlying spiritual fatigue. I was building, but not from my core. I was creating, but not from my truth. But then, a subtle yet seismic shift began to occur. A powerful awakening from within, a remembering of an ancient wisdom that lay dormant. When I consciously chose to align my work with my truth, my authentic self, everything began to unravel and then meticulously reweave itself into a new, vibrant tapestry. This truth wasn't a cerebral concept. It was the resonant hum of my soul's unique signature, the divine blueprint etched within my being before I even drew my first earthly breath. It was the understanding that I am a facet of the divine, a co-creator imbued with infinite potential, and that my work could, and should, be an expression of this sacred essence. The journey of alignment involved a courageous excavation, shedding layers of conditioning, releasing the deep-seated fears of inadequacy and judgment that had unconsciously dictated my actions. It was an alchemical process of transmuting dense, low-frequency energies of desperation and striving into the lighter, expansive vibrations of trust and intrinsic worth. I learned to listen to the subtle whispers of my intuition, the gentle nudges from my higher self, often manifesting as a clear inner knowing, a sudden warmth, or a synchronistic series of events. This connection became my compass, guiding me away from the chaotic currents of external validation and towards the serene flow of my own inner wisdom. Consequently, I stopped chasing productivity as a superficial metric of worth and instead made a conscious, radical choice. I started cultivating presence. The relentless pursuit of doing more had been a futile attempt to fill an energetic void, a manifestation of the ego's insatiable hunger for external validation. It was an endless, exhausting cycle. True presence, I discovered, was not a passive state but an active engagement with the eternal now, a conscious anchoring in the present moment, allowing the mind to quiet and the heart to open. It meant bringing my full, undivided attention to each breath, each interaction, each task, no matter how small. Through practices like deep meditative breath work and mindful observation, I began to perceive the intricate energetic tapestry of my reality. I connected with the Earth's grounding energy and opened my crown chakra to receive celestial downloads, consciously becoming a conduit rather than a generator of effort. This cultivation of presence transformed my work from a series of disjointed tasks into a continuous, flowing meditation, an act of sacred service. I realized that true impact wasn't measured by the quantity of output, but by the energetic quality of my presence within each creation. By being fully present, I was able to access a deeper wellspring of creativity and insight, tapping into the universal consciousness, where all possibilities reside. This allowed me to perceive the underlying energetic currents, to anticipate needs not yet articulated, and to imbue my work with a vibrational signature of intention and love. The most profound shift occurred in the guiding question I began to pose to myself each morning, replacing the old, fear-driven inquiries of, "What must I get done today?" with a radically different, soul-infused query. What wants to be expressed today? This wasn't about my ego's desires or a list of tasks. It was about opening myself as a channel, a clear vessel for universal intelligence, for the divine spark within me to manifest through my unique gifts. It was an invitation to the universe, to my soul, to co-create with me. This question required deep listening, a stillness that allowed the subtle impulses of my soul to rise to the surface. Sometimes it manifested as a clear vision, other times as a strong gut feeling, a sudden burst of inspiration, or even a serendipitous encounter or message that pointed to the next step. It was about trusting the unfolding, understanding that each day holds within it a unique energetic potential, a specific contribution that my soul yearns to make. I learned that my role was not to force or control, but to align and allow. To become receptive to the divine flow, to receive the downloads of insight and creativity that were constantly available from the higher realms. My work transformed into a spontaneous, joyful dance with creation, driven by inner knowing rather than external coercion. And I let that question, that intuitive guidance, that sacred dialogue with my higher self, meticulously guide my output. This meant abandoning rigid schedules and embracing flow. It meant discerning when to act with fierce passion and when to rest in receptive contemplation. It meant trusting that the universe would bring forth the right resources, the right people, the right opportunities, at the precise divine timing. Resistance dissolved, replaced by a profound surrender to the wisdom of the present moment. Each email, each design, each interaction became an act of conscious creation, imbued with intention and love, a piece of my soul expressed into the world. I moved from a paradigm of struggle to one of grace, from pushing against life to dancing with it. The result was nothing short of miraculous, a profound transformation that rippled through every aspect of my existence. More impact, less effort. My work, now flowing from a place of deep authenticity and alignment, carried a higher vibrational frequency. It resonated with others on a soul level, attracting opportunities and collaborations that were perfectly aligned with my purpose. My creations no longer felt like mere products of labor but potent energetic offerings that inspired, healed, and activated others. The impact wasn't just in the tangible results, but in the ripple effect of elevated consciousness my work generated in the collective field. And the effort? It became non-existent in the traditional sense. When you are aligned with your truth, working in harmony with the universal currents, energy is conserved, amplified, and transmuted. Tasks that once felt arduous now unfolded with ease and grace, fueled by an inexhaustible wellspring of divine energy. My energy levels soared, my joy deepened, and the pressure that once defined my existence dissolved into the spaciousness of effortless creation. Life and work became a conscious act of manifestation, a joyous embodiment of my true, divine nature. The flow of rest. Rest isn't the opposite of work. It's the foundation. This realization is more than a productivity hack. It is a seismic shift in understanding our energetic relationship to the universe. We have been conditioned by the linear, clock-driven timeline of Western consciousness, where effort correlates directly and immediately to reward. But the ancient wisdom, the deep, esoteric knowledge held in the heart of the cosmos, teaches us that creation is cyclical, not linear. I stopped treating rest as mere recovery. Recovery implies a depletion that must be refilled, a deficit model of existence. I started treating rest as rhythm, the sacred, necessary inhale before the powerful, manifest exhale. It is the acknowledgement of the pulse that dictates all of life, the ebb and flow of the tide, the wax and wane of the moon, the expansion and contraction of the universe itself. This rhythm is the key to accessing the effortless state known as flow. Flow is not achieved by pushing harder. It is achieved by aligning the energetic signature of the self with the current of source energy. And that alignment happens in stillness. I took naps. These were not acts of laziness, but structured journeys into the liminal space between worlds. In the theta and delta brainwave states achieved during intentional rest, the conscious, critical ego mind temporarily relinquishes control. This allows the higher self, the inner architect, to communicate clearly. The physical body rests, but the subtle, energetic body engages in profound work, synaptic pruning, the clearing of obsolete thought patterns, and the integration of unresolved emotional trauma. Napping became the necessary recalibration, restoring the clarity of the lens through which I perceived reality. I stared at clouds, surrendering to the vast, unstructured expanse of the sky. This practice dissolved the artificial boundaries of my individualized existence. When the mind is allowed to wander without a taskmaster, it naturally connects to the Akashic libraries, tapping into the collective wisdom held in the quantum field. The clouds became mutable symbols of transient reality, reminding me that the only constant is the source consciousness from which all form emanates. This was the practice of being deliberately, richly unproductive. And in that stillness, ideas bloomed. They were not hunted down or forced into existence through exhaustive effort. They arrived fully formed, dripping with synchronicity and infused with light. This is the fundamental difference between creation born from struggle and manifestation born from alignment. The former is heavy, the latter is resonant. Rest isn't passive. It's generative. It is the necessary dive into the void, the shunya, from which all material reality springs forth. Metaphysically, rest is the yin energy, receptive, dark, cool, inward moving. Work is the yang energy, assertive, bright, hot, outward moving. Western thought has valorized yang to the point of exhaustion, believing that outward output is the only measure of worth. But yang without yin is unsustainable, it burns out the container. For the output, the work, to be potent, it must be incubated in the deep nourishment of the source, the rest. When we consciously choose this sacred pause, we are engaging in the most powerful form of manifestation, pre-paving. We are not filling our time with frantic activity. We are charging our energetic battery so that the subsequent action is infused with magnetic force. The work that flows from a rested individual is exponentially more effective because it carries a higher vibrational frequency. This truth requires a revolutionary perspective on time itself. We must stop viewing time as a commodity to be conquered and start viewing it as a medium to be channeled. The greatest masters and mystics understood that true power lies not in perpetual motion, but in the intelligent deployment of energy. The seeker must understand that the modern world's ceaseless demand for doing is a distraction from the fundamental task, being. When we allow ourselves to be, without agenda or demand, we activate the default mode network, DMN, in the brain. Scientists may call the DMN the resting state, but spiritually, it is the bridge to expanded consciousness. It is the space where the self integrates intuition, processes abstract concepts, and reorganizes information in nonlinear ways. To rest is to actively seek the inner sanctuary. It is to honor the body as a temple and the mind as a powerful receiver that needs periodic shielding and cleansing. A deep, deliberate rest is an act of spiritual self-care, acknowledging that your unique energetic signature is the most valuable asset you possess. Consider the metaphor of the soil. If the field is constantly plowed and planted, the soil eventually becomes infertile. The farmer knows the necessity of the fallow season, the time when the earth is left untouched, allowing the minerals to replenish, the microorganisms to heal, and the foundational fertility to be restored. We, too, are stewards of this inner soil. Our periods of rest are our deliberate, sacred periods of fallow time, guaranteeing a harvest of greater abundance and sustenance when the season for outward action returns. This generative pause is where we reconnect to our intrinsic wisdom, the wisdom that knows the difference between urgent noise and essential priority. It's where flow begins. Flow is the state of being so completely merged with the task that effort dissolves. But the readiness for flow is cultivated not on the clock, but in the stillness. It is the deep, cellular confidence that arises when the nervous system is decompressed and the spirit is nourished. To make rest generative is to infuse moments of stillness with intention. Stare at the clouds not to escape, but to consciously invite clarity. Take the nap not to postpone, but to proactively download the next required step from the higher dimensions. Let the quiet moments become your greatest strategic advantage. Rest is not the reward for hard work, it is the alchemical precursor to meaningful creation. Honor the rhythm, embrace the void, and watch as your life becomes an effortless dance between the sacred pause and the potent, inspired output. This is the New Age wisdom translated. Ultimate productivity stems not from continuous action, but from impeccable energetic management, and that management begins with the unwavering commitment to the regenerative power of stillness. Your rest is your power source, the wellspring of all genuine creativity and sustained joy. The flow of connection. Relationships have rhythms too, echoing the subtle yet profound cadences of the cosmos itself. Some are fast, like the fleeting spark of a karmic encounter designed to ignite a specific lesson before dissolving back into the ether. These connections arrive with a rush of intense recognition, a feeling of knowing someone deeply from the first glance, only to recede once the energetic exchange is complete, leaving behind a profound imprint, but no lingering attachment to form. Others are slow, unfolding like ancient trees, their roots intertwining over seasons, weathering storms and basking in sun, building a foundation of unwavering presence and quiet understanding. These are often soul family connections, where the comfort is so intrinsic it feels like a homecoming, a gentle, persistent hum in the background of existence. Some are deep, delving into the subterranean rivers of shared vulnerability, collective shadow work, and the mutual excavation of core beliefs, pushing us to evolve, to shed old skins, and to embrace the raw, unfiltered truth of our being. They resonate at a fundamental frequency, challenging us to expand our capacity for unconditional love and acceptance. And then, some are light, effervescent and joyful, like sun-dappled ripples on a vast ocean, companions for laughter, shared delight, and the simple, effortless beauty of existing in harmonious resonance, reminding us that not every connection needs to be a crucible of transformation, but can simply be a celebration of light. For too long, I had tried to orchestrate a symphony where none existed, forcing connections into molds they were never meant to fill. My ego, ever anxious to define and secure, would push and prod, attempting to bend others to my desired tempo, to fill silence with incessant chatter, to project future narratives onto nascent interactions. It was an exhausting ballet of manipulation, subtle though it may have seemed, born of a fear of disconnection, a deep-seated belief that worthiness was tied to the quantity and intensity of my external bonds. I would analyze, strategize, and often overinvest, only to find myself depleted, the relationships feeling strained, heavy, and ultimately unsustainable. The energetic drain of trying to force alignment where there was none was palpable, leading to a dull ache in my energetic field, a misalignment within my own core. But a profound shift occurred when I stopped forcing connection and started following resonance. This wasn't a mental decision as much as an inner awakening, a recalibration of my energetic compass. It began with learning to listen to the subtle whispers of my own intuitive guidance, the gentle hum in my heart space that signals expansion, ease, and authentic alignment. Resonance, I discovered, is not something you chase, it's something you feel. It's that exquisite moment when two distinct energetic signatures recognize and welcome each other, creating a harmonic frequency that feels effortless, natural, and deeply nourishing. It's the sensation of coming into perfect pitch with another, where the conversation flows like a river, the laughter rings true, and even the silence holds a comfortable, knowing embrace. This act of following resonance became a sacred practice, a surrender to the universal intelligence that orchestrates all connections, trusting that the right people, at the right time, vibrating at a similar frequency, would effortlessly enter my field. It was an act of profound self-trust, an affirmation that my inner radar was far more sophisticated than any external agenda. This radical acceptance of authentic flow transformed my way of relating. I learned to let conversations breathe, recognizing that true communication transcends the mere exchange of words. Instead of rushing to fill perceived gaps, or to guide the dialogue to a predetermined conclusion, I began to attune to the energetic undercurrents, the unspoken intentions, and the subtle shifts in presence. I allowed pauses to lengthen, not as awkward silences, but as sacred spaces for integration, for the soul to catch up with the mind, for deeper truths to surface unbidden. It was about creating a spaciousness within the interaction, an energetic container where authenticity felt safe to emerge, unhurried and unpressured. In this expanded space, words became more potent, imbued with deeper meaning, often fewer, yet carrying more weight. It was a practice of active, empathic listening, not just to the narrative being spun, but to the emotional and energetic resonance emanating from the other person's core, seeing them not just as a mind speaking, but as a soul expressing. Even more profoundly, I learned to let silence speak. Silence, I found, is not an absence of communication, but often its purest, most potent form. When two beings are truly present with each other, aligned in resonance, silence becomes a rich tapestry woven with unspoken understanding, mutual respect, and profound acceptance. It's a space where energetic information is transmitted without the need for linguistic translation, where hearts speak directly to hearts, and souls recognize each other beyond the veil of personality. In these sacred silences, I felt a merging of energetic fields, a deep recognition of the shared divinity within us both. It was here that true intimacy blossomed, unburdened by the need to perform or impress, simply allowing the raw, vulnerable essence of our beings to coexist in shared reverence. This ability to comfortably share silence became the litmus test for the deepest connections, signifying a level of trust and energetic congruence that words alone could never build. It was in these moments that I felt the subtle hum of the collective consciousness, acknowledging that our individual silences were merely a harmonious note in a much larger, cosmic symphony. Above all, I learned to let presence lead. This meant anchoring myself firmly in the now, shedding the baggage of past interactions, and releasing the anxieties of future outcomes. It was a conscious choice to inhabit my body fully, to bring my entire being into the moment, offering unfragmented attention to the person before me. When presence leads, there is no agenda, no preconceived notions, no attempt to control or manipulate. There is only the pure, unadulterated isness of the interaction. It's about showing up authentically, vulnerably, and allowing the organic unfolding of the connection to dictate its own course. This practice requires a deep trust in the inherent wisdom of the moment, an unwavering faith that whatever needs to transpire will do so with grace and divine timing. When our full presence is offered and received, a sacred container is formed, a vibrational field of safety and expansion where masks can be dropped, and true selves can commune without judgment. It is in this field of shared conscious presence that the veils between individual egos thin, and the recognition of our interconnectedness, our shared spark of the divine, becomes undeniable. And in that profound space, the space created by breathing conversations, speaking silences, and leading presence, intimacy grew, not as something forced or earned, but as a natural blossoming, an organic emanation of authentic connection. This intimacy transcended superficial emotional sharing or physical proximity. It was a spiritual intimacy, a knowing at the soul level. It felt like my innermost light was recognizing and reflecting the light within another, creating a radiant glow of mutual recognition and admiration. It was the feeling of being utterly seen, understood, and accepted, not just for my personality or my story, but for the essence of my being, my unique energetic blueprint. This kind of intimacy dissolved the illusion of separation, allowing for moments of profound energetic merging, where individual boundaries softened, and we briefly touched the experience of oneness. It was a sacred communion, a gentle unfolding of trust that allowed for true vulnerability, not as an act of weakness, but as a courageous act of spiritual alignment. This insight revealed the deeper truth: flow isn't just personal, it's relational, an intrinsic aspect of the universal design. Just as an individual finds their personal flow by aligning with their higher self, their deepest values, and the natural rhythm of their own being, so too do relationships find their flow when all parties align with the collective higher self of the connection itself. This relational flow is a dance of energetic synchronicity, a harmonious mirroring of inner states, where each person's journey of self-discovery gracefully intertwines with another's. It manifests as ease, synchronicity, and serendipitous encounters that deepen the bond and amplify the shared purpose. When we are individually in flow, we naturally attract and sustain relationships that resonate with that elevated frequency, creating a powerful feedback loop of mutual expansion and growth. It's the universe's way of saying, when you are aligned with your authentic self, you become a magnet for connections that support and amplify that authenticity. This relational flow is not about perfection or avoiding conflict, but about navigating life's complexities with a shared sense of grace, resilience, and unwavering belief in the connective power of love. Ultimately, it's a recognition that every interaction is an opportunity for sacred exchange, an energetic invitation to remember our interconnectedness and to co-create a reality vibrating with higher consciousness. By tuning into these subtle rhythms and sacred spaces, we not only transform our relationships but also contribute to the grand, flowing symphony of the awakened collective. Designing for expansion. I began designing my life around expansion. Not efficiency. Not achievement. Expansion. I asked, does this choice expand me or contract me? That question shaped everything. My calendar. My collaborations. My commitments. And the more I chose expansion, the more flow chose me. This seemingly simple paradigm shift was, in truth, a radical realignment of my entire energetic architecture, a deliberate divorce from the pervasive programming of the hustle culture and the scarcity matrix that governs the standard human experience. To choose expansion was to choose my fundamental, inherent nature. Expansion, in this context, was not merely psychological optimism or superficial growth. It was a vibrational coherence. It was the immediate, felt resonance of a choice aligning perfectly with the deepest truth of my being, the boundless, infinite consciousness from which my temporary self is derived. Contraction, conversely, was the palpable friction, the resistance born of fear, obligation, or the false belief in limits. Contraction was the frequency of the ego attempting to manage the universe. Expansion was the frequency of the soul allowing the universe to move through it. The old paradigm, centered on efficiency, was a frantic attempt to squeeze infinite output from finite resources: time, energy, willpower. Efficiency is inherently rooted in the belief in scarcity. It seeks to optimize the 3D reality of limitation. Achievement is the metric of the ego, forever tied to external validation or comparison. These systems always lead to depletion, eventually forcing the spirit into a state of high-resistance contraction, demanding effort that feels heavy and forced. The moment I introduced the expansion metric, the internal dialogue shifted from, "How do I maximize this?" to, "How does this feel when filtered through the lens of infinite possibility?" The anatomy of the inner compass. The question, "Does this choice expand me or contract me?" was not an intellectual exercise, it was a somatic check. I learned to bypass the analyzing mind, which is so easily corrupted by cultural expectations, and drop the inquiry directly into the central channel of my body. Contraction felt like a tightening in the solar plexus, a subtle withdrawal of light from the inner landscape, a dull headache of obligation, or a shallowing of breath. It was the internal response of the system saying, "Danger! This frequency is too low. This path requires you to make yourself smaller." Expansion felt like a wave of pure allowance. It registered as a lift in the heart space, a rush of inspiration that felt like cool water, an open throat, and a profound sense of temporal elasticity. In that spaciousness, there was an immediate knowing. Yes. This aligns with the trajectory of the highest self. This is the path of least resistance and maximum potency. By prioritizing this internal, vibrational meter, I was consciously stepping out of the collective trance that equates hard work with worthiness. I was asserting my right to operate from a baseline of ease and grace. The re-architecture of time and space. The impact of this single, relentless question manifested first and most dramatically in the structuring of my reality. 1. My calendar, mapping energetic resonance. My calendar ceased to be a ledger of required activities and transformed into a map of energetic resonance. If a pending commitment, collaboration, or meeting caused the slightest flutter of contraction, a flicker of dread or inertia, it was immediately questioned, irrespective of the supposed material reward it promised. I recognize that time is not a fixed commodity but a function of frequency. Low-frequency tasks drain available energy, making time feel slow and burdensome. High-frequency, expansive tasks generate energy, making time feel elastic, abundant, and effortless. I began scheduling not according to duration, but according to vibrational integrity. If an activity was expansive, the time carved out for it felt infinite and generative. If a networking event felt like a dense, contractual agreement, it was respectfully released. I understood that wasting my highest frequency on low-frequency actions was the ultimate form of spiritual malpractice. 2. My collaborations, the symphony of intention. The principle of expansion demanded that I only collaborate where the combined energies created a higher harmonic tone. I moved far beyond judging partnerships based on utility, financial projections, or shared market reach. The only metric that mattered was the mutual lift. Does this relationship elevate both of our source frequencies? If a collaboration required me to diminish my own light, temper my truth, or engage in maneuvering born of scarcity, it was instantaneously contracting and therefore terminated. I sought connections that felt like energetic symphonies, relationships where the interaction didn't require effort to sustain, but instead generated surplus energy. These were soul contracts rooted in alignment, where the joint intention created a field of exponential possibility that neither individual could attain alone. This wasn't about finding people who agreed with me. It was about finding those who resonated with the same frequency of boundless becoming. 3. My commitments, the sovereign yes. Commitments were stripped bare of obligation and tradition. Every commitment had to be born of a deep, sovereign yes, a response that originated in the core of my being, resonant with my highest timeline. The vast majority of contraction in modern life stems from historical commitments made when we were operating from a lower frequency, promises made to satisfy others, fulfill outdated roles, or mitigate anticipated fear. Expansion demanded that I audit these old contracts ruthlessly. If a deep-seated commitment to a habit, a place, a belief system felt heavy, restrictive, or required me to compartmentalize my spirit, it was a manifestation of resistance. I committed only to that which pulled my future, most expanded self into the present moment. This demanded profound courage, as releasing old contracted commitments often meant disappointing external expectations, but the internal liberation was the ultimate reward. The inevitability of flow. The profound consequence of designing every moment around the metric of expansion was the inevitable dissolution of resistance. When resistance, the contraction, is systematically removed, only one state remains: flow. Flow was not a state I chased. It was the natural operating system revealed when I stopped imposing density upon the inherent lightness of being. The more I chose expansion, the more I became the hollow bone, the clear conduit through which universal energy could move unhindered. My actions ceased to be my effort and became source in motion. Decisions were swift, guided by unassailable inner knowing. Resources appeared precisely when needed, opportunities materialized effortlessly, and creation became synonymous with play. This wasn't luck, this was perfect alignment. The universe operates on the principle of least resistance. When my internal field matched the universal frequency of infinite abundance, expansion, the external world reorganized itself instantly to reflect that inner truth. The external manifestations, success, ease, abundance, were merely the holographic reflection of the internal state of non-resistance. To live expanded is to live in constant communion with the Tao, the cosmic current of effortless existence. It is to recognize that our true nature is not limited scarcity, but infinite potential. The single question, does this choice expand me, or contract me? Served as the master key, unlocking the door from the prison of manufactured limitation into the liberation of my own boundless being. I was no longer striving for achievement. I was simply being the achievement. I was no longer seeking efficiency. I was the effortless current. The choice for expansion was, ultimately, the choice for my own divinity. Just a moment to reflect. Stop. Breathe. Let your rhythm return. When you're ready, we'll continue. Chapter 6. The Gravity of Integrity. Integrity isn't morality. It's magnetism. It's the alignment between your inner truth and outer expression. It's the gravity that holds your life together. The invisible force that makes your words land, your presence matter, your energy resonate. Without integrity, everything wobbles. With it, everything flows. The physics of wholeness, congruence, and collapse. Integrity, at its core, is the vibrational physics of the self. Conventional morality is a fixed, external code, a rigid set of rules designed to police behavior in a dualistic world of right and wrong. It functions through guilt and judgment. Integrity, however, is a dynamic, internal state of being. It operates through congruence and frequency. It is not concerned with external judgment, but with internal coherence. If morality is the law of man, integrity is the law of the cosmos. When we speak of inner truth, we are speaking of the soul's signature, that unique, inviolable harmonic frequency tied directly to the Akashic record and the divine source. This signature is the blueprint of your highest potential, the original intention of your incarnation. Integrity is the ongoing, disciplined act of ensuring that the emotional, mental, and physical layers, the personality matrix, or ego, are vibrating in harmony with this profound soul signature. When misalignment occurs, when the inner knowing decrees one truth, but the outer expression performs another, the energetic field does not merely weaken, it actively destabilizes. This is the metaphysical equivalent of a system collapse. The secure torus field that surrounds a coherent individual begins to flicker and leak energy. The result is the feeling of existential wobble, chronic anxiety, generalized confusion, and a deep-seated knowing that one is performing a role rather than embodying a self. This loss of integrity creates an energetic schism. The true self retreats, and the personality is left to navigate reality without the infinite power source of the soul. This explains why people who lack integrity often feel compelled to over-explain, to manipulate, or to exert excessive effort simply to maintain their external reality. They are attempting to generate power externally because their internal connection has been severed. The gravity of the soul, anchoring the divine blueprint. Integrity functions as the energetic gravity of your personal universe. It provides the necessary anchor for your reality structure. In the absence of this anchor, the personality drifts, pulled by the transient tides of external approval, societal expectations, and the fears projected by the collective consciousness. The seeker committed to integrity understands that the greatest betrayal is not to another person, but to their own deeper knowing. This inner truth, the divine blueprint, is not static. It is a stream of conscious guidance that operates beneath the level of analytical thought. It is the still, small voice, the flash of intuition, the visceral sensation of rightness or wrongness. The pathway to integrity is simply the commitment to radical self-honesty, which translates this subtle inner wisdom into tangible action. When this translation is successful, the body becomes a superconductive channel. The high-frequency energy of the soul can flow unimpeded into the physical plane. This flow is the source of the magnetic resonance that makes an individual's presence undeniable. Their words land with force not because they shout, but because their message is carried on the coherent frequency of truth. They resonate because their vibration is clean and pure, devoid of the static generated by hidden agendas or fragmented self-concepts. Manifestation as reflection. The coherent field. Magnetism, in this context, is not about wishing or trying to attract things. It is about being the energetic state to which desired outcomes naturally gravitate. Most people attempt manifestation from a place of desire, which is often a low-frequency state rooted in lack. They project a wish based on what the ego believes it needs. Contrast this with the individual operating from deep integrity. Their field is coherent. It is stable, trustworthy, and broadcasted at a high, steady frequency of truth. The universe, which is simply a vast, responsive quantum consciousness, recognizes this congruence. It does not respond to the superficial wish, it responds to the authentic vibrational signature. Integrity ensures that everything attracted into the seeker's reality, relationships, resources, opportunities, is a true energetic match for the soul's signature, rather than merely a reflection of a passing egoic want. This is why integrity leads to effortless flow. When you are fully aligned, you cease striving against the current of reality. Instead, you effortlessly merge with the current of your highest timeline. The universe doesn't deliver what you ask for, but what you are. The person who speaks truth, even when difficult, is anchoring a reality where truth is the dominant currency. The person who honors their commitments to themselves first establishes a reality where commitment and reliability are mirrored back by the external world. This form of magnetism transcends superficial luck. It is the inevitable consequence of a powerfully maintained, focused consciousness. The seeker's crucible, shadow work, and sovereignty. The path to achieving and sustaining integrity is the essential crucible of the seeker's journey. It is not an endpoint, but a continuous, rigorous process that demands the relentless confrontation of the shadow self, the hidden, fragmented parts of the personality that hold on to fear, doubt, and the need for external validation. Integrity requires the cessation of self-deception. It means shining the uncompromising light of awareness into every dark corner of your psyche, examining every excuse, and dissolving every narrative that keeps the outer self separate from the inner truth. This involves the difficult work of acknowledging where we have compromised our values for comfort, where we have traded our power for approval, and where we have prioritized the illusion of security over the freedom of authenticity. When the seeker fully commits to this alignment, they step into a state of conscious sovereignty. They reclaim their inner authority, understanding that their power resides wholly within the coherence of their own vibration. They become masters of their personal reality, not because they control the external world, but because they have achieved total control over their energetic broadcast. Integrity is the wisdom gained when personal will finally merges seamlessly with the cosmic will. It is recognizing that to be truly whole, to function as an integrated fractal of the divine, is to experience absolute freedom. Without integrity, life is a series of fragmented efforts leading to unstable outcomes. With it, life becomes a continuous, magnetic stream of congruent creation, where every word, every deed, and every moment is an echo of the original, perfect soul's signature. It is the ultimate state of grace, where the wobbling of existence ceases, and the inevitable flow of divine unfolding takes over completely. The fracture of disconnection. I used to say things I didn't mean. Smile when I felt numb. Agree when I felt resistance. Perform when I felt empty. Not because I was dishonest, but because I was disconnected. I didn't know how to live in integrity, because I didn't know what I truly felt. So I mirrored others. I adapted. I survived. But survival isn't the same as truth. It was a mere echo of life, a pale imitation of genuine existence. My external world was a carefully constructed façade, designed to navigate the choppy waters of societal expectation and perceived acceptance, while my internal landscape was a vast, unmapped territory, shrouded in a fog of unknowing. This wasn't merely a psychological state, it was a profound energetic misalignment, a schism within my very being. The current of my soul, my unique vibrational signature, was attempting to flow one way, while my conscious mind, driven by the fearful ego self, was desperately paddling in another. This dissonance created a deep hum of unease, a gnawing emptiness that no external validation or achievement could ever fill. This disconnection wasn't a choice, but rather, a default setting rooted in a forgotten wisdom. It was as if a veil of amnesia had descended, obscuring the radiant truth of my intrinsic nature. I had lost the intuitive thread connecting me to my higher self, that wise, all-knowing aspect of my being that resides beyond the temporal illusions of the material world. My personal operating system was running on outdated programs of inherited beliefs and societal conditioning, which had taught me to prioritize fitting in over standing out, to seek approval rather than self-acceptance. Every yes I uttered when my gut screamed no, every forced smile, every performance of enthusiasm, chipped away at the delicate membrane between my conscious awareness and my soul's authentic blueprint. I was a vessel adrift, mistaking the reflections of others for my own internal compass, constantly scanning the external environment for cues on how to simply be. The act of mirroring others was, in fact, an unconscious attempt to calibrate my own frequency, but without an internal anchor, it merely led to further dilution of my unique essence. I was a chameleon, constantly shifting my energetic signature to blend with my surroundings, losing sight of my true colors. This constant adaptation required an immense amount of psychic energy, creating a pervasive exhaustion that went beyond physical fatigue. It was a soul weariness, a deep longing for home that I couldn't articulate. My emotional body was a battlefield, silently absorbing the unexpressed feelings of resistance, resentment, and a profound sense of not belonging, even when I was surrounded by people. These suppressed emotions, unacknowledged and unintegrated, began to create energetic blockages within my system, particularly around my solar plexus chakra, the center of personal power and self-worth, and my throat chakra, the gateway for authentic expression. I felt choked, stifled, unable to speak my truth not because I feared external judgment, but because I literally didn't know what my truth sounded like anymore. Survival became my primary directive, a low vibrational hum that kept me tethered to a reality far removed from my potential for joy and expansion. I existed in a state of perpetual low-level stress. My nervous system constantly activated, bracing for perceived threats to my constructed identity. This wasn't actual danger, but the threat of being seen for who I truly was, or rather, for who I wasn't. The authentic self, my unique soul signature, remained in the shadows, a hidden sanctuary awaiting rediscovery. The concept of integrity, in its deepest spiritual sense, is not merely about honesty with others, but about being whole, undivided within oneself. It's about the seamless alignment of one's thoughts, feelings, words, and actions with the highest truth of one's being. I was anything but whole. I was fragmented, scattered across countless personas, each designed to serve a specific, often subconscious, purpose. My inner world was a chorus of conflicting voices, drowning out the gentle, unwavering guidance of my intuition. Yet, within this desolate landscape, a whisper began to stir. A faint, persistent yearning for something more, something genuine. This was the voice of my higher self, patiently waiting for me to become weary enough of the performance to finally turn inward. This subtle call to awakening manifested as a profound sense of dissatisfaction, a realization that the external achievements and social acceptance I had chased were ultimately hollow. The well of my being felt empty, echoing the emptiness I projected. This exhaustion was not a weakness, but a divine intervention, a cosmic invitation to shed the old skin and embark on a sacred journey of self-discovery. The path back to integrity began with a radical act of slowing down and listening. It required me to create space for silence, to intentionally disengage from the constant external noise and allow the buried emotions to rise. This was the beginning of my shadow work, a courageous exploration of the unacknowledged parts of myself, the fears, the insecurities, the unhealed wounds that had driven my need for external validation. I learned that these shadows were not to be feared, but understood, integrated, and ultimately transmuted into wisdom. Gradually, I started to feel the subtle energetic shifts within my body, a warmth in my heart when I spoke a genuine yes, a tightening in my gut when a no was trying to emerge. These physical sensations were my body's innate wisdom trying to communicate, acting as a direct conduit from my soul. Reconnecting with my feelings became a spiritual practice, a daily ritual of checking in with my internal state. What do I truly feel in this moment? Became a foundational question. It wasn't always comfortable. Often, what emerged was grief, anger, or deep sadness, emotions I had suppressed for decades. But as I allowed these feelings to surface and be processed, I began to clear the energetic blockages, like removing debris from a flowing river. This emotional clearing began to raise my vibrational frequency, making me more attuned to the subtle whispers of my intuition, which is the direct communication channel from my higher self and the quantum field. The numbness started to recede, replaced by a vibrant spectrum of emotions, each a vital piece of information about my inner landscape. As I cultivated this inner awareness, the concept of truth transformed from an abstract ideal into a lived experience. Living in integrity now meant honoring these internal cues, even when they led me down paths less trodden or required me to disappoint others. It meant setting boundaries, not as acts of defiance, but as acts of self-love and energetic protection. It meant discerning truly resonant connections from superficial ones, choosing authenticity over superficial harmony. My throat chakra began to activate, no longer choked but humming with the potential for genuine expression. My voice, once hesitant and chameleon-like, began to find its authentic tone, speaking from a place of inner conviction rather than external pressure. This journey back to integrity is an ongoing process of embodiment, where the insights gained intellectually are integrated into every fiber of my being. It's about aligning my will with divine will, understanding that my highest truth is always in harmony with the universal flow. Each conscious choice to honor my true feelings, to express my authentic self, to align my actions with my deepest values, is a step towards reclaiming my inherent sovereignty and shining my unique light. I am no longer merely surviving, I am thriving, consciously co-creating a reality that truly reflects the boundless love and wisdom of my soul. The emptiness has been replaced by a profound sense of fullness, a deep inner knowing that I am exactly where I am meant to be, living not just a truth, but my truth, in resonant harmony with the universe. The moment of collapse. There was a moment when it all cracked. A conversation where I couldn't pretend anymore. A decision I couldn't justify. A version of myself I couldn't carry. I felt the fracture. And in that collapse, I found clarity. I realized I'd been living out of sync. Not just with others. With myself. The crack was not a neat surgical split. It was a violent, gravitational rupture. It was the sound of tectonic plates shifting within the very core of my being, the shattering echo of a carefully constructed façade hitting the unforgiving floor of reality. The conversation, a vortex of unavoidable truth, acted as the final destabilizing force. It wasn't the content of the words exchanged, but the energetic resonance they carried. Each syllable was a hammer blow against the brittle cage of my manufactured identity. I had been living as an elaborate performance artist, meticulously crafting a self designed for external approval, safety, and predictability. The version of me I was carrying was impossibly heavy, a colossal suit of armor made not of protection, but of suppressed desire and denied instinct. When the collapse began, it was a terrifying freefall. I remember the physical sensation, a cold, leaden weight sinking through my solar plexus, the frantic, shallow breaths that signaled the ego's death throes. Every anchor I had secured in the world, my rationalizations, my commitments born of duty rather than delight, my projected competence, snapped simultaneously. I felt the deep, agonizing pain of harmonic dissonance. My soul, that vast, unwavering interior landscape, had been sending increasingly urgent flares for years, soft whispers that I had deliberately muffled with the noise of obligation. Now, the whispers were a deafening siren. The realization of being out of sync, went far beyond mere psychological discomfort. It was a profound, metaphysical misalignment. I understood, with sudden, terrifying lucidity, that I had been operating on a severely altered frequency. My external actions and words, my career path, even the nature of my most defining relationships, were running at a low, dull vibration, a sluggish 3D frequency, while the truth of my soul's signature pulsed at an elevated, crystalline pitch. I was a radio perpetually tuned between stations, creating only static and drain. This misalignment manifested as a kind of constant, low-grade energetic fever. I was exhausting myself daily, not through effort, but through the continuous expenditure of force required to push against my own current. This wasn't just intellectual dishonesty, it was a violation of my core energetic contract. I was attracting experiences that matched the fear-based frequency of the mask, not the limitless potential of the core self. The decision I couldn't justify, the final, unavoidable act of breaking a promise made by the old me, became the sword that severed the tie to that lower timeline. In the ensuing collapse, the protective walls of the ego's citadel crumbled, allowing light to flood the dusty chambers of suppressed emotion. This led me straight into the painful but necessary work of acknowledging the shadow self. I saw the fear-driven motivations clearly, the need to please, the terror of abandonment, the subconscious belief that my authentic, messy self was fundamentally unacceptable. The clarity I found was not a blinding flash of divine wisdom, but the profound quiet that occurs after the storm has stripped everything bare. This quiet revealed the truth of my higher self, the perennial observer who had been patiently waiting for the performance to end. It showed me that the very mechanisms I used to succeed had alienated me from my innate rhythm. I had confused survival with thriving. The realization crystallized into an esoteric understanding. The core purpose of this lifetime, the soul blueprint, required a radical pivot. I had to stop seeing the world through the imposed lens of societal expectation and start viewing it through the kaleidoscopic lens of my own divinity. The work now was recalibration, a complex internal process likened to tuning an instrument to its perfect concert pitch. This involved integrating the shattered pieces. The version of myself I couldn't carry, the martyr, the perfectionist, the silent sufferer, had to be honored, thanked for its service as a survival mechanism, and then gently released. These weren't flaws to be banished, but fragments of my energy that needed to be brought home and bathed in radical self-compassion. This is the essence of true alchemy, transforming the leaden weight of old pain into the gold of wisdom. The clarity that emerged was the understanding that authenticity is not a moral goal. It is a universal law of energy conservation. When I operate from my true signature, I am no longer leaking energy managing the façade. My actions begin to align with the flow of source energy, making life fluid, intuitive, and resonant. The shift was immediate, though the integration takes time. I began to experience the world differently. Colors felt sharper, sounds richer, interactions deeper. I wasn't just talking to people. I was engaging in vibrational exchanges. When I spoke from the gut of my truth, not the throat of my conditioning. This commitment to maintaining my own frequency became the new, unshakable foundation. I realized that the synchronicity I had always sought was not an external reward granted by the universe, but the natural byproduct of internal coherence. To be in sync is to allow the inner compass to override the external GPS. It means recognizing that the entire universe is holographic, and the greatest map to external understanding resides within the microscopic fractal of my own heart. I now walk with the conscious knowledge that I am a multidimensional being, anchoring a higher vibrational reality onto this 3D plane. The pain of the fracture was merely the necessary friction required to initiate the transformation, the breaking of the shell that allowed the true light to emerge. I am no longer striving to be acceptable. I am simply existing as the unique, imperfect, and fully sovereign expression of source energy that I was always meant to be. The journey now is not about finding my way, but about consistently clearing the path so that the way can flow through me. The collapse wasn't an end, it was the ferocious, beautiful beginning of living my truth, unjustified, unburdened, and utterly free. Integrity as alignment. Integrity isn't about being perfect. It's about being congruent. It's when your thoughts, words, and actions sing the same note. When your choices reflect your values. When your presence reflects your essence. It's not always easy, but it's always clean. And that cleanliness creates gravity. People feel it. Life responds to it. The architecture of congruence, energy, and vibration. To speak of integrity in this manner is to move beyond mere morality. It is to explore the subtle, powerful architecture of the self. Congruence is the alignment of the inner triad, the mental plane, thoughts/intentions, the verbal plane, expressions/declaration, and the physical plane, actions/execution. When these three realms harmonize, the individual establishes a perfectly coherent vibrational signature. This signature is not hidden, it is the fundamental broadcast frequency of the soul, instantaneously perceivable by the energetic fields around us. Dissonance, conversely, is the energetic friction created when we deviate from our truth, when the mind dictates one thing, the mouth speaks another, and the body executes a third. This conflict is not merely a moral failing, it is an energetic leak. Every time we choose inauthenticity, we create a breach in our subtle anatomy, draining vital life force and muddying the waters of our intent. The seeker understands that integrity is, first and foremost, a practice in energetic self-preservation. It is the seal that keeps the vessel whole, ensuring that the power generated within stays contained and focused toward the realization of the soul's deepest contract. The divine blueprint and the authentic self. Your presence reflecting your essence is the moment the temporal self aligns perfectly with the eternal self, the conscious personality reflecting the divine blueprint. This is the ultimate spiritual homecoming. True integrity is not a destination achieved but a constant state of return to this center point. It is the recognition that the self-imposed mask, worn for social validation or protection, is the greatest impediment to flow. When we embody this alignment, we become a transmission tower operating on a high coherence frequency. The universe, which operates exclusively on vibrational matching, the law of resonance, no longer struggles to interpret our signal. There is no ambiguity. When our thoughts are pure, our words are honest, and our actions are true, the intention we project into the quantum field is unmixed. This purity provides the sheer force necessary for unhindered manifestation. We cease to be creators struggling against internal resistance and become conduits through which reality effortlessly flows. The gravity of cleanliness, effortless attraction. The resulting cleanliness is the absence of shame, fear, and hidden agendas in the energetic field. These emotional residues are heavy, dense blocks that normally scatter in tension. When integrity is upheld, the field is cleared, and what remains is an unprecedented gravitational pull. This gravity is the mechanism by which life responds. It manifests not as a heavy force of struggle, but as a graceful phenomenon of effortless attraction, often called synchronicity or divine timing. In a state of high integrity, opportunities align, the universe mirrors the interior coherence. Instead of having to push doors open, the right teachers, resources, and connections appear in the field of vision, magnetized by the clarity of the core vibration. Decisions simplify. Without the complication of internal conflict, choices become instantaneous. The question shifts from, "What should I do?" to, "What is the truth here?" The correct path reveals itself because the inner compass is perfectly calibrated to the soul's magnetic north. Trust expands. The energy field of an integrated person radiates a deep, undeniable trustworthiness. This is why people feel it. They are responding not to the words spoken, but to the stable, unwavering frequency emanating from the source. They sense the absence of conflict, recognizing that what they see is precisely what they will get. This creates immediate energetic sanctuary for those who encounter it. This gravity is the spiritual equivalent of finding the 0 point, the state of absolute balance and non-resistance where the least amount of effort yields the maximal result. It is the wisdom of the sage who understands that being profoundly present and true is the greatest and most efficient action one can take. The crucible of honesty, embracing the shadow. However, achieving this high state of congruence demands rigorous internal honesty, a willingness to face the inner crucible. This journey is not about achieving superficial perfection but about integrating the fragmented parts of the self, especially the shadow. True integrity requires a relentless examination of where we are still operating from wounds, fear, or inherited programming. We must ask, where do my actions betray my stated spiritual values? What lies do I tell myself to justify staying small or avoiding difficult truths? Which parts of my essence do I habitually mute or hide for external acceptance? The greatest challenge to integrity is self-deception. When we acknowledge, accept, and integrate the aspects of ourselves we deem unworthy, the fear, the jealousy, the pain, we rob the shadow of its power to dictate incongruent behavior. Integrity is the commitment to the full spectrum of self, bringing the dark and the light into conscious partnership. It is the brave choice to stand fully in one's truth, even when that truth feels messy, vulnerable, or deviates from the mainstream understanding of acceptable. The transcendent impact, anchoring the collective. The individual who achieves this state of integrated being becomes more than just a successful manifester. They become an anchor point for the collective consciousness. In the esoteric traditions, such individuals are referred to as light workers, way showers, or pillars of conscious stability. When one person maintains deep inner coherence, their vibrational field extends far beyond their physical body, creating a ripple effect of clarity and calm. They raise the ambient frequency of every space they inhabit and every interaction they engage in. This clean energy acts as a clarifying agent, subtly encouraging others toward their own truths simply by providing a clear example of what alignment feels like. This is the deeper meaning behind the statement that life responds to it. The macrocosm requires coherent microentities to evolve effectively. Each act of personal integrity is a vote for consciousness, a stabilizing force against the chaotic dissonance of the unintegrated world. By attending meticulously to the alignment of our thoughts, words, and actions, we are not merely improving our own lives. We are performing essential energetic maintenance for the entire grid of human existence. Integrity, therefore, is the ultimate spiritual discipline. It is the daily, moment-to-moment commitment to internal coherence, a sacred contract with the self. It requires the courage to be transparent, the willingness to be vulnerable, and the unwavering dedication to letting the presence reflect the essence. This profound cleanliness is the wellspring of true power, the source of effortless gravity, and the signature of a soul fully engaged in its highest evolutionary purpose. The weight of truth. Truth has weight, not heaviness. Substance. When you speak from truth, people listen. When you act from truth, things move. When you live from truth, reality bends. I stopped trying to be impressive. I started trying to be honest. And that honesty created impact. Not because it was loud, but because it was real. The substance of alignment, frequency, and friction. The qualitative difference between weight and substance is the difference between energetic friction and energetic coherence. Heaviness is resistance, the drag of unexpressed shadow, the burden of protective masks, and the density of unacknowledged fear. Truth, however, possesses substance. This substance is the inherent high frequency of the divine blueprint, the core vibrational signature of the soul operating without interference or compromise. When we speak, act, or live from this core substance, we are not adding effort to the world. We are removing friction. We are aligning our personal frequency to the universal constant, the unmoving source field from which all genuine creation flows. This alignment stabilizes the entire field of our existence. It's why people listen. They are not just hearing words, they are sensing the unbroken flow of energy, the crystalline integrity of the transmission. The human nervous system, wired for resonance, instinctively recognizes the purity of the signal. This recognition is not intellectual, it is vibrational. A statement devoid of truth, no matter how eloquently packaged or aggressively delivered, carries an inherent static, a dissonance that the subconscious mind immediately flags as unreliable. Conversely, a simple, raw declaration born of authentic selfhood possesses an internal structural integrity that acts as a profound tuning fork in the collective consciousness. It sets up an immediate resonance, not demanding attention, but commanding resonance simply by virtue of its energetic purity. The quantum mechanics of reality bending. When the original text states that, when you live from truth, reality bends, this is not merely flowery language, it is a description of practical quantum metaphysics. Truth is the highest form of coherence. When our inner world, thought, belief, intention, is entirely congruent with our outer world, speech, action, behavior, we eliminate the internal chaos that dampens manifestation. The universe responds to coherence. In a state of radical honesty, the distance between intention and outcome collapses. This is the mechanism of reality bending. Lies, performance, and the pursuit of impressiveness scatter the energetic signal. They send contradictory instructions into the quantum field. The mind says, I want success, but the underlying fear says, I must hide my true self to be safe. This creates a severe internal misalignment, manifesting as delayed outcomes, unnecessary struggle, and chronic low-grade anxiety. The seeker who commits to relentless truthfulness is constantly refining their energetic broadcast. They are shedding the layers of cultural conditioning, ancestral burden, and egoic expectation that cloud the signal. As these layers dissolve, the field of possibility around them becomes instantaneously pliable. Opportunities seek them out, synchronicity becomes the norm. Obstacles that once seemed insurmountable simply cease to exist, dissolving not through struggle, but through the realization that they were merely reflections of the prior state of internal misalignment. The reality outside changes because the energetic composition of the operator, the self, has fundamentally shifted. The great surrender, from persona to presence. The critical pivot point detailed in the original confession. I stopped trying to be impressive. I started trying to be honest, is the moment of the great surrender. To be impressive is the preoccupation of the ego performance self. The ego is fundamentally addicted to external validation, constantly seeking affirmation that its protective architecture, the mask, the achievements, the status, is sufficient to guarantee safety and love. This quest for impressiveness is exhausting because it requires continuous output, a non-stop performance designed to manage the perceptions of others, a low-frequency endeavor built on fear of rejection. The shift to honesty is the courageous act of dismantling this architecture. It is an acknowledgement that the intrinsic value of the soul does not require external certification. This is radical authenticity. It means facing and integrating the shadow aspects, the parts of ourselves we hide, the perceived flaws, the true desires that society deemed unacceptable. This inner excavation is not passive. It is the most strenuous form of engagement imaginable, for it requires the seeker to withstand the internal resistance of the ego fighting for its dominance. When one honestly proclaims, "This is who I am, flaws and all, without needing your approval," the entire psychic structure recalibrates. The energy previously spent on maintaining the façade is instantly liberated and redirected inward, reinforcing the natural substance of the self. This honesty extends beyond speech. It is a commitment to truthful feeling. It means acknowledging grief when it arises, pausing when the body demands rest, and setting boundaries not out of anger, but out of self-reverence. When this level of internal truth is achieved, the self becomes an open channel for the highest creative energies. Impact through resonance, not volume. The resulting impact, the consequence of this shift, is profound because it operates on entirely different principles than the impact sought through loudness or aggression. Loudness is effort over substance. It is the attempt to compensate for low frequency with high volume. It is temporary and unsustainable. Performance demands repetition and maintenance, and it ultimately leaves both the performer and the audience depleted. Realness, or intrinsic truth, is impact achieved through resonance. When a seeker vibrates in alignment with their essence, their field of influence expands silently and naturally. This is the difference between forcing a door open and simply having the lock respond to your genuine energetic key. The impact of truth doesn't shout, it permeates. It doesn't push, it attracts. This genuine impact is non-coercive. It respects the free will of others. It draws in those souls who are ready for that specific frequency of truth, creating communities and collaborations built on authentic foundation rather than superficial agreement. A single, truthful sentence spoken from the core creates a ripple that can shift the tectonic plates of thought within an organization or a relationship, precisely because it contains zero distortion. This is the esoteric wisdom of empowered vulnerability. The moment you stop defending who you are not, you become an unassailable force of who you are. The energy that sustains truth is the infinite, inexhaustible power of the source. The energy required to sustain a lie, or an impressive façade, is finite and belongs to the small, fearful self. By choosing the real, we tap into a limitless wellspring of creative power. The sustained path of crystalline integrity. For the seeker, the journey into truth is cyclical, not linear. The profound initial impact of radical honesty is simply the beginning. Maintaining the weight of truth, the substance, requires continuous vigilance and refinement. We must constantly ask, where am I still prioritizing external perception over internal reality? Where am I sacrificing my genuine alignment for comfort or approval? This path demands the discipline of energetic hygiene. It means recognizing that every thought is a vibration, and every intention contributes to the substance of our being. The pursuit of truth becomes an internal art form, the practice of crystalline integrity. We become alchemists, constantly transmuting the base metals of fear, insecurity, and learned falsehoods into the pure gold of essential selfhood. When we commit to living from this substance, we realize that the greatest power we possess is not the power over reality, but the power of the utterly unimpeachable self. We cease to be reactors in the drama of the external world and become the deliberate, resonant creators of our own experience. This truth, this quiet, undeniable, substantial realness, is the ultimate currency of the awakened life, shifting not only the perception of the self, but the very fabric of the cosmos around us. The cost of compromise. Every time I compromised my truth, I paid a price. Not in coin or material loss, but in something far more precious and insidious, the erosion of my very essence. It began subtly, a whisper of unease in the soul's quiet chambers, growing into a clamor that manifested as a profound fatigue. This wasn't merely the physical tiredness that a good night's sleep could remedy. It was a deep, pervasive weariness that seeped into the bones of my spirit. My energetic reserves felt constantly depleted, as if I was perpetually struggling upstream against an invisible current. Each yes offered to something that didn't resonate, each genuine impulse suppressed for the sake of perceived harmony or acceptance, was like punching a pinprick hole in my auric field, allowing my vital life force, my prana, to slowly leak away. The effort required to maintain a façade, to contort my inherent vibrational signature to match an external expectation, was immense, an energetic taxation that left me spiritually bankrupt and utterly drained. My soul, a fractal of the divine, yearned for authentic expression, and its constant suppression was an act of self-betrayal that manifested as an existential exhaustion. Alongside this deep weariness bloomed an unshakable frustration. It wasn't merely annoyance. It was the divine discontent of a soul screaming to be heard, its inner knowing silenced by the clamor of external demands. This frustration was the constant, low-grade hum of inner conflict, the friction generated by the ego's desire for approval clashing with the soul's unwavering call for authenticity. It manifested as a blockage in the creative flow, a sense of being perpetually thwarted even in moments of perceived success. My intuition, once a clear channel, became muddied, leading to an increasing sense of alienation from myself. It was the visceral experience of a river trying to flow free, only to encounter endless dams of self-imposed compromise, creating a turbulent, stagnant pool within. And then came the fog. A thick, cloying mental and spiritual haze that obscured my inner vision and disconnected me from my higher guidance. Decisions became arduous, purpose felt elusive, and a pervasive sense of confusion settled over my consciousness like a shroud. This was not just a lack of clarity. It was a spiritual blindness, a severing of the subtle threads that connect the conscious mind to the wellspring of universal wisdom. The veil between myself and my higher self thickened, making it almost impossible to discern the whispers of my soul from the clamor of the rational mind, or the insidious doubts whispered by fear. I felt lost, adrift in a sea of incoherent thoughts and conflicting desires, unable to anchor myself to any sense of true direction. This fog was the energetic residue of unaddressed incongruence, a spiritual pollution that prevented me from seeing my true path, my divine blueprint for this incarnation. For a long time, I mistook this capitulation for virtue. I genuinely believed I was being flexible, adaptable, harmonious, open to diverse perspectives, and willing to meet others where they were. I saw it as a sign of spiritual maturity, an ability to flow with life's currents without rigidity. Society often champions this brand of flexibility, rewarding those who bend and conform, equating it with kindness or diplomacy. My ego found solace in this narrative, fearing conflict, rejection, or the perceived isolation that often accompanies unwavering self-assertion. I told myself I was being accommodating, selfless, even enlightened in my willingness to put others' needs or expectations before my own. This was the shadow aspect of my desire to be loved and accepted, disguised as a benevolent willingness to adjust. But the truth, revealed through a crucible of inner turmoil, was far more stark. I was being fragmented. Each compromise, each energetic dilution of my truth, did not make me whole or more integrated. It splintered my essence. My self was not gathering strength or expanding. It was breaking into countless energetic shards, each piece struggling to survive independently, pulled in different directions by conflicting loyalties and unfulfilled needs. It was as if my true vibrational signature, my unique energetic blueprint, was being torn apart, leaving me vulnerable, disoriented, and energetically porous. This fragmentation was more than a psychological state. It was a metaphysical reality, creating rips in my auric field, scattering my light, and making it impossible to hold my energetic center. The concept of soul retrieval suddenly resonated, as I realized I was living with many pieces of myself scattered across past compromises, seeking to reclaim the lost parts of my inherent sovereignty. This realization prompted a profound paradigm shift. Through introspection, deep meditation, and an unwavering commitment to inner honesty, I learned to pause, to breathe, and to ask a fundamental question that became my spiritual compass. Is this choice aligned, or diluted? This was not a superficial query, but a profound energetic assessment, an internal scan of my entire being. I learned to tune into the subtle nuances of my inner landscape, to discern the vibrational signature of each potential action or commitment. When a choice was aligned, it resonated deeply within my core, a clear, unmistakable hum of truth. It felt expansive, like my energy field was widening, blossoming. There was a sense of inherent rightness, a quiet confidence, an effortless flow. My intuition flared, my body felt lighter, and a profound sense of inner peace suffused my being. This was the feeling of operating from my higher self, of honoring my divine blueprint, of connecting directly to the infinite wisdom of Source. Such choices often brought seemingly synchronous events, ease, and a sense of grace, confirming that I was moving in harmony with the universal current and my unique soul purpose. This was a choice that honored my energetic sovereignty, bolstering my light and strengthening my connection to my authentic self. Conversely, a diluted choice felt heavy, constrictive, and dull. There was a subtle energetic drag, a sense of contraction in my chest or gut. My mind might try to rationalize it, to dress it up in logical clothing, but my body, my inner knowing, would register a distinct dissonance. It might promise external rewards or avoid temporary discomfort, but I knew, deep down, it would lead to further fragmentation, further disconnection from my inherent truth. It would feel like a compromise of my energetic integrity, a betrayal of my unique vibrational frequency, draining my life force and pulling me further into the fog. It was a choice born from fear, from the shadow self, from the desire for external validation rather than internal congruence. And if it was diluted, I learned to let it go. This was not a sudden, easy detachment, but a conscious, often courageous, act of energetic release. It meant consciously uncoupling from situations, relationships, or opportunities that, while perhaps superficially appealing, did not resonate with my soul's highest good. It was an act of purification, an energetic clearing, a reclaiming of my power. Letting go involved trusting the unseen forces, trusting my inner wisdom, even when the path ahead seemed uncertain or when others might misunderstand my choice. It was the sacred act of dissolving energetic cords that no longer served my highest evolution, even if those cords represented comfort, security, or long-held expectations. Crucially, this letting go was not out of arrogance. Arrogance stems from ego, a sense of superiority, a judgment against others' paths or choices. My decision to release what was diluted was never about judging another's truth, nor was it about declaring my path as inherently better. Instead, it was out of integrity. It was an act of profound self-respect, a commitment to honoring the sacredness of my own unique energetic signature, my personal fractal of the divine. It was a non-negotiable vow to maintain the purity of my channel, to protect my vibrational frequency from anything that would diminish or distort it. This integrity was a spiritual principle, an unwavering commitment to living in congruence with my soul's deepest knowing, even when it meant standing alone. It was an acknowledgement that my personal alignment was not only essential for my own well-being but also contributed to the collective energetic field, radiating a purified truth that could, in turn, inspire others. It was an act of love, for myself, for my journey, and for the greater unfoldment of consciousness. The magnetism of wholeness. Integrity creates magnetism. When you're whole, you attract wholeness. When you're clear, you attract clarity. When you're real, you attract resonance. I stopped chasing opportunities. I started embodying truth. And the right opportunities found me. Not because I was trying. Because I was tuned. This isn't merely a shift in strategy, it's a fundamental recalibration of one's entire energetic matrix, a profound alignment with the cosmic current that orchestrates all existence. The initial axiom, "When you're whole, you attract wholeness," speaks to an intricate understanding of the universe as a vast, interconnected field of energy, responding to our own emanating frequency. Wholeness, in this sacred context, transcends mere physical or emotional completeness. It delves into the integration of every fragment of our being, the light and the shadow, the conscious and the subconscious, the human and the divine. It is the courageous act of acknowledging every aspect of our experience, healing wounds, integrating past traumas, and embracing our true, multifaceted self, recognizing the divine spark that resides within. When we commit to this inner work, our energetic signature shifts. We cease to emanate frequencies of lack or fragmentation, and instead broadcast a coherent, unified signal of intrinsic worth and completeness. The universe, in its infinite wisdom, reflects this back to us, presenting experiences, relationships, and circumstances that mirror our internal state of integrated being. Similarly, "When you're clear, you attract clarity," points to the vibrational purity of our intentions and our inner landscape. Clarity isn't simply intellectual understanding, it's an energetic state of unhindered flow. It means discerning and releasing the mental chatter, the limiting beliefs, the emotional debris that cloud our perception and dilute our energetic output. Imagine your consciousness as a crystal clear lens. When it's obscured by fear, doubt, societal conditioning, or unresolved emotions, the light of your true potential is refracted and distorted. But as we engage in practices that purify our energetic channels, through meditation, mindfulness, emotional release work, or intentional self-reflection, that lens becomes pristine. Our intentions become laser-focused, our intuition sharpens, and our energetic field becomes a beacon of pure, unwavering light. Consequently, the universe responds by revealing clear pathways, unambiguous signs, and unmistakable opportunities that resonate with our newfound internal clarity. The fog lifts from our path, and the steps we need to take become self-evident, guided by an inner knowingness that transcends logical thought. And profoundly, when you're real, you attract resonance. To be real is to be authentically aligned with one's soul truth, shedding the masks of ego and expectation. It's to live from the heart center, allowing your unique, divine essence to shine forth, unburdened by the need for external validation or conformity. This authenticity generates a powerful resonance, an energetic hum that vibrates at the frequency of your highest self. It is a state of being where your outer expression flawlessly reflects your inner truth. When you are truly real, you become a magnet for connections, experiences, and opportunities that resonate with your deepest values and your soul's blueprint. The people who enter your life, the synchronicities that unfold, the ideas that ignite within you, all of them carry the same energetic signature as your authentic self. There is an unmistakable click, a sense of belonging and divine orchestration, because you are no longer trying to fit into a world that isn't designed for you. You are creating a world that is perfectly aligned with who you truly are. This understanding revolutionized my approach to life. I stopped chasing opportunities. The act of chasing implies a desperate pursuit, a belief in scarcity, a fear that if I don't relentlessly hunt, I will miss out. Chasing stems from an ego-driven mindset, an external focus that says, success is out there, and I must wrestle it into submission. This mindset, though lauded in many societal narratives, actually broadcasts a frequency of lack and desperation into the universe. It creates a push-pull dynamic, where the more one pushes, the more resistance they encounter. It's an exhausting, often unfulfilling cycle, leading to burnout and a pervasive sense of inadequacy, regardless of external achievements. Instead, I started embodying truth. This was the pivotal shift from striving to being, from seeking externally to cultivating internally. Embodying truth meant an unwavering commitment to inner work. It involved prolonged periods of introspection, deep meditation to connect with my higher self, and diligent shadow integration to acknowledge and heal the parts of myself I had previously denied or suppressed. I began to deconstruct the limiting beliefs inherited from my upbringing in society, those invisible energetic chains that kept me bound to lower vibrational patterns. I dedicated myself to understanding my unique energetic blueprint, discerning my soul's purpose, and aligning my daily actions with my deepest values, rather than external pressures or expectations. This embodiment wasn't passive, it was an active, conscious creation of my internal environment. I cultivated self-love, recognizing my inherent worth as a divine being. I practiced gratitude, shifting my focus from what was missing to the abundance that already existed. I intentionally raised my vibrational frequency through joy, compassion, creativity, and service. I learned to listen to the whispers of my intuition, the voice of my soul and my guides, rather than the clamor of my ego or the anxieties of the external world. Every choice, every word, every thought became an opportunity to align more deeply with my authentic essence, with the universal truth that flows through all things. And the results were profound. And the right opportunities found me. This isn't a mystical fantasy, it's the natural unfolding of the law of resonance. As my internal frequency shifted to one of wholeness, clarity, and authenticity, my energetic field became a magnet for opportunities that were intrinsically aligned with my highest good and my soul's purpose. These weren't opportunities one had to fight for, manipulate, or coerce. They emerged organically, often unexpectedly, through synchronistic encounters, intuitive nudges, or serendipitous circumstances that felt divinely orchestrated. They found me, because my being was now broadcasting the exact frequency required to attract them. Imagine a radio receiver. You don't chase the radio waves. You tune your receiver to the specific frequency, and the music flows effortlessly. My consciousness became that finely tuned receiver. I was no longer trying to force a connection. I was simply tuned to the frequency of my desired reality, which was fundamentally aligned with my deepest truth. Not because I was trying, because I was tuned. This is the ultimate wisdom for the seeker in this new age. Trying, implies effort against resistance, an exertion of will against a perceived lack. Attune, however, signifies a state of effortless alignment, a harmonious resonance with the greater cosmic intelligence. It's understanding that the universe is not a separate entity to be cajoled or coerced, but an extension of ourselves, an infinitely abundant field of potentials waiting to coalesce around our coherent energetic signature. When we are tuned, we are in flow with the divine current. We become co-creators with the universe, not struggling against it, but dancing in partnership. This inner knowledge transcends simple manifestation techniques. It delves into the metaphysical truth that our reality is a direct reflection of our internal vibrational state. When we embody our highest truth, we activate our soul blueprint, allowing divine intelligence to orchestrate circumstances and open doorways that perfectly serve our evolution and our purpose. It's the journey from ego-driven striving to soul-aligned unfolding, recognizing that true power resides not in external control, but in internal alignment. For the seeker, this is the ultimate wisdom. Cultivate your inner garden, purify your energetic channels, anchor into your authentic self, and the universe will, without fail, mirror your magnificence back to you, drawing to you all that is truly yours by divine right. The practice of integrity. Integrity is a practice. It's in the small moments, the quiet choices, the subtle shifts. Saying no when it's easier to say yes. Speaking up when it's safer to stay silent. Pausing when it's tempting to perform. It's not dramatic. It's deliberate. And every time you choose it, you strengthen your gravity. The architecture of authentic resonance. This seemingly understated definition of integrity is, in fact, the seeker's master key to dimensional stability. Integrity is not merely a moral code imposed by external doctrine, it is fundamental physics, a state of vibrational coherence between the inner architecture of the soul and the outward expression of the self. To practice integrity is to rigorously maintain the congruence of one's energetic field, refusing any leakages or fractures caused by half-truths or fear-based performance. The strengthening of one's gravity is the establishment of an unshakable, dense core of self-truth, creating a powerful magnetic attractor field. In metaphysical terms, this gravity is your authentic resonance, the frequency signature that dictates the quality of reality you draw to yourself. When integrity is compromised, the energy field becomes chaotic, pulling in experiences of confusion and lack of clarity. When integrity is upheld, the field stabilizes into a coherent torus, allowing for precise, high-frequency manifestation and alignment with the highest timeline. The quiet choices, calibrating the inner compass. The true work of the seeker occurs not in ritual or ceremony, but in the unseen crucible of the moment-to-moment decision, where the lower, reactive ego battles the wisdom of the higher self. These three specific choices, saying no, speaking up, and pausing, represent the core energetic calibrations necessary for soul synthesis. 1. Saying no, defining sacred energetic boundaries. Saying no when it's easier to say yes is the highest form of self-honoring. It is the fierce delineation of personal energetic boundaries. The temptation to acquiesce often stems from the fear of rejection, the deep-seated program need to be liked, or the desire to avoid the slight friction of necessary confrontation. This is a compromise of soul capital. Every time we agree to something that violates our inner blueprint, we offer up a piece of our vital energy, resulting in fractal depletion. When the seeker chooses the difficult no, they are declaring to the universe, my alignment is non-negotiable. This act of self-sovereignty is not selfishness. It is the establishment of a sacred energetic perimeter that guards the core frequency. The no is a potent, crystalline affirmation that preserves the integrity of one's timeline and prevents the entanglement of discordant energies. It is the conscious refusal to participate in any dynamic that drains the reservoir of personal truth, thus ensuring that all subsequent actions are powered by a full, coherent charge. 2. Speaking up, channeling the truth frequency. Speaking up when it's safer to stay silent moves beyond mere boundary setting. It is the active purification of the throat chakra and the engagement of the truth frequency. Silence in the face of recognized misalignment is a form of passive deceit, an energetic agreement with the untruth. The safety found in silence is merely the comfort of the collective ego, the fear of standing out, of being seen as the disruptive element who dares to name the shadow in the room. The choice to speak up is an act of alchemical fire. It requires the integration of the shadow of projection, knowing that one's expressed truth will inevitably trigger the unintegrated material in others. The seeker who speaks from integrity does not speak to win an argument or to judge, but to channel the clear tone of reality through their being. This is often an instantaneous, non-dramatic utterance, a quiet, centered statement that cuts through the surrounding dissonance. This subtle shift in the conversation is an anchor point, grounding the collective field momentarily into a higher possibility. It is, ultimately, the fulfillment of a karmic responsibility to hold space for transparent reality. 3. Pausing, entering the zero-point field. Pausing when it's tempting to perform is arguably the most advanced aspect of integrity practice. The temptation to perform is the ego's conditioned reflex to grab control, to manipulate the narrative, or to react defensively the moment discomfort arises. Performance is the mask we wear to manage perceptions. It is the attempt to substitute perfected appearance for authentic existence. The deliberate pause is the immediate withdrawal of energy from the external drama and the descent into the zero-point field within. This brief instant of stillness is the discernment locus, the space where the reactive egoic impulse is intercepted. In that sacred gap, the seeker steps into the detached awareness of the higher self, observing the impulse without immediately enacting it. This allows the authentic response, unburdened by fear or vanity, to organically surface. It's the conscious choice to meet the moment with presence, rather than with a pre-programmed script. This practice ensures that all subsequent actions flow not from wound-based reaction, but from the wellspring of intrinsic, centered wisdom. The pause is the guardian of deliberate action, the metaphysical weight of deliberation. It's not dramatic. It's deliberate. This speaks to the necessary transition from the third-dimensional focus on outcome and validation to the higher dimensional focus on frequency and cause. Integrity is not measured by the applause it receives, but by the rigor of the internal alignment maintained during moments of stress or temptation. This deliberation is the constant recalibration of one's inner steering mechanism toward the soul contract. In the language of manifestation, integrity provides the necessary stable foundation for true co-creation. Without it, attempts at creation are merely chaotic bursts of desire, constantly undermined by internal conflict. When the being is integrated, the intent is pure, it travels on a clean signal. The universe responds not to the force of the desire, but to the purity of the frequency. Strengthening your gravity, dimensional stabilization. The result of this sustained practice, where the small moments are treated with the reverence of a grand decision, is the quantifiable increase in personal gravity. This gravity is the innate density of truth that makes the seeker unshakable. This metaphysical weight manifests as dimensional stabilization. The consistent practice of integrity anchors the seeker firmly in their highest possible frequency, regardless of the chaos swirling in lower dimensional consensus reality. They become harder for lower energies, fear, manipulation, projection, to influence or destabilize. Their reality field becomes predictable and sovereign because they are no longer subject to the whimsical reactions of the ego. Magnetic attractor. The coherent field acts as a powerful magnet. Instead of chasing external validation or opportunities, the seeker draws aligned circumstances, people, and resources automatically. Integrity functions as the most powerful form of marketing and relationship building, as the authenticity displayed by the gravity field is instantly recognizable and trusted by those who resonate at a similar depth. Inner sovereignty. The constant choice for truth solidifies the seeker's sense of self-authority. They cease looking outside for permission, validation, or guidance, fully inhabiting the role of their own inner oracle. This sovereignty is the final freedom, the understanding that one's worth and direction are intrinsic, not conferred. Integrity is thus the continuous, internal process of synthetic light work, the weaving of the soul's essence into the fabric of daily life. It is the highest discipline of the spiritual path, demanding persistent honesty in the face of internal resistance. Every time you choose it, in the quiet, subtle, undramatic moments, you reinforce the inner architecture, making your being a powerful, dense, and luminous beacon, fully inhabiting the profound, magnetic pull of your own authentic, sovereign gravity. Integrity in relationships. Integrity is a practice. It's in the small moments, the quiet choices, the subtle shifts. Saying no when it's easier to say yes. Speaking up when it's safer to stay silent. Pausing when it's tempting to perform. It's not dramatic. It's deliberate. And every time you choose it, you strengthen your gravity. The architecture of authentic resonance. This seemingly understated definition of integrity is, in fact, the seeker's master key to dimensional stability. Integrity is not merely a moral code imposed by external doctrine, it is fundamental physics, a state of vibrational coherence between the inner architecture of the soul and the outward expression of the self. To practice integrity is to rigorously maintain the congruence of one's energetic field, refusing any leakages or fractures caused by half-truths or fear-based performance. The strengthening of one's gravity is the establishment of an unshakable, dense core of self-truth, creating a powerful magnetic attractor field. In metaphysical terms, this gravity is your authentic resonance, the frequency signature that dictates the quality of reality you draw to yourself. When integrity is compromised, the energy field becomes chaotic, pulling in experiences of confusion and lack of clarity. When integrity is upheld, the field stabilizes into a coherent torus, allowing for precise, high-frequency manifestation and alignment with the highest timeline. The quiet choices, calibrating the inner compass. The true work of the seeker occurs not in ritual or ceremony, but in the unseen crucible of the moment-to-moment decision, where the lower, reactive ego battles the wisdom of the higher self. These three specific choices, saying no, speaking up, and pausing, represent the core energetic calibrations necessary for soul synthesis. 1. Saying no, defining sacred energetic boundaries. Saying no when it's easier to say yes is the highest form of self-honoring. It is the fierce delineation of personal energetic boundaries. The temptation to acquiesce often stems from the fear of rejection, the deep-seated programmed need to be liked, or the desire to avoid the slight friction of necessary confrontation. This is a compromise of soul capital. Every time we agree to something that violates our inner blueprint, we offer up a piece of our vital energy, resulting in fractal depletion. When the seeker chooses the difficult no, they are declaring to the universe, my alignment is non-negotiable. This act of self-sovereignty is not selfishness, It is the establishment of a sacred energetic perimeter that guards the core frequency. The no is a potent, crystalline affirmation that preserves the integrity of one's timeline and prevents the entanglement of discordant energies. It is the conscious refusal to participate in any dynamic that drains the reservoir of personal truth, thus ensuring that all subsequent actions are powered by a full, coherent charge. 2. Speaking up, channeling the truth frequency. Speaking up when it's safer to stay silent moves beyond mere boundary setting. It is the active purification of the throat chakra and the engagement of the truth frequency. Silence in the face of recognized misalignment is a form of passive deceit, an energetic agreement with the untruth. The safety found in silence is merely the comfort of the collective ego, the fear of standing out, of being seen as the disruptive element who dares to name the shadow in the room. The choice to speak up is an act of alchemical fire. It requires the integration of the shadow of projection, knowing that one's expressed truth will inevitably trigger the unintegrated material in others. The seeker who speaks from integrity does not speak to win an argument or to judge, but to channel the clear tone of reality through their being. This is often an instantaneous, non-dramatic utterance, a quiet, centered statement that cuts through the surrounding dissonance. This subtle shift in the conversation is an anchor point, grounding the collective field momentarily into a higher possibility. It is, ultimately, the fulfillment of a karmic responsibility to hold space for transparent reality. 3. Pausing, entering the zero-point field. Pausing when it's tempting to perform is arguably the most advanced aspect of integrity practice. The temptation to perform is the ego's conditioned reflex to grab control, to manipulate the narrative, or to react defensively the moment discomfort arises. Performance is the mask we wear to manage perceptions. It is the attempt to substitute perfected appearance for authentic existence. The deliberate pause is the immediate withdrawal of energy from the external drama and the descent into the zero-point field within. This brief instant of stillness is the discernment locus, the space where the reactive egoic impulse is intercepted. In that sacred gap, the seeker steps into the detached awareness of the higher self, observing the impulse without immediately enacting it. This allows the authentic response, unburdened by fear or vanity, to organically surface. It's the conscious choice to meet the moment with presence, rather than with a pre-programmed script. This practice ensures that all subsequent actions flow not from wound-based reaction, but from the wellspring of intrinsic, centered wisdom. The pause is the guardian of deliberate action, the metaphysical weight of deliberation. It's not dramatic. It's deliberate. This speaks to the necessary transition from the third-dimensional focus on outcome and validation to the higher dimensional focus on frequency and cause. Integrity is not measured by the applause it receives, but by the rigor of the internal alignment maintained during moments of stress or temptation. This deliberation is the constant recalibration of one's inner steering mechanism toward the soul contract. In the language of manifestation, integrity provides the necessary stable foundation for true co-creation. Without it, attempts at creation are merely chaotic bursts of desire, constantly undermined by internal conflict. When the being is integrated, the intent is pure, it travels on a clean signal. The universe responds not to the force of the desire, but to the purity of the frequency. Strengthening your gravity, dimensional stabilization. The result of this sustained practice, where the small moments are treated with the reverence of a grand decision, is the quantifiable increase in personal gravity. This gravity is the innate density of truth that makes the seeker unshakable. This metaphysical weight manifests as dimensional stabilization. The consistent practice of integrity anchors the seeker firmly in their highest possible frequency, regardless of the chaos swirling in lower dimensional consensus reality. They become harder for lower energies, fear, manipulation, projection, to influence or destabilize. Their reality field becomes predictable and sovereign because they are no longer subject to the whimsical reactions of the ego. Magnetic attractor. The coherent field acts as a powerful magnet. Instead of chasing external validation or opportunities, the seeker draws aligned circumstances, people, and resources automatically. Integrity functions as the most powerful form of marketing and relationship building, as the authenticity displayed by the gravity field is instantly recognizable and trusted by those who resonate at a similar depth. Inner sovereignty. The constant choice for truth solidifies the seeker's sense of self-authority. They cease looking outside for permission, validation, or guidance, fully inhabiting the role of their own inner oracle. This sovereignty is the final freedom, the understanding that one's worth and direction are intrinsic, not conferred. Integrity is thus the continuous, internal process of synthetic light work, the weaving of the soul's essence into the fabric of daily life. It is the highest discipline of the spiritual path, demanding persistent honesty in the face of internal resistance. Every time you choose it, in the quiet, subtle, undramatic moments, you reinforce the inner architecture, making your being a powerful, dense, and luminous beacon, fully inhabiting the profound, magnetic pull of your own authentic, sovereign gravity. Just a moment to reflect. Stop. Breathe. Let your gravity settle. When you're ready, we'll continue. Chapter 7. The Alchemy of Contrast. Contrast is uncomfortable. It's the friction between who you were and who you're becoming. The tension between what's familiar and what's true. The ache of expansion. But contrast isn't punishment. It's alchemy. It's how life shows you what's no longer aligned, and what's waiting to emerge. This abrasive energetic static, which we often interpret as suffering or misalignment, is, in fact, the most precise navigational tool the universe offers. Contrast is the undeniable, visceral recognition that your current frequency no longer matches the bandwidth of your soul's inherent sovereignty. It is the sound of the old internal architecture groaning under the weight of accelerated light infusion. The friction is a necessary, gritty tectonic shift where the plates of the conditioned past meet the volatile, infinite potential of the future self. When the seeker embraces a path of conscious expansion, they invariably run headlong into this wall of discomfort. This friction manifests not necessarily as external calamity, but as deep, internal psychological and energetic dissonance. It is the persistent, low-level hum of anxiety when you try to maintain an outdated relationship, the sudden fatigue when you engage in work that once felt acceptable but now feels profoundly draining, or the acute spiritual loneliness when your external environment reflects the density your heart has already chosen to transcend. The mechanics of dissonance, unpacking the shadow. This discomfort is critical because it forces a confrontation with the shadows, not just the personal, repressed aspects of the ego, but the inherited stories, ancestral traumas, and collective unconscious programming that have held the energetic signature captive. Contrast is the flashlight cast into the dark basement of the subconscious, revealing the dusty, archaic structures built on fear, scarcity, and smallness. Until these structures are illuminated, they continue to run the operating system, sabotaging any attempt to maintain a sustained high frequency. The tension between the familiar and the true is perhaps the hardest boundary to cross. The familiar is the comfort zone, a psychological prison disguised as a sanctuary. It requires no vulnerability, demands no change, and offers the illusion of predictable safety. Yet the price of this familiarity is stagnation, a refusal to inhabit the fullness of one's divine blueprint. The truth, conversely, is inconvenient. It demands radical honesty, mandates the release of deeply held identities, and often requires walking away from people, places, or beliefs that were once foundational. This severance causes the ache of expansion, a grief not for what is lost, but for the dissolution of the self you thought you had to be. Contrast as the alchemical crucible. To understand contrast as alchemy is to shift the perception from victimhood to mastery. The universe does not present contrast to punish, it presents it to purify. Just as the diamond requires immense pressure to achieve its final crystalline structure, the soul requires the crucible of conscious friction to crystallize higher levels of consciousness. The alchemical process begins when the seeker stops resisting the discomfort and starts witnessing it. Non-resistance is not passive acceptance, it is an active, transformative allowance. It is the sacred wisdom that understands the energy of the experience must be fully felt to be integrated and transmuted. When contrast arises, the sudden urge to revert to old patterns, the sting of judgment, or the wave of inadequacy, it must be met with the expanded self. This is where true inner work occurs. By surrounding the dense energy of the contrast with the light of awareness, its frequency is instantly elevated. The density does not vanish, it is transformed into raw, usable wisdom. This process is the integration of the multidimensional self. The higher self, which operates outside of linear time and already holds the perfected template of the emerged being, uses contrast as a calibration tool. Every moment of friction is a prompt for the physical vessel, the body and mind, to raise its vibration to match the energetic signature of the future truth. This means that the emotional charge created by the contrast, the anger, the sadness, the fear, becomes the very fuel needed to close the gap between the currently lived reality and the destined reality. The emergence, calibration of the new timeline. Contrast, therefore, is the vital precursor to coherent emergence. Coherence is the state where the heart, mind, and spirit are aligned and vibrating at a stable, unified frequency. Without the friction, this coherence cannot be achieved, as there would be no energetic test to ensure the system is stable. When the old alignment breaks down, the new reality begins to pull the seeker forward. This pull is often experienced as an intuitive nudge, a moment of profound clarity, or an overwhelming compulsion toward authentic expression. The contrast, having served its purpose, dissipates, leaving behind not emptiness, but crystallized, embodied wisdom. The ache vanishes, replaced by a quiet, deep understanding. The true gift of contrast lies in its ability to permanently elevate the seeker's energetic baseline. Once a pattern of misalignment, a specific fear, a limiting belief, has been identified through friction and then consciously transmuted through alchemy, the soul graduates from that lesson. That specific contrast can no longer generate the same depth of suffering because the seeker's energetic field has been permanently recalibrated. They have moved on to a new quantum timeline where that old density simply cannot exist. The final emergence is not just a state of feeling better, it is a profound change in one's temporal signature. The newly emerged self operates from a place of inherent knowing, where decisions are guided by resonance rather than reaction. The external world, which once appeared chaotic and resistant, begins to soften and mirror the internal coherence. Contrast ceases to be a source of terror and becomes merely an informational beacon, a gentle reminder that a tiny adjustment in frequency is needed. The journey through the friction is what ultimately unlocks the sustained ability to hold the highest potential, transforming the pain of separation into the profound bliss of unified being. The gift of discomfort. I used to avoid discomfort at all costs. I numbed it, rationalized it, distracted myself from it. In those earlier chapters of my soul's journey, the very idea of discomfort felt like an existential threat, an unwelcome intruder attempting to disrupt the carefully constructed facade of my perceived reality. I chased fleeting moments of superficial peace, mistaking stillness for stasis, and genuine transformation for mere contentment. My strategies for avoidance were myriad and insidious, a complex web woven by the ego to maintain control and keep me tethered to the familiar, no matter how stagnant or stifling. I numbed the gnawing unease with an incessant stream of external stimuli, the digital hum of constant connection, the intoxicating allure of consumerism, the endless scrolling through curated lives that promised a distraction from my own unfolding narrative. I rationalized away the persistent whispers of my intuition, dismissing them as irrational fears or mere anxieties, preferring the logical, albeit limiting, frameworks of the mind. Any stirrings of deeper emotional truths were promptly intellectualized, dissected until their raw power was neutralized, drained of their transformative potential. Distraction became my default mode, a relentless pursuit of busyness that ensured I never had to sit with the void, the liminal spaces where true healing and revelation reside. This elaborate dance of avoidance wasn't merely a personal quirk. It was an ingrained societal pattern, a collective amnesia regarding the sacred role of friction in evolution. I had inadvertently erected an energetic fortress around my comfort zone, believing it to be a sanctuary, when in truth it was a subtle, invisible cage. Each time I suppressed a subtle energetic shift, denied a feeling that felt too raw, or bypassed a challenging truth, I was implicitly telling my higher self, my innate divine intelligence, that I wasn't ready to expand. I was reinforcing the illusion of separation, unknowingly resisting the very impulses that sought to liberate me. The superficial peace I gained was fleeting, and beneath the surface, a spiritual stagnation brewed, manifesting as a pervasive sense of unfulfillment, a subtle yearning for something more profound that I couldn't quite articulate. My energetic field, once fluid and responsive, grew dense with unaddressed emotions, unspoken truths, and the cumulative weight of countless denied invitations for growth. The ego, in its desperate attempt to preserve its current identity, kept me chasing shadows, believing that stability lay in the absence of challenge rather than in the mastery of navigating it. But discomfort has a message. It says something's shifting. Yet there came a sacred turning point, a subtle crack in the fortress walls, through which the light of a new understanding began to filter. It was a slow dawning, an intuitive whisper that grew into a resonant truth. Discomfort was not an adversary, but a most profound ally, a messenger dispatched from the deepest chambers of my soul and the expansive intelligence of the cosmos itself. I began to perceive it as a cosmic nudge, a vibrational signal, often arriving with the precision of a celestial alignment, marking a pivotal moment in my energetic evolution. This wasn't merely pain for pain's sake, it was a highly sophisticated communication, a language spoken by the body, the subtle energy fields, and the spirit, alerting me to profound shifts underway. What was this message? It was always the same, reverberating through my being. Something's shifting. This wasn't a superficial change, like the turning of a page, but a deep, foundational recalibration, an alchemical process initiated by my soul's innate drive towards expansion. It signaled the activation of new consciousness codes, the shedding of outdated energetic paradigms, and the gentle yet firm dismantling of karmic patterns that had long served their purpose. Discomfort, in this new light, was the universe conspiring for my highest good, orchestrating circumstances and inner sensations to guide me towards a greater alignment with my authentic self, my divine blueprint. It was the friction necessary to polish the gem of my true essence, the pressure required to forge spiritual resilience. each unsettling sensation, each wave of unease, each moment of existential angst was a precise energetic feedback loop, indicating an area where my current reality, my beliefs, or my perceptions were no longer congruent with the higher vibrational frequency my soul was striving to embody. It was an invitation to look deeper, to feel fully, and to surrender to the wisdom embedded within the very sensations I had so diligently avoided. It's the body's way of saying, "You're outgrowing this." The profound truth revealed itself further. It's the body's way of saying, "You're outgrowing this." This wasn't just about the physical vessel, though the body, a miraculous, crystalline instrument, served as the primary interface for these transmissions. It was an exquisitely sensitive receiver and transmitter of energetic information, attuned to the slightest ripples in the quantum field. When discomfort arose, it was often the cellular intelligence, the ancient knowing embedded within our very DNA, signaling that an old skin was ready to be shed. We are not static beings. We are always in flux, like rivers carving new paths, or stars undergoing cosmic metamorphosis. This outgrowing was a sacred process of transcendence, a shedding of old identities, limiting beliefs, and vibrational frequencies that no longer served the soul's accelerated evolution. Imagine a caterpillar, content in its leafy world, suddenly consumed by an inexplicable urge, an intense discomfort that compels it to spin a chrysalis. Within that chrysalis, a complete dissolution occurs. Its very form breaks down into a primordial soup, only to be reassembled into something entirely new, something winged and capable of flight. That intense, often painful, process of metamorphosis is precisely what discomfort signals for the human spirit. We are called to dissolve the old narratives, the inherited traumas, the collective consciousness programming that has kept us bound. We are outgrowing the egoic structures that once provided a sense of safety, but now restrict our capacity for unbounded joy and limitless potential. This can manifest as an inexplicable dissatisfaction with a career that once fulfilled, a sudden urge to leave a relationship that no longer aligns, or a profound shift in one's spiritual beliefs, leaving behind doctrines that feel hollow. The body, in its expanded metaphysical sense, encompasses not just our physical form but our entire energy field, our chakras, our auric layers, our subtle anatomy, all screaming in unison, "Upgrade initiated. Release the outdated. Ascend to your next vibrational state." It's a call to release the energetic residue of past timelines, to sever the cords that bind us to lower densities, and to step into the higher octave of our true, sovereign self. This discomfort, then, is not a punishment, but a divine intervention, a loving push from the universe to align with our soul's original, perfect blueprint and to fully embody the multidimensional beings we are destined to become. And when I stopped resisting it, I started learning from it. The pivotal shift, the true turning point in this journey of conscious evolution, occurred when I finally ceased the futile battle against these potent energetic currents. The moment I stopped resisting, a profound surrender rippled through my being, catalyzing an immediate opening, a release of the tension that had held me captive. This wasn't a capitulation born of weakness, but a courageous act of trust, an acknowledgement that there was an intelligence far greater than my egoic mind guiding my path. I began to greet discomfort not with dread, but with a burgeoning sense of curiosity, approaching it as a sacred text waiting to be deciphered. This process of stopping resistance involved the conscious cultivation of presence, a radical acceptance of what is in each moment. It meant breathing deeply into the sensations, allowing them to move through me rather than attempting to push them away. It was a conscious decision to channel the energetic flow, to transmute fear into awareness, and struggle into exploration. By tuning into the body's subtle wisdom, I started to discern the precise messages embedded within each surge of unease. A tightness in the chest might be a yearning for authentic expression, a knot in the stomach, an unaddressed boundary, or a gut feeling ignored. Every ache, every pang, every moment of emotional turbulence became a portal, a direct line to deeper truths and hidden facets of my own being, often revealing ancestral patterns, collective illusions, or personal karmic loops ready for dissolution. I learned to ask, what is this here to teach me? What belief am I clinging to? What truth am I resisting? From this space of radical acceptance and intentional inquiry, an accelerated form of learning unfolded, transcending intellectual understanding and moving into embodied wisdom. Discomfort transformed into a master teacher, guiding me through the intricate labyrinth of my inner landscape. It taught me about true resilience, the sacred art of transmutation, and the unwavering presence of my own inner divine guidance. It revealed the illusion of separation and the interconnectedness of all life. I discovered that the path to profound liberation wasn't found in avoiding the shadows, but in consciously walking through them, bringing the light of awareness to every corner of my being. Each uncomfortable unraveling led to a clearer sense of authenticity, a deeper alignment with my higher purpose, and an expanded capacity for unconditional love, starting with myself. Discomfort, far from being an obstacle, became the very crucible in which my soul was refined, ready to embody a more vibrant, expansive, and powerfully conscious existence. It is the ongoing dance of growth, a constant reaffirmation that as long as we are evolving, we are alive, and actively participating in the magnificent, multidimensional unfolding of our divine self. Pain as a portal. Pain isn't just sensation. It's information. It reveals where you're holding, where you're hiding, where you're hurting. I began asking, what is this pain trying to teach me? Not to fix it, but to feel it. And in that feeling, something opened. Pain became a portal, not to suffering, but to truth. The foundational error of the human condition is the presumption that pain is an enemy to be vanquished. We are trained, from the first flicker of discomfort, to suppress, medicate, or distract ourselves from the signal. Yet, in that reflexive aversion, we miss the profound opportunity embedded within the discomfort. Pain, when rightly understood, is the soul's most diligent translator, articulating in the dense language of the physical body the subtle constrictions occurring in the multidimensional energetic field. If sensation is merely the raw data, a quick electrical firing, then information is the curated lesson plan delivered by the higher self. This metaphysical tuition is precise. It utilizes the body's wisdom to point toward the spots where our energy is stagnant, where the smooth laminar flow of prana has become turbulent, curdled by unacknowledged emotional experience or inherited trauma. The anatomy of holding, vibrational density. To ask, what is this pain trying to teach me? Is to shift from the paradigm of victimhood, why is this happening to me, to the stance of the sovereign investigator, how is this happening for my highest evolution? The instruction begins with recognizing the nature of holding. Holding is not just physical tension, it is vibrational density. When an emotional event occurs, a betrayal, a deep sadness, an unfulfilled longing, and we lack the conscious capacity to process its energy immediately, the psyche doesn't discard it. Instead, it encapsulates it, storing the energy within the cellular structure, the muscle fascia, or even along the meridians like a congested cyst. These cysts lower the overall frequency of the localized area. Where you are holding, you are defending against a truth you are not yet ready to accept. The tightened shoulder might be the physical manifestation of carrying the weight of others' expectations, a burden taken on decades ago, and now held in rigid muscular armor. The chronic digestive distress may be the inability to metabolize life experience, refusing to fully process the past and integrate its lessons. The pain is not the damage itself. It is the alarm system alerting you to the energetic damming that prevents life force from moving freely. Where we are hiding, shadow consciousness. The concept of hiding speaks directly to the realm of the shadow consciousness. We hide the aspects of self we deem unlovable, unforgivable, or too powerful to manage. These exiled fragments do not disappear. They operate in the unconscious basement of the psyche, leaking energetic influence into our daily lives. The pain generated by hiding is often sharper, more elusive, and resistant to standard physical remedies because its roots are purely spiritual and psychological. It is the anxiety not in the stomach that screams when we consider authenticity, or the chronic neck ache that prevents us from turning our heads to face a necessary confrontation. The esoteric truth is that the emotional frequency of the exiled fragment, shame, fear, unworthiness, is so far out of alignment with the higher self's blueprint, love, wholeness, power, that the resulting dissonance manifests as literal, physical agony. The teaching here is radical self-acceptance. The pain insists, shine the light of consciousness on the places you have abandoned. The body becomes a living map of the soul's forgotten territories. By asking, "Where am I hiding?" we initiate the crucial process of shadow integration, calling home the lost parts of our consciousness so that the entire system can vibrate at a higher, integrated frequency. The transformative gaze, feeling as alchemy. The invitation to feel it, not fix it, represents the pivotal move from resistance to surrender. Fixing operates from a mindset of separation. There is a problem, the pain, and I must exert force to eliminate it. Feeling, however, is an act of alchemical merging. When we approach the pain as a portal, we treat it as sacred text. We employ the conscious witnessing presence, a state of impartial, non-judgmental observation. This state is the key because it fundamentally alters the energetic relationship with the density. Usually, when pain arises, the ego attaches immediately, layering narratives of past suffering or future fear onto the raw sensation. This attachment feeds the pain, making it heavier. The transformative gaze, conversely, performs energetic CPR. We lean into the epicenter of the discomfort, not with analysis, but with pure, unadulterated presence. As Rumi suggested, we become the guest house, welcoming the pain as a fierce, temporary visitor. This technique works metaphysically by matching the vibration of the pain with the vibration of unconditional love and presence. Since presence is the highest frequency available to human consciousness, when it bathes the stored density, the pain, the density cannot sustain itself. The energetic cyst begins to metabolize. The stored emotion, the grief, the anger, the fear, is finally released, not as a destructive outburst, but as a subtle release of heat, a softening in the tissue, or a sudden, unexpected flood of tears. This is the true alchemy, converting the lead of suffering into the gold of wisdom. The truth released through the portal of pain is the profound realization that the suffering was always optional, created only by the resistance to the flow of life experience. The portal to truth, alignment with the soul's blueprint. Ultimately, the pain serves the magnificent purpose of realigning us with our soul's blueprint. Every human being arrives with a high vibrational signature, a map of potentiality and purpose. When we live in contradiction to that blueprint, by choosing paths rooted in fear rather than love, or by accepting diminished versions of ourselves, the system generates feedback. This feedback is the hurting. It is the spiritual immune system attempting to nudge us back toward congruence. The pain becomes a diagnostic tool for alignment. Physical pain indicates blockages in the current density, cellular memory, emotional suppression. The lesson: what vibration must I release? Emotional pain, depression, anxiety indicates misalignment between daily action and inner purpose. The lesson: what value am I betraying? Existential pain, meaninglessness indicates a disconnection from the higher self and the universal flow. The lesson: where must I surrender control to find guidance? When we fully step through the portal, we are not just relieved of a symptom, we access the deeper wisdom that unlocks the next stage of our evolution. The localized pain turns into universal understanding. We recognize how our personal suffering echoes the collective pain of humanity, dissolving the illusion of separation. The knowledge gained is not intellectual, it is somatic wisdom, a certainty held in the bones. We learn that vulnerability is not weakness, but the ultimate energetic gateway to power. We discover that the body is not a machine to be maintained, but a finely tuned instrument of consciousness, constantly offering bespoke guidance. The journey through the pain portal reveals that the most profound form of healing is not the return to a prior state of comfort, but the courageous movement forward into a radically expanded state of being, a state where the vibration of truth is the only currency accepted, and where the self is finally whole, having welcomed home every single shadow, every single hurt, and every single forgotten fragment of its own magnificent, terrifying divinity. We realize that the pain was never the wall, it was the door, guarded fiercely to ensure that only the truly ready seeker would pass through. The contrast of identity. Every time I expanded, I felt the tension of identity. The old version of me clung to its stories, its roles, its masks. But expansion requires shedding, not rejection. Integration. I learned to thank the old self, and let it go. Because contrast isn't just external, it's internal. It's the space between who you were and who you're becoming. The tension was, in essence, a vibrational friction, the grating sound of two distinct realities attempting to occupy the same energetic space. The old self was not merely a collection of memories. It was a highly dense, functioning energetic architecture, a lower frequency, predictable blueprint built upon the foundational fears and accepted limitations of the third-dimensional matrix. It had a psychic gravity well, a powerful magnetic pull toward the familiar comfort of its known resonance. To choose expansion was to attempt to tune a delicate inner radio from AM static to FM clarity, and the old self, terrified of the vacuum of the unknown silence, generated a frantic, resisting static. This resistance manifested not as external obstacles, but as a deep, subtle tremor in the soul's foundation, a cognitive dissonance that screamed, "If I let go of this story of suffering, who am I? If I am no longer defined by my wound, what is my purpose? If I dissolve this carefully crafted mask, will I simply cease to exist?" The roles were the armor, painstakingly forged through years of societal programming and emotional survival tactics. They were the caretaker, the martyr, the high achiever, the perpetual victim. Each role was weighted with an expectation, and each expectation anchored the soul to a specific, lower octave frequency. To shed them was to momentarily stand naked in front of the infinite mirror of potential, unburdened but utterly undefined. This undefinable state is precisely where the ego feels its greatest threat, yet it is the only true gateway to the soul's sovereignty. The alchemy of integration, harvesting the golden thread. The crucial distinction lay in integration, not rejection. Rejection is the ego's mechanism of spiritual bypassing. It attempts to sever the cord, stuffing the painful, awkward, or shameful aspects of the past into the shadow archive, a dark, pressurized vault beneath the conscious terrain. But energy cannot be destroyed, it only transmutes. Any part of the self that we reject immediately becomes an energetic knot, a hidden anchor that continues to broadcast its lower frequency, tethering the ascending consciousness to the timeline it desperately attempts to transcend. Integration, conversely, is the practice of sacred inner alchemy. It is the brave act of descending into the shadow archive, not to condemn the old self for its failures or its flaws, but to acknowledge its utility. Every mistake was a data point, every wound was a crucible, every mask was a protective chrysalis necessary for survival at that specific density point. We integrate by harvesting the wisdom, the golden thread of experience, from every trauma and density point previously traversed. Thanking the old self became a profound ritual of energetic transmutation. I learned to look back at the persona, the wounded, limited, fiercely clinging identity, and offer a deep, genuine gratitude. Thank you for navigating the perilous waters of the past. Thank you for holding the line while the true self gathered strength. Thank you for being the perfect template of contrast that allowed me to clearly identify the vibration I no longer choose to embody. That gratitude acts as a powerful solvent, dissolving the energetic glue that binds the present identity to the past narrative, allowing the old blueprint to be honorably discharged from the operational matrix of the soul. The 0 point, navigating the liminal void. The concept that contrast is fundamentally internal is the deepest esoteric truth of this expansion process. We are accustomed to seeking contrast in the outer world, light versus dark, wealth versus scarcity, love versus fear. But the most profound, catalyzing contrast exists in that terrifying, sublime space between who you were and who you're becoming. This space is not a chronological delay, it is a 0 point, a sacred, nonlinear, liminal zone existing outside the perception of time. When the old frequency has been acknowledged and released, but the new, higher dimensional self has not yet fully coalesced or stabilized, the seeker enters this void. It is the spiritual equivalent of being unmoored, suspended between gravitational fields. In the 0 point, the old certainties vanish. Your emotional reactions become unpredictable, your old coping mechanisms fail. The people, places, and things that once provided definition, the external anchors, begin to fade, demonstrating the concept of energetic misalignment. You may feel disoriented, like an activated tuning fork that no longer has a resonant surface to bounce off of. This disorientation is not pathology, it is purification. The soul is being scrubbed clean of astral residue, prepping the vessel for a new, lighter load of consciousness. This is the moment of pure creation, where the universe demands absolute trust. You are standing in the fertile void preceding the collapse of the old wave function and the activation of the new. The internal contrast is the stark difference between the memory of fear, the old self's primary language, and the potential of unconditional love, the higher self's frequency. The work here is simply to hold the center, resisting the urge to grasp frantically back at the familiar static of the past. The descent and the download. If we can hold the stillness in this internal contrast, the process shifts from shedding to receiving. The higher self, which has been broadcasting the template for the next iteration of the soul's journey, can finally initiate the download. This new identity is not built, it is remembered. It is an inherent blueprint aligning with an already existing, highly activated timeline. This alignment requires a radical shift in perspective, recognizing that the self is not a fixed entity, but a constantly vibrating, fluid consciousness. The old self was merely one specific expression of the infinite I Am consciousness, necessary for navigating the density of that particular timeline. The new self is a higher harmonic, a finer tuned frequency, capable of holding more light and operating from a space of inherent unity rather than scarcity. The integration is successful when the memory of the old struggle no longer triggers a sympathetic vibration in the body's energetic field. The stories become just that, stories, respectfully archived, utilized only for the empathy and wisdom they provide, not as definitions of current capability. The ultimate measure of expansion is the capacity to sit comfortably in the space between the echoes of the past and the radiance of the future, knowing that the deepest definition of self is not found in the roles we play, but in the boundless, sovereign frequency we choose to embody in the now. We trade the heavy mask of the ego for the luminous, ever-shifting light of the soul, stepping fully onto the path of becoming the living embodiment of the wisdom we have integrated. The mirror of others. Contrast often shows up in relationships. Someone triggers you, challenges you, reflects something you don't want to see. I used to blame them. Now I ask, what are they showing me about myself? Not to excuse harm, but to reclaim power. Because every trigger is a teacher, and every mirror is an invitation. Indeed, the very fabric of our conscious experience, particularly within the interwoven tapestries of human connection, is designed as a sophisticated feedback loop. Relationships, in this esoteric understanding, are not merely social constructs or emotional bonds, but sacred laboratories, divinely orchestrated crucibles for the evolution of the soul. The contrast that surfaces is not an anomaly, but a fundamental principle of creation, much like the interplay of light and shadow, positive and negative, which gives birth to form in the manifested universe. It is the friction, the opposition, the perceived otherness that acts as the catalyst for profound inner alchemy. When another soul enters our energetic field and ignites a spark of discomfort, frustration, or even raw anger, it is rarely about them in the ultimate sense. From a metaphysical perspective, their presence is often an intricate component of a pre-incarnation soul contract, an agreed-upon role to press against the unseen boundaries of our own consciousness. These triggers are not random acts of interpersonal discord. Rather, they are precisely calibrated energetic signals, finely tuned vibrations that resonate with unhealed wounds, unacknowledged fears, or unintegrated aspects of our own being. They challenge us not to provoke, but to illuminate, serving as divine algorithms designed to bring the unconscious to the forefront of awareness. The initial, primal response is almost invariably to project. To blame the other as the source of our discomfort, to label them as the problem, the villain, or the cause of our pain. This is the ego's knee-jerk defense mechanism, a protective sheath woven from a lifetime of societal conditioning that teaches us to seek external solutions for internal disquiet. In this state of external blame, we cede our spiritual sovereignty, casting ourselves as victims in the grand cosmic play. We hand over our inherent power, allowing our emotional state to be dictated by the perceived actions of another, trapping ourselves in a looping cycle of reaction and disempowerment. This paradigm, while common, keeps us tethered to lower vibrational frequencies, hindering our ascension journey. However, the true seeker, the soul on the path of awakening, eventually reaches a threshold where this old paradigm no longer serves. A deeper, inner wisdom begins to stir, whispering of a different truth. The question shifts from, "Why are they doing this to me?" to, "What are they showing me about myself?" This seemingly simple rephrasing is, in fact, an epic quantum leap in consciousness. It is the moment we begin to reclaim our personal power, not by attempting to control or change the other, but by bravely diving inward. This journey inward often leads us to the realm of the shadow self, that vast, often hidden repository of unacknowledged traits, repressed emotions, denied desires, and forgotten potentials that reside in our subconscious. These are the parts of ourselves that we, at some point, deemed unacceptable, undesirable, or unworthy, and consequently banished from our conscious awareness. Yet these exiled fragments do not simply vanish. They continue to exert influence, shaping our perceptions, reactions, and reality from behind the veil. When someone triggers us, they are merely holding up a mirror to these very shadows, reflecting back what we have refused to acknowledge within ourselves. Perhaps it's a deeply buried insecurity, a hidden judgment, an unexpressed need for control, an unhealed wound from childhood, or even a fragmented aspect of our own divine potential that we're afraid to embody. The other becomes a temporary projection screen for our inner landscape. This profound act of self-inquiry, what are they showing me about myself, is a sacred invitation to engage in deep shadow work. It is an act of alchemical transformation, where the leaden weight of blame and victimhood is transmuted into the golden wisdom of self-awareness. It requires immense courage, for to fully look at these reflected shadows can be unsettling, even painful. It means confronting aspects of self we'd rather keep hidden, acknowledging our own complicity in the vibrational resonance that attracted the challenging experience. Crucially, this reclamation of power does not equate to excusing harm. It is vital to differentiate between personal processing and external reality. If someone's actions are genuinely harmful, abusive, or violate your energetic boundaries, the invitation to look inward at your own triggers does not absolve them of responsibility nor negate the need for healthy boundaries, appropriate action, or seeking justice in the physical realm. True spiritual empowerment encompasses both internal mastery and external discernment. It means understanding that while their action might be a reflection of an unmet need or unhealed wound within you, their behavior still requires a response that honors your well-being. Reclaiming power, in this context, means you choose your response from a place of conscious awareness, rather than unconscious reaction. It means you understand the internal lesson while simultaneously protecting your sacred space and making choices aligned with your highest good. Every trigger, therefore, is indeed a teacher, a masterful spiritual guide disguised as an annoying colleague, a challenging family member, or a difficult partner. The curriculum it offers is always profoundly personal, tailored precisely to the soul's unique journey of growth and integration. It points directly to the energetic attachments, belief systems, and emotional debris that are ready to be acknowledged, released, and lovingly integrated. Each jolt of discomfort is a divine prompt, an emphatic nudge from your higher self, urging you to turn your gaze inward, to explore the subtle nuances of your inner terrain, to unpack the layers of conditioning, to disidentify with the ego's narrative, and to remember the vast, unconditioned essence of who you truly are. And every mirror is an invitation of the most profound and sacred kind. It is an invitation from the universe itself, from the boundless field of consciousness, beckoning you to embark on a journey of radical self-acceptance and wholeness. It is an invitation to integrate the fragmented aspects of your being, to embrace the light and the shadow, to merge the conscious with the unconscious, and thus become more complete, more authentic, more fully realized. It is an invitation to deepen your understanding of the universal law of reflection, that external reality is ultimately a holographic projection of your internal state. By accepting this invitation, you transcend the illusion of separation, recognizing that the other is, in essence, another facet of the grand, interconnected self. Through this alchemical process, the seeker transforms potential suffering into profound wisdom. The initial sting of the trigger becomes the precise acupuncture point for healing. The uncomfortable reflection becomes the sacred portal to deeper self-love and expanded consciousness. As you consciously engage with these potent lessons, you not only elevate your own frequency but also contribute to the collective awakening, ripple by ripple, consciousness expanding consciousness. In this grand cosmic dance of contrast and reflection, every encounter becomes an opportunity for liberation, every challenge a stepping stone towards embodying your highest self, and every relationship a sacred pathway home. The alchemy begins. Alchemy is transformation. It is not merely the fanciful notion of transmuting base metals into precious gold, but a profound, mystical science of the soul, the ultimate metaphysical undertaking. It is the sacred art of turning lead into gold, yes, but not the lead found in the earth, rather, the lead within us, the dense, unenlightened aspects of our being, the dross of ego, the unexamined shadows, the ingrained patterns of limitation and fear. These are the raw, unrefined elements of our human experience, awaiting the crucible of conscious awareness to be forged into the pure, radiant essence of our true, divine nature. This is the gold, not a material commodity, but the luminous, awakened consciousness, the unshakable wisdom, the unconditional love that resides at the core of our being. This alchemical process extends further. It is the sacred dance of transmuting pain into wisdom. Every wound, every heartbreak, every perceived failure, every moment of suffering, when entered consciously, holds within it a hidden curriculum, an unparalleled opportunity for profound spiritual insight. Instead of allowing pain to harden us, to build walls of resentment or fear, true alchemy invites us to lean into its lessons, to extract the precious distillate of understanding, empathy, and resilience. It is the recognition that the very challenges that threaten to break us are, in fact, the precise catalysts designed to expand our capacity for compassion, deepen our spiritual roots, and illuminate our inner strength. And so, too, does this alchemical work transform contrast into clarity. In a world saturated with duality, light and shadow, joy and sorrow, expansion and contraction, it is easy to become caught in the perceived conflict. Yet the enlightened alchemist understands that contrast is not an adversary but a revealer. It is the very tension between opposing forces that creates the necessary friction for illumination. Just as a prism refracts white light into a spectrum of colors, revealing its inherent complexity and beauty, so too does the conscious engagement with paradox, with conflicting beliefs or experiences, allow us to transcend simplistic binaries and arrive at a more expansive, holistic understanding of truth. Clarity emerges not from the eradication of difference, but from its integration, from seeing the interconnectedness and complementary nature of all things, understanding that even the opposite contains an aspect of the whole. But this sacred alchemical work, this magnum opus of the soul, requires presence. It demands a radical, unwavering commitment to showing up for our own experience, precisely as it is. You simply cannot alchemize what you avoid. The shadows we refuse to acknowledge, the emotions we suppress, the truths we deny, these remain stagnant, dense, and inert within our energetic field, perpetually recycling old patterns and blocking the flow of vital life force. Avoidance acts as a spiritual dam, preventing the potent currents of transformation from reaching the very areas that yearn for liberation. It is in the conscious, non-judgmental embrace of everything that arises within us, even the most uncomfortable or seemingly negative aspects, that the true alchemical crucible is formed. This crucible is the spacious awareness of our own consciousness, where all elements can be held and observed without attachment or resistance. Recognizing this profound truth, I began sitting with attention. This wasn't a passive act of surrender, but an active, courageous engagement. It meant deliberately turning towards the knot in my stomach, the tightness in my chest, the incessant looping thoughts of self-doubt or anxiety. It meant allowing myself to feel the discomfort, not intellectualizing it away, not seeking immediate distraction or resolution, but simply being with the raw, vibrating energy of it. I would close my eyes and journey inward, seeking the very epicenter of the unease, allowing its texture, its temperature, its peculiar resonance to reveal itself. At first, there was often an overwhelming urge to flee, an instinctual recoil from the perceived threat of my own inner landscape. But I learned to resist that impulse, to stay anchored in the present moment, trusting that beneath the surface agitation lay a deeper message, a pearl of wisdom waiting to be unearthed. And so, I began breathing into the discomfort. The breath, this most primal and accessible tool, became my anchor, my guide, my alchemical solvent. With each inhale, I imagined drawing pure, luminous awareness into the very core of the tension, not to push it away, but to infuse it with conscious energy. With each exhale, I envisioned releasing resistance, softening the rigid boundaries I had unknowingly erected around these difficult feelings. The breath became a bridge between the conscious and subconscious, a gentle current carrying light into the unlit corners of my internal world. It was a practice of energetic circulation, allowing the stagnant energies to begin dissolving, to loosen their grip, transforming from solid mass into fluid energy. This conscious breathing was an act of profound self-love, an affirmation that even the most challenging aspects of my inner experience deserved kindness, acceptance, and the healing balm of my own presence. Simultaneously, I started listening to the contrast. This went beyond mere intellectual analysis. It was an intuitive, felt sense of inquiry. When I encountered a strong aversion, a challenging relationship, a conflicting desire, or an internal paradox, I no longer saw it as a problem to be solved, but as a messenger bearing vital information. What was this contrast trying to show me about my own beliefs, my conditioning, my boundaries, or my deepest desires? What unspoken truth lay hidden within the opposite perspective? I learned to listen not to the noise of judgment, but to the subtle whisper of intuition, the energetic signature of the contrast itself. It was akin to holding a crystal up to the light, turning it slowly to observe how each facet reflects a different perspective, revealing a more complete picture. The other side of the coin always held a clue, a piece of the puzzle that was essential for true integration. And in that stillness, that profound, spacious stillness cultivated through presence, courageous engagement, conscious breath, and intuitive listening, something shifted. It wasn't a dramatic, explosive event, nor was it an external change in my circumstances. The outer world often remained precisely as it was. No, the shift was entirely internal. It was a subtle, yet undeniably profound, reordering of my inner landscape. The tension didn't necessarily vanish completely, but its grip softened. The discomfort transformed from a sharp, piercing sensation into a dull hum, and then, often, into a profound sense of release. It was as if a heavy energetic load had been lifted from my very core. My perception expanded. Where there was once rigidity, there was now fluidity. Where there was judgment, there was now understanding. The old, familiar narratives that had kept me bound began to unravel, revealing spaciousness and new possibilities. It was a shift from fighting against my reality to flowing with it, from striving to forcing, to truly allowing. The lead of my perceived limitations began to liquefy, revealing the shimmering gold of my inherent wholeness and resilience. This wasn't an intellectual understanding, but a visceral, cellular knowing, a deep, resonant recognition of my own power to transmute, to heal, to evolve. This inner alchemy facilitated a profound recalibration of my energetic being. Old, stagnant emotional patterns, once tightly held within my physical and subtle bodies, began to release their grip, creating space for higher vibrational frequencies of peace, joy, and unconditional love to flow. It was the integration of fragmented aspects of myself, a reunion of shadow and light, a harmonizing of masculine and feminine energies within. I began to sense the truth of my own multidimensionality, recognizing that my spiritual essence, my higher self, was always present, always guiding, simply waiting for the layers of egoic conditioning to dissolve enough for its light to shine through. This ongoing process of internal alchemy has become the cornerstone of my journey as a seeker. It is the realization that true liberation is not found in controlling the external world, but in mastering the internal one. It is the profound wisdom that every challenge is an invitation, every discomfort a teacher, and every moment of presence a sacred act of creation. The transformation continues, not as a destination, but as an ever-deepening spiral of awakening, each turn revealing more of the radiant, alchemized gold that lies eternally within. The shift was indeed not outside, but deeply, beautifully, irrevocably inside. And from that inner transformation, all external experience inevitably begins to realign, reflecting the profound mastery cultivated within. End of Book 1. The Frequency of Becoming.